the relationship the two of them engaged in, she became pregnant with DL and conceived the child. There was discussion about the nature of the relationship that existed as far as the family dynamics between Mr. Dinkins, Aisha Langford, and the children. And I think what's very interesting to point out is conversations that occurred during the defendant's interview with Detective Obert that actually took on two different perspectives relative to the relationship that he shared with Aisha Langford during the initial stages of the interview, and then the relationship that he shared with Aisha Langford toward the latter stages of the interview. But at any rate, here's what we know. Aisha Langford had indicated that when she began dating Mr. Dinkins, she was of the impression that Mr. Dinkins was much younger than he was. He was an individual who had represented himself as being in his late 20s. At some point in time, by virtue of the relationship that she shared with him, she discovered that he was a much older man. She did indicate that he was very much involved in the children's lives during that initial stage of their relationship, but then time passed and that was not how you would characterize the dynamics that existed as far as Mr. Dinkins having contact with any of the three children on a regular basis, or being a father who was actively involved in DL's life. Aisha Langford, in helping us understand what that relationship was, very simply, she indicated that he was an individual that when he got a new car or a new girlfriend, he would show up to show off. That being said, let's go ahead and let's set the stage for what occurred during the summer of 2020. During the month of June, and at this point in time, Breasia is 10 years of age. Aisha had talked about how there had been a cookout that had taken place down by the river, I believe. She had attended the cookout with the children. That was her first opportunity to meet Andrea Culberson, who was Mr. Dinkins' girlfriend. This was an event that Mr. Dinkins was present at, and I believe, but I would ask the courts to draw on its own recollection, I believe that he was the individual who was in charge of the cookout. At any rate, you have what would be a scenario where there's more recent contact that had occurred, where Mr. Dinkins then is a father figure that DL has had contact with in June, and then as of July 8th of 2020, as Ms. Langford indicated, when they were driving down the street with DL in the car, they happened to observe Mr. Dinkins pull into a quick shop. At that point in time, DL expressed an interest in being able to talk with his father and see his father, which prompted Ms. Langford to pull into the quick shop and have a conversation with Mr. Dinkins about how he needed to be more involved in his son's life and he needed to spend time with his son. As a result of that conversation, we know that the discussion opened up to Mr. Dinkins taking DL on July 9th so that he could spend some time with his son. And then throughout the course of July 9th, through telephone records, the court was able to see that there was various contacts that had occurred. But at any rate, we know that, I should say July 8th, let me correct that. On July 9th, that was the date that Mr. Dinkins picked DL up. Now, on July 9th, Aisha Langford was at work. She was working at Checkers there on East Locust Street. And so as a mother, her understanding of what was to transpire was very simply that Mr. Dinkins was going to respond over to her mother's house, pick up DL, and take his son, his biological son, and spend time with him. When Mr. Dinkins arrived there at the residence of Danita Gardner, who is the biological grandmother, the situation changed. And as far as the events that developed there at the Gardner residence, Ms. Gardner described how she had been in the back room when Mr. Dinkins got there, when he came inside the residence and he was going to be gathering up his sons to leave. The conversation developed into Breasia being interested and wanting to come along. Aisha Langford had described that Breasia and DL were very, very close as siblings, and quite honestly, they were attached at the hip, and it would not have been a surprise to her that DL would want his sister to go along with him. And so the conversation developed wherein Mr. Dinkins had consented to Breasia coming along, but what was very interesting about that conversation is this. See, yes, the 13-year-old child and the teenager out of the group wanted to be able to come along, and Mr. Dinkins would not allow him to accompany DL and his sister. Danita Gardner, during her testimony, spoke to that particular issue, as she spoke to the fact that Aisha had no idea that Breasia actually ended up leaving her residence and accompanying Mr. Dinkins. But at any rate, that prompted a telephone call wherein Miss Gardner had advised her daughter that Breasia actually was going to go and spend time with Mr. Dinkins, her younger brother, and that once she got off work, she would need to pack up clothing to take over to the apartment that Mr. Dinkins shared with Andrea Culberson there at Jersey Meadows apartment, which we now know as apartment number 8. Aisha Langford, she gets off work. She goes to her mother's residence, and I think one of the things that is important for purposes of discussion is this. We know that Aisha and her children were in a transition period. They were in the process of having moved from a prior residence, and she had the children's items back boxed up. So when she went to her mother's residence, she got together clothing for Breasia. She got together clothing for DL, and within that clothing, she packed pajamas for both of the children to wear. Additionally, there was footwear that would have gone over to the residence. And then once she had accomplished that task, she drove over to the Jersey Meadow apartment complex to drop the clothing off. Now, before we go further into a discussion about those particular details, I think it's important to stop and talk about Breasia as a child. One of the things that the state had talked with Aisha Langford about was whether or not Jersey Meadows apartment complex was a location that this child was familiar with, that either child was familiar with. And she indicated that no, this was the first time that the children had ever been to this apartment complex. This was not an apartment complex that Breasia was familiar with. This was not an apartment complex that there were family members who lived at. This was not an apartment complex that Breasia had friends that she knew. And the reason that I bring that issue up is that I think it's very relevant to considering what happened in the middle of the night when Andrea Culberson woke up and found that Breasia was gone from the apartment. And I'll talk about that here in a moment. But I think that we've got to stop and we've got to consider these circumstances, because in conjunction with that conversation, one of the conversations that occurred with Aisha Langford on the stand is a conversation about the personality of Breasia. Was Breasia the type of child who was prone to waking up in the middle of the night and wandering off? Aisha described her children as being very sound sleepers. And the grandmother even spoke to that particular issue. And that once she went down, that child went down. But the other thing about Breasia was a rule follower. She was not the type of child who would just get up and leave on her own. But even more importantly, Breasia was not the type of child who's going to get up in the middle of the night and leave an apartment in an apartment complex that she's not familiar with and just to wander off. There was discussion during the course of the testimony, and I would ask the court to draw on its own recollection about this particular topic. But I believe both Aisha and Danita Gardner spoke to this, that Breasia was not a child who liked to go out in the dark. Now, Breasia was 10. You consider a 10-year-old child in the environment that they are not familiar with. And what's the likelihood that a child is going to get up in the middle of the night and just wander off? Beyond that, Breasia had some issues with her sight. Breasia had some issues with her hearing. But then even taking that a step further, the discussion that occurred was a description of her personality, because the state felt that this was very important. What type of child is Breasia? And the one thing that Aisha talked about, and even the grandmother had talked about, is that Breasia was a truth teller. She was a child that would tell the truth no matter what. And I think her grandmother's description was, she described her as a tattletale. And so if her older brother or her younger brother were doing things that she didn't think was appropriate, Breasia was a child who was going to tell. And I think that that particular personality attribute is something that has significant bearing on the events that played out through the course of the night of July 10th and going to the early morning hours of July 10th of 2020. Taking that and setting that discussion aside, I want to jump over to the interview of Mr. Dinkins. When Detective Obert met with him at the Davenport Police Department after Mr. Dinkins arrived there sometime around noon. Now, in that opening interview, the court had the opportunity to observe the conversation Mr. Dinkins engaged in with Detective Obert, describing the family dynamic. Because at that point in time, essentially what we have, in terms of the perspective of law enforcement, is we have a child who is missing. And so the focus of that investigation is to try and gather any information that they could about family relationships and this child and a timeline of events so that the information could be utilized to develop a plan to go out and search areas where Breasia might possibly be. During the context of that discussion about the family dynamics, Henry Dinkins portrayed himself as a father figure to Breasia, how he considered her to be his daughter. And when you hear those types of statements being made in the interview, it creates its own impression. It creates the impression that we have a man who is very much a part of this family's life. It creates an impression that we have a man who is probably exercising regular visitation, is probably a figure within this family's life, on any day through any given week. And so when you create that impression, what it does is it lends itself to perception, all right? And here's what I mean by that. When you stop to think about the human experience, and relationships that any of us have with individuals. Depending upon the length of that relationship, depending upon the character of that relationship, the amount of contact that occurs in that relationship, that forms perceptions. So you may think that you know an individual, but if you have a lot of contact with that individual, that tends to create a sense of trust. And we form perceptions about that. And that is the basis by which we determine whether or not we feel comfortable around this individual, whether or not we trust this individual, whether or not we trust this individual around our children and would feel comfortable with that individual spending time with our children. So Mr. Dinkins, when he's talking about, how he perceives himself as a father figure to Breasia, we're left with the impression that this is an individual who is very much involved in Breasia's life. And that being said, this is an individual as a father figure who would never do anything to hurt that child. Mr. Dinkins talked about how close he was with Aisha and how they had a very good working relationship together as far as co-parenting. But then when you get to the latter stages of the interview, the complexion of those comments changes drastically. And he describes how they have a very contentious relationship, how they really don't speak at all. And that's in stark contrast with what he would have led Detective Obert to believe during the initial stages. And that particular statement is in keeping with what Aisha Langford testified to about the family dynamic. And I think if we understand what the family dynamic is, it really speaks to comfort levels having an adult male who really isn't a father figure to Breasia, getting up in the middle of the night and removing this child from the apartment without communicating with his girlfriend, about their departure, not communicating with Aisha Langford about the departure, and not offering any explanation as to a legitimate reason for leaving the apartment complex. So that dynamic is very, very important. Now let's go back then and let's talk about how the events developed during the evening of July 9th. You know that once Aisha went back to her mother's, she packed up clothing for the children, and she went over to the apartment complex. Breasia came down, was very happy. You know, the evening was going very well. There was the puppy that had come with Aisha. Breasia was excited about that. And then there was the handoff of the clothing with the mother, you know, letting her child know that she loves her. Mom leaves. And as Aisha is driving west on 53rd, we know that the weather is such that it begins to rain. And it's a significant rain. So much so that Ms. Langford described how she had to pull over into a driveway over near North High because her windshield wipers couldn't keep up with the amount of rain that was coming down. The state brought that testimony out because it becomes very significant to later findings that were made when the maroon Chevy Impala was lifted on that hoist so that the gas tank could be dropped to measure the amount of gasoline. That rain explains soil conditions that would have existed over in the area of Kunau Implement, where Breasia's remains were later recovered 6 months later. And it was because of that rain and even discussions with other law enforcement officers who talked about the weather conditions throughout the night of July 10th. And when I talk about throughout the night, I'm talking about after the midnight hour, transitioning from July 9th into July 10th and going to the morning hours of July 10th. So we've got that significant rainfall. We have a mother then who returns back to her own mother's apartment. Aisha described being very, very tired, and that essentially what she did was she just lay down on the couch and she fell asleep and she was dead to the world because she was so exhausted. Danita Gardner was asked about that same circumstance, and she also talked about how her daughter lay down on the couch and went to sleep. Now, as far as the plans for July 10th, Aisha was to work. Her typical scheduled shift, she would have gone in at 11, but because one of her coworkers hadn't come in to work, that prompted her manager to call her before the 8 o'clock hour and to ask her to come in because he needed somebody there to cover for that coworker who had called in. And so Aisha left her mother's residence, had gone into work. As far as any contact that had occurred between Aisha and her children, we know the last point of direct contact was when she dropped the clothing off to Aisha. And then through the phone records, we know that Bree had been utilizing Mr. Dinkins' phone because neither child had cell phones that would have gone to that apartment. And there was the communications where there were a call or two, I don't remember right now, but the records will speak to that. Aisha was asleep, she didn't answer that, but then there was the text message that came through about something like, "Good night, Mama, I love you." And then Aisha responding back later in the evening that she loved, the two of the children and wishing them a good night. So the mother goes to sleep. Everything seemed fine. There would be no reason for concern or worry. What happens then? Let's talk about the dynamics of what's occurring from the perspective of DL, Breasia, Mr. Dinkins, and Andrea Culberson. So when Mr. Dinkins picked the children up, we know that he went over to the 700 block of Taylor Street. That's one of the things that the officers had talked about, where he went to a relative's house, Vince Howard. The children hung out there with a couple of little girls. There were the adult male figures that were there. The children were playing video games. And then after that visit concluded, the three subjects, Mr. Dinkins, Breasia, and DL, went over to Andrea Culberson's apartment. That's the apartment that Mr. Dinkins shared with Andrea Culberson. Now, I want to talk about the visit to Taylor Street, and here's why. You know, when we stop and consider the testimony that came out through the course of this trial, as far as individuals who could provide statements about what happened during the middle of the night of July 10th at apartment number 8 there at the Jersey Meadow apartment complex, we have an 8-year-old child, and then we have Andrea Culberson, the adult. There's been a lot of discussion, you know, about a child who's 8 years old and their ability to be able to recollect events, to be able to sequence those events, to be able to understand even what's going on. And during the course of interviews that you conduct of an 8-year-old, why is it that if you do an initial sit down with a child provides some details, but then when you extend that out, then the child is able to bring about more details. The point that the state is going to make about DL is this. Everything that child described happening in his interviews formed the investigative construct for steps taken by officers of the Davenport Police Department in the investigation that they conducted. So, Mr. Dinkins, in his interview, after he picks up the children, describes having gone over to Vince Howard's house where the children played video games. That is absolutely consistent with what DL said. DL didn't know his father's friend's name, but he described going over to this house and spending time. Through the course of the investigation, one of the things that was talked about through the testimony, I believe, of Detective Obert, but I will ask the court to draw on its own recollection about this particular topic, that was an issue that was followed up by law enforcement. And Detective Obert did speak to this because Detective Obert and Detective Ann Siebert went over to Vince Howard's house on Taylor Street. Detective Siebert was that direct point of contact. Detective Obert was following some issues down, but they verified that yes, the children were there at the Howard residence, as Mr. Dinkins described, and as DL described. So then, when we go to the apartment complex, let's do the comparison between what Andrea Culberson describes happening and what DL describes what's happening. At no point in time is there ever any type of divergence in what it is that both parties relate. Andrea, we know, works for AT&T. Andrea works from home, and Andrea still was working her shift and didn't get off until 7-something in the evening. Andrea has her workstation set up in the bedroom. She described how Breasia was fascinated by the work that she was doing and wanted to learn. So the two spent some time, bonding in that respect. And that was even something that Breasia was very excited to share with her mother. I bring that up because we're looking at issues of credibility throughout all of the testimony that was offered. And the one point that the state would definitely make is you see no discrepancies in testimony or statements provided by DL, or in testimony or statements offered by Andrea Culberson, and even like a small tangential issue like that relative to Aisha Langford and what she described happening. So the children are there in the apartment. We know the apartment is very small. We know that it is an upper level apartment that has its own staircase dedicated to the apartment itself. So you come in that door, you go up the stairs. When you get to the top of the stairs, as you get to the top of the stairs and you look over to your left, That's the main living area. We know it's just kind of an open area where we've got the living room, kitchen combination. And then we know if you were standing at the top of the staircase and you were looking at the wall ahead of you, basically you go just a little bit further toward the living room kitchen area. We've got that door that leads into the only bedroom that's there in that apartment. And interestingly enough about that, you have to access that bedroom to go to the bathroom. And the other point of interest is this. The bedroom window itself actually faces out onto the parking lot. So the court had the ability to see the orientation of how you would access apartment number 8. In order to get to apartment number 8, you had to go along the east side of the property, which essentially lies to the west of Costco. So it's back along that wooded line that separates the property of Costco to the back of Jersey Meadows. That window in the bedroom looks out onto the parking lot, and the court certainly understands the import of that. Throughout the night, Mr. Dinkins agrees with this, Andrea agrees with this, DL talks about this. DL's playing video games in the living room. Breasia is in the bedroom, and she's playing her own video game. DL, as an 8-year-old child, brings that issue up because he is there to spend time with his father. But he notes his father is spending time in the bedroom with Breasia as she's playing a video game. And Andrea Culberson gives us a little bit more perspective because she talks about how the three of them are sitting on the bed and they're playing some type of game where they're passing back and forth. But you have a father who's supposed to be spending time with his son, and he makes the choice to spend time in the bedroom with this 10-year-old little girl. And what we saw during the interview of DL, that bothered him and it made him mad because his father was supposed to be spending time with him, but his father was making the choice to spend time with his sister. At any rate, we know that at some point during the course of the evening, the children take the showers. There's complete agreement on that particular topic. We know that they have dinner. We know that rather than the children dressing in the pajamas that Aisha had brought over, Mr. Dinkins selected large white t-shirts for the two children to wear. Now, why? Mr. Dinkins' t-shirt is a 4XL. Why would you want to put a 4XL on a 10-year-old child? It makes no sense. But when you think about that article of clothing, men's white t-shirts are very common articles of clothing. And knowing what occurred to Breasia, if Breasia were dressed in her own clothing, and we know that those clothes were later returned to Aisha, who went through those clothing, that bag of clothing, actually ended up being 2 bags of clothing, when they returned, she went through that clothing to try and identify what articles of clothing were missing, and there wasn't any missing. If Breasia had been dressed in her own little clothes, and Aisha did that inventory, she could say to law enforcement, these articles of clothing didn't come back. But Breasia is dressed in this white large t-shirt and her little black shorts and her little sports bra. So, DL and Andrea Culberson, again, are absolutely consistent on what happened. Breasia goes to bed first. Andrea lays down on that air mattress in the living room where she and Mr. Dinkins were to sleep. She goes down sometime around 11 o'clock. She hears Mr. Dinkins say to DL, you've got till a little after 12 to finish playing that video game, and you're going down to bed. DL indicates that his father's the third to go to sleep, and then he is the fourth individual to go to sleep. DL and Andrea both describe DL sleeping at the foot of the bed. And Breasia is up toward the top of the bed. Now, why do I even focus on that detail? Because, again, We're looking at an 8-year-old child who is providing information about activities. And everything that that child describes is in complete agreement with what is described by the adult in that apartment complex. All right, so then the question very simply is this: what happened after everyone went to sleep? We know definitively what happened in that apartment at 3 o'clock. We know that Andrea woke up to go to the bathroom. She noted Henry Dinkins wasn't there. She walks into the bedroom. She doesn't have her glasses on, but Breasia is not up there on the right side of the bed. DL is still down at the base of the bed, asleep. Andrea goes to the bathroom, thinks, let me get my glasses on to make sure that I'm seeing what I'm seeing. She puts her glasses on. Breasia's not there. She checks throughout the apartment. Breasia's not there. Andrea Culberson is very clear. At no point in time did Mr. Dinkins ever wake her up and indicate that he was going to be leaving that apartment with Breasia, that there was a potential medical emergency, that he had to take her to the hospital, that maybe the child was missing her mother and wanted to go home. There were no communications whatsoever. Andrea Culberson did not feel comfortable at all with her discovery. Now, Andrea Culberson testified she'd been involved in a relationship with Mr. Dinkins for 6 years, and she is not feeling comfortable at all. She feels so uncomfortable. She tells in her or describes for the court in her testimony that she didn't even want to think about the possibilities of why Mr. Dinkins was gone and why Breasia was gone. But she's so unsettled, rather than going to bed, she chooses to sit up in the living room in the dark to wait for Mr. Dinkins' return. She tried reaching out to contact him, but found that his cell phone was there in the apartment. She talked about it charging, but then the question was also asked, is Mr. Dinkins the type of individual that goes around without his phone? And she said, no, he's not. Recognizing that the phone was plugged into a charger, this takes us to the photographs of the maroon Chevy Impala. And the court has had the opportunity to observe photographs that has that white aux cord and another cord that could be used for charging cell phones. But that phone is there in the apartment, and the state asserts that that is significant. Why? Because cell phones are devices that document the location of where that phone has traveled to. If an individual is abducting a child from an apartment complex, the last thing that you want is a digital device on your person to document locations that you are going, because that provides leads to law enforcement, and those leads then can be utilized to determine what had occurred. So the phone's there in the apartment. Aisha Langford gives us a very definitive time of 3:30, based on the clock on her desk. She said she's sitting there in the dark. Mr. Dinkins very quietly unlocks the door and very quietly comes up the stairs into the apartment in such a way so as not to awake anyone. Mr. Dinkins, of course, was not anticipating that Andrea Culberson would be up and would have discovered that both he and Breasia were gone from the apartment. Now, I'm going to step outside this conversation. I want to take us to the time frame of 8:55 in the morning of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex, when Officer Burkle had responded to that location. In Mr. Dinkins' conversations with Officer Burkle, He created the impression that he wasn't familiar with this apartment complex and didn't even live there. And if the court will go back and reflect to the video footage that was collected from Officer Burkle's body-worn camera, Officer Burkle had said, you know, I know this sounds strange, but oftentimes when children come up missing, if law enforcement goes in and we do a search, we end up finding the children in closets or under the beds. Would you mind if I went into the apartment and conducted a search? What was Mr. Dinkins' response? We've already searched the area. Officer Burkle persists. So Henry Dinkins then goes over to apartment 8, and rather than walking into that apartment, where he clearly lives as described by Andrea Culberson, and he even has a closet that contains only his clothing, he knocks there at the door as if he would simply be a guest and he would have to wait for the tenant of that apartment to come down and answer the door. Miss Culberson comes down the stairs. Officer Burkle's right there at that front door. He has the conversation with Miss Culberson about being able to go in and search, and explained, you know, he had lost his own children like a child the week before. She's very hesitant. She looks out the door. Mr. Dinkins isn't right there by Officer Burkle. He's several feet down the sidewalk near the corner of the building. Miss Culberson looks out and says, is it okay with him? As if she's got to get permission. And Officer Burkle says yes. And then she says, well, the apartment's a mess. The court had an opportunity to see the apartment. Quite honestly, it wasn't a mess. And then Officer Burkle goes out. Breasia's not there, but Henry Dinkins leaves the apartment complex and nobody can find him. All right? So let's go back into the equation of the discussion that we had. Andrea makes it known to Mr. Dinkins that she is awake and she knows he's gone and she knows Breasia's gone. Mr. Dinkins is not responding in any way to give information to her about what is going on. He goes into the bedroom to his closet and he digs in the closet. The court's been able to see the relationship of the bed to the closet on what would be the right side of that bed. Andrea Culberson describes going to the window, looking out onto the parking lot, and there the maroon Chevy Impala is parked. Breasia is standing right next to the passenger side of that vehicle. There's no question in her mind that it's Breasia. She talked about how she has very distinctive hair, but also she talked about how the child had been dressed in this white big t-shirt of Mr. Dinkins. Breasia's there. She can't see what Mr. Dinkins is getting out of his closet, but he puts it away in his clothing in such a way that she doesn't know what he's gotten out of the closet. Now, to take the court's attention back to testimony that she had offered here in court, and also testimony that DL had offered here in court, they both talked about how he had been wearing a black shirt. I throw that out because that is consistent with what Jared Brink had testified to when he had the contact with that black male subject over there on Highway 61, and then when he drove him over to the area of 270th Avenue. I also bring that up for this reason. There was much ado being made about the fact that Mr. Dinkins was wearing that white t-shirt, a man's undershirt that had no sleeves on it, when we see him going into the quick shop and leaving. But then Mr. Brink is describing the black male subject having on some type of black shirt. The state went to photographs taken of articles removed from that vehicle. What do we see? We see an article of black clothing that had been taken out of the front passenger compartment. We also see a box of clothing in the rear portion of that trunk. To be able to pull an article of clothing out, put it on, take it off, is something that's very easy to do. But I bring that up because I think it's very important to mention before the state forgets that. So then, when Mr. Dinkins goes down that staircase, Andrea Culberson looks out, the Impala's gone, Mr. Dinkins gone, and Breasia's gone. She was asked specifically when she looked out and saw Breasia there, did you see any activity in the parking lot? None. Any individuals around? None. Those questions were asked because the assertion being from defense is that if Andrea did not see Mr. Dinkins get into that Impala, if Andrea did not see Breasia get into that Impala, then there's no evidence to show that Breasia was with Henry Dinkins, and the state absolutely disagrees with that. That sequence of events and the observations of Andrea Culberson absolutely answers that question. Mr. Dinkins left Jersey Meadow apartment complex with Breasia in the car, and we know that Breasia is still alive at 3:30. But what has happened before 3:30 and before Andrea's discovery that Breasia is missing? DL gives us a perspective. He talks about being asleep. He talks about how he's kicked very hard by his sister. There was a discussion about, is this simply a sibling who's rolling around, and maybe they touched. No, this was different. This hurt. And then DL, while he didn't recollect that during his testimony, when he was interviewed on June 10th, described noticing his sister missing, hearing his father's voice, peeking out the bedroom, and seeing his father go down those stairs with Breasia and talking with her about cars. An interesting point that the child brings up when Aisha Langford says that Mr. Dinkins only comes around when he gets a new car or he gets a new girlfriend. So, what's happened between or before 3 a.m.? So between the time that everybody's gone down to bed, with DL being the last individual in that house to fall asleep, what has happened between that time frame and 3 o'clock when Andrea makes the discovery? Now, before I talk about this, I've got a demonstrative exhibit that actually is a collection of still images that were a part of exhibits the state has introduced. But Your Honor, just for purposes of perspective, let's go back down and let's just discuss the area of Schmidt Road and Credit Island if we can. We know that River Drive is our southernmost east-west street. And we know that the area that we're going to be talking about where Mr. Dinkins' RV is parked and Credit Island, that's in an area of town that's more industrial in nature. And so during this time of night, in the middle of the night, there's not a lot of activity there, okay? So we know that Credit Island is on the south side of River Drive. We know that the southernmost point will be the Mississippi River that runs east and west along that area. We know that Schmidt Road, if you come out of Credit Island and you turn right or travel east, Schmidt Road essentially is about 400 meters. So the distance of one lap around the track. And I think that was a very good way of describing it so that the court would understand the closeness of both entry points so that the court will understand it takes very little time to travel from Schmidt Road to enter onto Credit Island. Now, Schmidt Road, we know, is a north-south street. At the southernmost point, this is where you turn onto River Drive. It's not a very long street because then at its northern point, it turns onto Rockingham, which is our east-west street. And we know if we go further east, it turns into Second. High B is our most western point on Rockingham that has video surveillance feed that gives us information about what happened after the trip to Clinton that morning. Then we know that Purina is a factory that is there at the corner of Rockingham and Schmidt Road. It lies on the eastern side of Rockingham and Schmidt. We know if you go from north to south on the east side, we've got Purina. We've got 743 Schmidt Road. That is that area where individuals can store their vehicles. We know that that's where Mr. Dinkins' RV was stored. And then we know then Jack's Brake and Alignment is the southernmost building there. We've got video surveillance equipment on Jack's Brake and Alignment, and this is a constant feed. So it never stops. We know at Hy-Vee it's a constant feed. We know at Purina it's a constant feed. But then to the east of both 743 Schmidt and Jack's Brake and Alignment, we have Devon Self-Storage. We've got cameras affixed to this building, but they're only motion activated. All right, so those are our variables that we're working with. And then we know over here on River Drive, just to the west of Credit Island, if you come out of Credit Island and you look across the street, if you go down there and you ride your bike, you know, and you're familiar with the bike path down there, there's the bait shop. And then a couple of houses over is Sarah Lowe's residence. Her video surveillance equipment is affixed to the front of the house. And so then we know that in terms of the angle of that camera feed, it shows us that entry point onto Credit Island. So that sets our perspective there, and we understand the relationship of the cameras and activity and how that activity would have been picked up. All right, let's go to the state's first demonstrative exhibit. Now, as we read this, Your Honor, we're going to read from left to right. At 2:13 a.m., we see a vehicle, and it's a sedan, it's not a pickup, it's not a van, it's not an RV. We see a passenger vehicle traveling north on Schmidt Road. Let's stop and think about this. So what would be the most direct route of travel down to River Drive? If you leave that apartment complex, you travel down 53rd, heading west. You get on I-74, heading south. You exit on River Drive, heading west, and that will take you out to the area of Schmidt Road and Credit Island. So it makes sense that that vehicle is heading north because it's turned from River Drive heading north. That is at 2:13 a.m. I would ask the court to pay attention to the shape of what we see, the outline or the contours of this particular vehicle. Because when you stop and consider those contours and the shape, and you look at what we've seen about that vehicle, when we've seen it during the daylight hours, and how it seems like it just kind of slopes down a little bit toward the front, and maybe there's a bit of an elevation toward the rear, this is exactly consistent with that. So that vehicle is heading north at 2:13 a.m. Now, at Devon Self-Storage, we see Mr. Dinkins' RV right here. And we see a vehicle departing the lot at 2:29. So between 2:13 and 2:29, we're talking about a time frame of 16 minutes roughly. Okay? Then we go down and we see that vehicle south on Schmidt Road, and look at the shape of the vehicle. It is similar. That's at 2:30. Then the vehicle turns around at 2:31 going back north. So something is happening that makes that vehicle turn around within a time frame of a minute. So at 2:31, it's going back north on Schmidt Road. Then we have the camera at Devon Self-Storage motion activated, and we can see the vehicle now leaving the area of Mr. Dinkins' motorhome at 2:49. This particular video feed, when the court had the ability to observe it up on the screen, we got a better perspective of what type of vehicle was leaving that lot, and it was consistent with a passenger vehicle. So 2:49, it's leaving, then we've got it south on Schmidt Road at 2:50. So between 2:31 and 2:49, we're talking about 18 minutes. 18 minutes back in that area plus an additional 16 minutes. So what's that giving us? That's giving us 34 minutes. What is going on in this RV over the course of 34 minutes? The court knows that this particular RV is not equipped for anybody to live there. There was no food in the refrigerator. There is no way to hook that RV up to water or anything at all. There certainly were personal items that were being stored there. There's a bed there that has bedding on it. There's clothing and shoes and things like that. And this is a location that is attributable to being Mr. Dinkins' RV. But then when it leaves south on Schmidt Road, it goes on to Credit Island, entering Credit Island at 2:51. And then leaving Credit Island at 2:53. All right. That was a topic of discussion that came up with Detective Obert. And what was going on in this area of town. And I would ask the court to draw on its own recollection about how they were focusing on any type of cell activity to determine whether or not there was activity in that area with other individuals. And there was. So, there's two photographs that I want to point out to the court. The top photograph is the perspective of the camera angle when law enforcement got in with a search warrant, where we can see that bed, and then right there on a wooden box, we have a cleaning product, and as the court can see, that cleaning product has bleach within it. This trial has spoken very extensively about the import of bleach. Bleach destroys DNA. The state finds it very significant that you've got a cleaning product right there by that bed. And the state finds it very significant that relative to all of the articles of evidence that were sent to the FBI laboratory in Quantico, or even the DCI laboratory, no DNA on anything. It was actually clean. Isn't that what we would expect to find if an individual has the knowledge base to recognize the import of bleach and its ability to kill DNA? And we have that there, but we also have that as a product that Mr. Dinkins has purchased a little after 7 a.m. in Clinton. The state also points out this machete that was above the microwave. If the court looks very closely at those photographs, one of the things that the child talked about is how his father had wiped that machete down with a rag. The court can see the fibers within this machete. We had our analyst come in from Quantico who testified to that, and she did indicate, Linda Otterstatter, I believe it was, she did indicate that there were fibers within that. It didn't match a white and pink and I think purple striped cloth that was in the console, the Impala, and it didn't match that white washcloth that went back with the children's clothing. But through the testimony, we know that there was a white washcloth at Andrea's that had been used to clean off Breasia's feet because they'd gotten muddy, all right? And so it didn't match. But the point being, the child had described it being wiped down, and he talked about there being bleach. Now, moving beyond that. So this is all the activity that happens even before Mr. Dinkins returns to apartment 8. This evidence here speaks to what Mr. Dinkins' intent was. For him to take that 10-year-old child from this apartment in the middle of the night and take her over to this area of town to an RV speaks to his intent. And the state asserts, when you consider these circumstances and you consider the purchase of bleach and the use of bleach, this child was sexually assaulted in this area. But then it became very clear to Mr. Dinkins that there was going to be no way for him to control this child. And so therefore, it forced him to take further action, which was the murdering of Breasia Terrell. And so his returning to the apartment complex at 3:30, the item that he got, the state asserts, is a gun. Now, let's go ahead and let's talk about the sequence of events from 3 a.m. to 3:45 a.m., which really speak to the issue of his intent, his premeditation, and the fact that he was going to deliberately and willfully murder this child. After 3:30 a.m., and 3:30 a.m. is measured by the clock in Andrea's apartment. We know that he went to the quick shop on 53rd Street. The counters are 2 minutes off. So we see, based on its date, 7/10/2020, that Impala is entering at 3:30. It's actually 3:32 a.m. in the morning. We see Mr. Dinkins pull up to the gas pump. As the court can see, the dark tint on those windows precludes anyone from being able to look into the vehicle to see what was going on. But when he gets out of the car and he walks into the store, he's got that lanyard with his keys on him. He goes into the store, he makes the purchases. One of the things that is noted through testimony is the number of times that he kept looking out to that car. Now, if you pull up to a gas pump in the middle of the night, and you have concerns about someone, potentially getting in your car and stealing it and leaving it, well, there's 2 ways to deal with that. You lock it. And in this particular case, we know that Mr. Dinkins didn't leave his keys in the car because we've got that lanyard with him and those keys. He's gone in, he looks out the car. It's very clear that he's very interested in that vehicle. And then when he goes to the pump, he gets in the car after he starts pumping gas, and he gets out after it's concluded. Why did Mr. Dinkins need to fill up with a full tank of gas? The receipt was introduced. He purchased $34 worth of gas. What's a very important point to discuss here at this juncture is the fact that he presented a $100 bill. And then he got $40-some back. I'm not quite sure what that figure is. I bring that up because then we need to go full circle back to his interview with Detective Obert. When he was asked by Detective Obert what his activities consisted during the middle of the night of July 10th, he acknowledged that he left the apartment 3 times. So would have left and came back. He said that he went over to Vince Howard's house, knocked on the door, nobody was there, he came back. Then he indicated that he wasn't sure, wouldn't give us a time frame, but he was out of money. He only had a couple of dollars, and he may have gone over to his RV to get some money. Clearly, he didn't need money because he was able to present a $100 bill there at the quick shop, and he still had $40-some after he made the purchases in addition to the gas. And then he was able to make the purchase there at the Walmart in Clinton after 7 a.m. of over $8. But then I would also note that even when Jared Brink pulled him out, he was offering him $100. So that's very relevant because it goes to the issue of credibility. The other issue I think that really falls within the context of this discussion is the fact that Mr. Dinkins will never, ever provide a timeline for anything that he did. He's given Google Maps to draw locations where he said that he has gone, bearing in mind his first telephone call to Aisha Langford was this: "I just woke up and Breasia's gone." We know that the text came in at 8:08 a.m. Aisha was at work. She just checked in. She returns the call, and then we've got a series of calls after that where his first representation is, "I just woke up and Breasia's gone." That certainly is not in accord with what all of the other witnesses have testified to. At any rate, we know he leaves at 3:38 a.m., and then a particular import is mile marker 124. At 3:44 and again at 3:45, when Detective Obert looked at the video surveillance feed from the DOT, it showed a sedan passing. Now we can't see what it is, but those variables are very important, particularly when we go to what happened with Jared Brink. And then we throw those time variables into the time variable of what was determined up in the area of criminal implements. So, what definitively ties Mr. Dinkins to the area of Kunal Implement during the early morning hours of July 10th, where Breasia's remains were located? The court has heard deposition testimony, and then the court had the opportunity to watch the video surveillance, or not the video surveillance, the interview of Jared Brink. Jared Brink, we know, lives somewhere further north and to the east of Kunal Implement. We know that Jared Brink works at Linwood Mining here in Scott County. So essentially what he's got to do is he's got to travel from Clinton County. The most direct route would quite honestly be I-80 down along the 280 to get off in the area of River Drive so that you could go to Buffalo where Linwood Mining is at. He describes his morning routine. He gets up, he gets dressed, he gets his cup of coffee, he gets on the road, and he heads out. Mr. Brink had indicated that when he was on Highway 61, and this is where we have a plot pointed, he was traveling south, and a black male waved him down who was standing along the side of the road. This black male subject he described as wearing a dark shirt. Interestingly enough, he describes the black male as being more muscular, but when he saw the back image of Mr. Dinkins leaving the quick shop, he only had on that t-shirt that completely exposed his arms and showed a form-fitting t-shirt on his body. He indicated that this individual was more muscular in terms of what he could see. He described him wearing a black hat, which is exactly what DL described and in his interview about how his father had a do-rag on and how he had a cap on. He described this individual as having jewelry on. That's exactly what DL described his father wearing when we got to see his interviews yesterday. But even more importantly, he described the subject wearing a white denim type of short that had some type of screen imprint on it, and he remembers there being blue. And when he was shown the rear image of Mr. Dinkins leaving the quick shop, he said, "Those are the shorts." Jared Brink also described this black male subject as having a mole on the right side of his nose, and the court had the opportunity to see the press release the Davenport Police Department had prepared and had put out. And sure enough, what do we have? We have Mr. Dinkins with that mole right beside his nose. At any rate, he stopped there. They go over to the area of 270th Avenue, and the vehicle is perpendicular across 270th Avenue, as if it tried doing a three-point turn, but the rear wheels went off the shoulder, which the court knows is a steep incline, to the west, and it got stuck. And so he had to pull the vehicle out. The vehicle that he describes is a maroon Chevy Impala. He describes the interior as being tan. He thought it was leather. But at any rate, he also described it being clean and there being that white aux cord. That's an exact match to what we have in this particular case, Your Honor. Everything that he described matched Henry Dinkins to a T. And then we know based on his cell phone pinging, and then I'm going to have the court look up there because I can't tell it. Maybe you can see it on the screen. But I think his phone, Mr. Brink's cell phone, is hitting off that cell phone tower in the area of Kunal Implement, directionally toward the area of Kunal Implement at 4:27 a.m. in the morning. So we've got the cell phone hitting there. We've got the area that is shown, number one, up here, where that contact occurred on Highway 61. When we go to the map of 270th Avenue, where the vehicle was perpendicular across the road, that's the location that Mr. Brink had noted when he was shown those maps by Detective Sean Johnson. And then you take that and you overlay it with the locations that Special Agent McMillan had collected soil samples from after Breasia's body was recovered, and the GPS coordinates. We know of the 10 soil samples, 3 of those were inclusive of soil samples on Mr. Dinkins' vehicle. There were a total of 4 soil samples taken from the undercarriage. 3 toward the rear, those were matches. 1 toward the driver's side, toward the front of the vehicle, which was not a match. That is conclusive. Then we go back to the Impala, and let's talk about the Impala. When Mr. Dinkins presented himself to the Davenport Police Department, there's any number of areas that you could park right there in front of the department and walk in. When he was being interviewed by Detective Obert, he initially presents himself as having been dropped off and that his vehicle was mobile and that a friend had it, but didn't want to give any information about who that friend was. Then Detective Obert discerned that maybe he might have some issues with his license, and that might be why he's reluctant. He says, I'm not concerned about that at all. You know, the whole thing is about finding Breasia. And Mr. Dinkins still is not willing to give information about where that vehicle is at. By virtue of the bolo that went out, patrol officers received that information over their MDTs. Officer Pojar read that bolo and happened to observe the maroon Chevy Impala parked a block down and to the north there on Main. And then the vehicle was seized and brought to the Davenport Police Department. Jill Foster took photographs of that vehicle, and this was a topic of conversation that Miss Foster had talked about when we went around the vehicle. There were areas on the vehicle to show that there was the spray of muddy dirt on the vehicle. And you see it along the passenger side here in those areas. The other thing that's interesting about this, and the state's going to bring this back full circle, not only do we have soil around that vehicle that's consistent with it being up in this area, but then the other thing is that child had described how there'd been a machete in the trunk of the vehicle. And one of the things that Sergeant Pfeiffer had talked about when they started to remove the remains from Breasia's skeleton, or remove the branches from Breasia's skeletal remains, he noted that it looked like a knife had been used to cut branches to lay over the top of her body. And so the state throws that in there because that yet is another connection to this area up here in the area of Kunal Implement. As for additional identifiers, Mr. Brink picked out a white ox cord. That's exactly what was inside that vehicle when it was seized. Mr. Brink, when shown these photographs, or this photograph of Mr. Dinkins leaving the quick shop, it's an exact match. And of course, we've got the maroon Chevy Impala that he described being shown by Joseph Adams after his wife had sent him the image. He picked out the maroon Chevy Impala, and then we see the photograph of Mr. Dinkins there with the mole on the right side of his face. This takes us to the last portion of the story. And the conduct of Mr. Dinkins speaks about volumes about his involvement in the murder of Breasia. We know sometime after sunrise, according to Detective Hammis's testimony, when she was doing the interview, she'd asked, cellular device, what time the sun rose. And I think it was like maybe at about 5:38 on June 10th or July 10th. We know that Mr. Dinkins returned to the apartment sometime during the early morning hours. Sometime after sunrise, Andrea Culberson wasn't able to give us that time. But then we know that when he came up, he got DL, he left, he gathered up the children's clothing, which is very interesting. And then he goes to leave without his phone. Andrea Culberson insists that he takes his phone. So he takes it, leaves with the child. She discovers that there's another bag with the children's clothing. She calls him. He comes back. We see his movement through the video surveillance on the feeds. We see that vehicle going past the Quick Start on 53rd. and this is before the 6 o'clock hour. We see it going east on Eastern by virtue of the camera at Judson Court that faces out onto Eastern. Through the cellular data that was provided to us through Special Agent Veteran, we know that he traveled east on Eastern, back, or north on Eastern, I'm sorry, Your Honor, back east on Veterans Memorial, back south on Jersey Ridge, back to the apartment complex, which is consistent with him picking up the clothes, and then leaving. Then he goes back north on Jersey, and then we've got him at mile marker 124. I will ask the court to rely on its own recollection, but I think that that was about 6:11 a.m. We know then that he went to the Walmart in Clinton where he purchased the Clorox, because DL tells us that his father had his cell phone in the cup holder and the battery had been removed. And when his father went into the store, and we know he entered at 7:04 a.m., that he took the battery, put it in to play a video game. When he saw his father coming out, he removed it so he wouldn't get in trouble. It was that event that allowed us to develop what happened out in Clinton. We know then, by virtue of the canvassing and looking for video feed, we saw him coming past Posh Farms, past First State Central Bank, going into Walmart. We saw the video feed at Walmart. We see him going back past First Central State Bank, Posh Farms, and then back along mile marker 124. We know he purchased Clorox. DL described how his father went to two wooded areas. And the one wooded area that he described as there being woods, and then there was a road down and you could see a pond. That's Kunow implement. He described his father getting out of the car, and he described his father having a knife and having wiped it off, and he knew it was Clorox because he could smell the odor of Clorox. When we look at the travel times, if you drove past mile marker 124 and went the speed limit, it would only take you 22 minutes to get on Highway 30 and go past Posh Farms. On the trip out, it was 32 minutes. On the trip back, it was 37 minutes. 15 more minutes on the trip back. And what do we have? When Breasia's remains are recovered, we've got those clothing articles that are recovered, the shorts, the t-shirt, and the little bra. The court had the ability to see those articles of clothing as they were pulled out by Sergeant Pfeiffer. Then the court had the ability to be able to see photographs, but most importantly, the photograph that came from the state medical examiner's office. When you look at those black shorts, and this is what Sergeant Pfeiffer had talked about, there was discoloration in the fabric, and we could very clearly see it based on what the lighting conditions were when that photograph was taken at the state medical examiner's office. And you can see that discoloration. Very significant. If you have a child who has been sexually assaulted, you have the perpetrator's DNA that's present on that child's body. Bleach will kill that DNA. Criminalist Stepansky had testified that they had made a judgment call about how they were going to proceed as it relates to the articles of clothing to see if there was bleach. So they noted discoloration on that white t-shirt. They took cuttings, and recognizing that we've got variables that are working against us. Breasia's been out in the elements for a significant period of time. Her body has decomposed. The clothing has been out there in the sun, the wind, the rain, the snow. All of that compromises DNA. But when he went through the series of tests for those cuttings, he noted that Clorox has 4 specific elements. Those 4 elements were noted when the analysis was made of those cuttings. That he described how he used water to try and pull things out of that fabric, to do a pH test with Clorox being basic at 10, This came in at a 7. But he said, bear in mind, water will dilute the pH. And then Clorox in a color test will test a dark blue. This came back as a light blue, but bearing in mind, liquid will dilute the color. He couldn't make a conclusive determination, but the findings are very significant when you combine it with everything else that had happened and the defendant's activities in purchasing bleach. And that tells us everything about what was occurring. Mr. Dinkins is very savvy. He knew exactly what it is that he needed to do to destroy the evidence, and steps were taken to do that. And that is conclusively shown by lab report after lab report after lab report that ended up with negative findings. The only thing he couldn't control was the issue of the soil samples underneath his vehicle that ties his vehicle to that area. I think as far as the last points that I would make, and I'm just thinking about different testimony that was offered, I think at this juncture, really what it comes down to is this: what caused Breasia's death? We heard testimony that she was shot through her left mandible. It traveled through her C3 and C4 out the back of her neck and got caught in her little hair. She was shot twice, from front on the right side of her body to back, and that's where we see the damage from the bullets in the scapula. And Dr. Cruz, when asked to opine as to the cause of death and manner of death, indicated that she died of gunshot wounds and the manner of death was homicide. And then the final piece of the puzzle comes into play relative to those casings. I shouldn't say casings, those bullets that were found with Breasia's body. There were 3. There was damage to some. However, when Mike Tate, I believe, talked about this, I get Mike Tate and Mike Schmidt mixed up. He talked about how he goes through the process of weighing that ammunition to get a sense of the caliber, and it was 38 caliber ammunition. That gun that was recovered from the pond, there were empty casings within that revolver. It was 38 caliber ammunition. While there was damage to the bullets, there were markings on those bullets that could be compared to the types of markings that would be generated from the Lacier Comanche. And when you stop and consider the manufacturing process and the types of markings that it leaves, it was consistent with that. And when Mike Tate ran the types of guns that could be used to fire this type of ammunition, the Lacier Comanche was on that list. Your Honor, when you go through this entire sequence of events, while most of the evidence is circumstantial, and we do have some direct evidence, the evidence in this case is overwhelming, and the conclusions are clear. The child was taken from that apartment by a man who was not her father. She was taken so that the adult nor her brother would know. She was sexually assaulted, and then that child was murdered. And based on all of this, the state is asking you to find Mr. Dinkins guilty of murder in the first degree and kidnapping in the first degree. Thank you.
We'll take our mid-morning break at this time. We'll reconvene in approximately 15 minutes.
Okay, and we will be having a fairy tale when we get back. Oh, let's see, I just had a message. Let me check that real quick. Okay. Let's see. Let's find that video that that Indiana sent. Oops. Just a sec. Let's see. Okay, that was the video of oh, I can't find it now. Okay, let's do this.
Myself and Detective Holmes have been out of our facility vehicle.
We can be
So
on
they
the
made
side.
contact with the patient.
You know where we can also get some more printouts of, we got some flyers that we're about to go out and hang out.
Where we could get some more?
Like, printed, because my cousin, she had ran out of ink.
I know Quick Start might have one of those things where you pay like a quarter or a copy or something like that, if that's something you want to look into.
So there was a flip-flop that they found down there, and we just want to make sure if it's if something she would wear or not. If it was hers, okay?
No, I don't think that one was.
No. All right. Yeah, but I know Quick Start will do that, and then tomorrow during the day, I'm sure one of those copy places.
Sure, is it all
and
over
even if you
Facebook?
talk to them and you show them, I'm sure they'll be even willing to do something
For free. That's what I was saying.
That's what I would.
But
imagine.
we already, gonna put them out. But that's a blessing. That's a blessing.
So
Thank you.
we're going down to the station. So with everything,
No, that's not hers.
so there's behind the scenes type stuff. Okay, we're doing search warrants. We're doing pinging the phones. Okay. Okay. But we have his mobile home down there. The FBI is down there. Everybody is working on it. Okay, it doesn't end. Okay.
I know, but it's 9:31 and I haven't heard from her. There's no way. No, I know. No, that's not her shoe. It's
No,
not her
we
shoe.
just had to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, but we appreciate it.
We.
Not
Okay.
I can't go to sleep with that. Like, what the? It's 9:30 and she's nowhere. Nowhere. I can't even talk to him. What the? Man, she's 10. What the?
Okay, now let's go over to this one that Indiana just sent. Oops. Oh, let's see, I did it the wrong way around. Just a sec. Okay, here we go.
Where investigators found Breasia's remains, and NewsAid's Jillian Mann talked with neighbors who are trying to process a tragedy that is quite literally too close to home. She continues our coverage on News 8 at 6.
Tucked beside Highway 61, in a grove of trees, sits a small pond in a rural Clinton County neighborhood.
I will say that usually it's a pretty calm neighborhood, so any type of police presence is news in the country.
Last Tuesday, this neighborhood was anything but calm when investigators recovered the body of 10-year-old Breasia Terrell from that small pond down the street from Bridget Bowman's home.
Our neighborhood is just we're very tight knit. It's just rare that something would take place like that we wouldn't just have a clue about, that she was there this whole time and we just didn't know it.
You mind if I give you a flyer by chance? I'm looking for my daughter.
It's a discovery that took 9 months of flyers and posters across the Quad Cities and coordinated police searches in this very area along Highway.
Okay. Y'all mentioned a red truck. Well, you can see a whole bunch of red trucks here, so you could very easily see a red truck. Okay.
61.
The whole community feels it, even if it's not one of your own. You can identify with that so deeply.
Now the search is over and a community mourns.
We will continue to pray for them, and we will continue to think about her probably every day for the next months and years, just because it's just a tragedy.
In Clinton County, Jillian Mayen, WQAD News 8.
And neighbors say there has been a steady stream of people who are stopping by at that location, pay their respects at the memorial.
Okay, let's see. There was... Let's go back to... WQAD's playlist. Let's watch the body camera footage of old Dinky when he was talked to the responding officer. Let's look at his body language. Oops.
Your mom? Yeah. Okay. How do you spell it?
AISHIA.
Last name?
Langford, LA, NK, FORD.
Date of birth? Address? Phone number? Okay. And Henry lives here.
Yeah, I guess so. This is where he told me to come.
Okay.
He don't even know how long she's even been gone.
Yeah. What's your daughter's name?
Breasia, BREA.
EA.
SIA.
BREASIA.
Yes.
Okay.
Terrell, TERRELL.
Okay. What's her middle initial?
D.
Her date of birth?
12/4/09.
Okay. What's up, Henry? So when was the last time you saw her?
She was in the house.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw her?
9:30.
Last night?
9:30.
Okay. Okay.
With him.
Okay. When was the last time you saw her?
She was in the bed when I woke up in the morning.
She was in the bed?
Yeah.
When you went to bed last night? Okay.
This is crazy, man. This is like, you know what I'm saying? I know it's hysterical, big brother.
Yeah. DIN.
KINS.
Your date of birth, Henry?
August 2nd, 72.
Is this your home address?
No.
What's your address?
It's down by Ralston Carina.
I just
Yeah, I just know that.
You don't know your
I don't know the
address?
full address.
Do you know your phone number?
Hell no, I don't even know that either. swear to God, I don't.
Henry, you don't know where your daughter is. You don't know your address. And you don't know your phone number.
No, for real. I'm finna
So,
give it to
buddy,
you now. You think I'll be lying, but
well, no, it's just it's kind of.
because I don't call myself.
I know, but you got to know your number. You got to know your address.
I don't.
So this is your girlfriend's address here?
This is good for it.
Okay.
Okay, here go my phone number here.
I bet people have been banging on it.
4078?
4078.
Okay, what was she last wearing?
In the bed.
What you have on, some shorts?
What color?
I don't remember. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you.
What's her height and weight, you think?
She's a little taller than he is.
She's just tall.
Okay.
She's a little taller than that. She's probably about like this.
Okay. What's her hair look like?
She has dreads. Long.
Dreads.
Long.
Long and dreads hair?
Yep.
Like shoulder length or
Down.
middle of the back?
Down here.
Okay. Mid back, dreads. Right? Is that how we would label that?
Yes.
She had shorts on.
Did she still have a white shirt on?
She had she had the shirt that you gave her.
The white shirt.
All white?
It's long.
All white t-shirt, yep.
And you guys don't have alarms or anything on your doors if the door's open?
No.
Okay.
You should get one. You should get one.
And
Talking about getting one.
listen, I know this sounds dumb. I've lost my kids too.
Right.
Okay. Actually, mine just happened last week, and we went back in and we found them in the bedroom.
No, we just searched.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to who have you called? What doors have you knocked on?
I don't know these people out here.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But I called her.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And she told me she was at work. At first, I was riding around looking. And then me and my son started riding around looking.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And then
So how long ago has it been? An hour?
It's been a couple hours.
Couple hours?
Couple hours.
Okay.
Couple hours.
Have we called grandmas? Have we called cousins?
That's what I just asked. She the one. I don't know all that. She knows all that.
She called my grandma already.
She
Okay.
knows all that, not me.
Okay. Do we have a picture?
She does.
Okay.
Yeah. She got the picture.
Who's the girl that lives here? Andrea? What's Andrea's last name? Culberson.
He need a picture of her.
You don't have nothing with you right now. Okay, that's fine. Have we called family?
I've called everybody. I have my
Okay.
uncle out riding around. My mom's on her way out here. My
We've been
friends on their
everywhere.
way out
We've
here.
been everywhere.
And she's gonna be with a friend inside some apartment.
That's
most
why I
likely.
just said I'm gonna still look.
Okay.
We don't know anybody out here though. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Okay.
She would have never.
How many?
She would have never. First of all, she would have never woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning. And she would have never.
What you mean? 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm just saying.
That ain't what I
She
said. I
definitely
never
was-
said.
I know
Okay,
you
guys,
didn't say that.
this isn't the time to fight.
Exactly. I don't give a fuck about you walking. You lost her though. Because you was watching her, Henry. What do you mean?
But hey,
I'm gone, sir. Come on, D.
listen to me. Well, you guys gotta come together right now. This isn't a time to fight about it. Okay. So, well, hey, if you, how am I supposed to? What do you want me to do?
I got that. See how she stepped on me. You know
I
what I'm saying?
mean,
I
I got no picture. I got no. What do you want me to do?
What am I supposed to do?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I
All
get
I
it,
have to do is
Henry.
look.
I get it. I
All
get
I
it.
can do is look.
I get it, Henry. Henry, let's go inside the apartment one more time. Look, this happens more often than you think. I mean, well, I understand why she's upset. But when I'm trying to help, she can't run away from me.
You can't
I don't.
get upset and deal with the issue.
Yes.
You got to keep a level head.
Yeah.
You know that. I learned that a long time ago. Huh?
104 and 105.
How many times have you guys stayed out here?
How many times have I been out here? The kids, this is their first time.
Oh, it's the very first time she's ever stayed here.
104 and 105. Start forward.
And so
She's been over here, but they never stayed.
she has never stayed here.
The daughter out.
Like I said,
So I wonder just.
Daughter saying she was assaulted by the mom. And the mom is not allowing her to get her things.
I mean,
this is such a small.
we get.
She's not in our look. She's gonna open the door, man. She's gonna open.
What's her name?
She's gonna open.
Hi there. Are you Andrea? Yeah. Okay, Andrea. What's your date of birth, Andrea?
9383.
9383. And this is 2744, number 8. And what's your phone number?
563.
Yep. So tell me about, like, when was the last time you saw her?
She was here.
When?
What time was that? Folks saying like around 11 midnight. She was here. She was in bed sleeping.
Okay. And you guys never heard her come down, walk out? There's no forced entry or anything like that?
No forced entry, no.
Okay. Do you mind if I just come in and take a quick look? I'm not concerned about anything else. I just want to come in because probably 50% of the time we still find them inside the place when this happens. And
Well, I kind of do my face kind of wreck right now.
what's that?
My face is kind of in a wreck. But
Listen, I go on all sorts of places. I don't care how big.
is he aware of this?
What's that?
Is he aware of this?
Yeah. What's her name again? Was there any fights or arguments or anything last night? Bree is her name? Where was she sleeping at? Your bed? So where were you guys sleeping at last night? You guys slept out here? Oh. Can you look in the closet again? Huh?
That's all closed.
I know, I'm just telling you, you'd be surprised what we've.
I know, right?
So she was sleeping in the bed with her brother? And you guys slept out here? Okay. What time did you guys wake up?
Now, I was still asleep. I don't know what time everybody else got up.
Well, what time did you wake up?
Oh goodness, honestly, I cannot remember what time I was.
Okay, like 30 minutes ago, 2 hours ago? 2 hours ago? Okay. Hey, does she have any friends out here? Like, has she ever played with any of the neighbors? Okay, are you going to come out and help look or not?
Yeah. Well, I think she knows that she's nowhere around there, and oh boy. Let's go back over here, and I'll see if what we've got that might be really short, because they should be coming back anytime. Now here, let's play this.
More than an hour's worth of video of the first formal interview with Henry Dinkins, the day Breasia Terrell went missing. Dinkins is accused of killing the 10-year-old Davenport girl.
And that interview happening after Dinkins left the site of the missing child report. Nina Burns joins us live in studio with our top story tonight at 6.
Thanks, John. At 5, we showed you an overview of Henry Dinkins' first interview. Dinkins relaying very few details to officers. Right now at 6, we dive into the moments things turn.
Back at you. And nowhere in my career have I seen a case where the finger of accusation being pointed at a client has 3 more pointed back at the prosecution more strongly and more firmly than this one right here. I'm going to submit to you just very plainly that this case is being thrown in your lap because the prosecution doesn't trust you. They don't trust you to convict Mr. Dinkins on this evidentiary record. They want you to decide this case on emotion. They want you to decide the case with cameras and media in the courtroom, all the officers sitting here. They want you to decide the case based upon that, rather than this fairy tale that they've spun and this circumstantial, and I use that in quotes, evidence case that they want you to believe. Rhetorically, I want to look you in the eye. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Are you totally convinced that Henry Dinkins committed these crimes? Are you firmly and fully satisfied that the evidence that's been presented before you is enough to say that Henry Dinkins committed these crimes? Those are really the burning questions for you, because that's what reasonable doubt comes down to. You know, our Supreme Court has approved the jury instruction that says, based upon all the evidence, drawing all the inferences from the evidence, or in some cases, lack of evidence produced, would a reasonable person hesitate to act? And I would submit to you that if someone come up to you and said, did Henry Dinkins commit murder in the first degree? Did Henry Dinkins commit kidnapping in the first degree? Would you immediately say yes, or would you have to stop and think? There's no way on this evidentiary record that you would not have to stop and think, because there simply is no evidence to support the state's theory that this man committed these crimes. You simply cannot say, based upon what has been presented here, that Henry Dinkins set out on a plan to sexually assault this 10-year-old girl and then decide to execute her, because that's what it was. It was an execution. Any reasonable person would hesitate to act on this record. A person may have an opinion. I think the state has an opinion. I think the state feels they got it right. I think the state thinks that Henry Dinkins did this, but that's not the standard. The standard is, did the state prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? This is not a whodunit. This is not a whodunit. This is who proved it. I find it ironic that we're talking about Henry Dinkins committing sexual abuse upon Breasia Terrell, but we're not here talking about him being charged with sexual abuse upon Breasia Terrell. I find that very ironic, and so should you. I find it ironic that there's not one piece of physical evidence that can say ever that Henry Dinkins touched this girl in any way, let alone even give her an untoward glance or make an off-color comment or tell her she looks nice, even give her a compliment about her appearance. None of that. What we have is, and what this court is being asked to believe is, by fact that he wasn't paying attention to his biological son, therefore he must be some insidious intent toward a non-biological child with whom he had a relationship. And because he spent more time in the bedroom watching her play a video game and playing a video game with her and with Andrea Culberson, that got the wheels turning and that got the libido moving. And there's absolutely no evidence of that. Andrea Culberson didn't give you any indication that Henry Dinkins was acting untoward toward Breasia Terrell. In fact, the evidence you've heard is quite the contrary. The evidence you heard from DL, we'll talk a lot about DL down the road, but from Andrea Culberson was that everyone was happy that night. It was a good night. You heard it from Aisha Langford as well, that when Breasia come down to get her clothes, she was happy. She was learning how to be an AT&T operator. It was a good night. Henry cooked dinner that evening for the kids. And he cooked dinner for Aisha as well, even though she's a stepchild. Aisha liked going over there because she liked the snacks. Was Breasia, because he liked the snacks. Now, is Henry Dinkins set about grooming this little girl with vanilla Oreos? I don't think so. Okay, that's a theory that the state may have. That speaks volumes as to what this case is. It's a case built upon conjecture. It's a case built upon supposition. It's a case built upon assumption. And it's a case built upon hypothesis. I think you heard Detective Obert say, it's the theory. That's in the record. It's the theory. We don't convict people on theories. We convict people on evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's just not here. The threshold question, of course, and the state admits this when they went into a sexual assault discussion right off the bat, is why. What motive did Henry Dinkins have to hurt this little girl? None. Absolutely none. In her 10 years of life, he had only been good to that girl. Was he there every day of her life? No. Was he there to provide and be the perfect father figure? No. But we're not judging him as a father. We're not judging him as a stepfather. But he was there enough for her to have a relationship with him. He was there enough for her to feel comfortable going there. And most importantly, he was there enough that Grandma, Danita Gardner, felt comfortable sending her along. I would submit that Danita Gardner would not have sent her grandchild along if she felt any inkling that this child was in danger, that Henry Dinkins would somehow sexually harm that child. That's common sense in this case. And in fact, you heard Henry's testimony that Henry first said, no, I'm going to spend the weekend with DL. And then DL kept saying, come on, Breasia, come on, Breasia. And finally, and you can see DL doing that. He's kind of a hyper rambunctious kid. Breasia relented and Grandma relented as well. But the plan, if there ever was one, was at that point for Breasia to come along. This man had not seen DL in over a month since the cookout. And so it was never discussed for Breasia to come over. So to think that he had some sort of preconceived notion that he and Breasia were going to engage in some sort of illicit activity just isn't there either. Aisha Langford was informed that Breasia was over there, and she was fine too. Both Danita Gardner and Aisha Langford testified that relationships between Breasia and Henry were good. And neither one had a problem with Breasia spending the night, even though it was the first night at this new location. So the crime just has to make sense. And the state knows this. The state knows this. I mean, they absolutely know this. So they try to spin this yarn that he's standing in a bedroom in this very small apartment, and DL says he peeks a couple times and sees dad spending more time with Breasia. We're going to rely on that as a motive to commit a sex act, that he sexually abused this child? I'd say not. And then there has to be some connection to that and why he would want her dead. And the state has tried to put together this elaborate time frame with evidence that they say could be Henry Dinkins to say that he actually sexually abused her. Now, Ms. Cunningham called Henry very savvy. I disagree with that. I disagree with that wholly. I mean, look at this man right here. He is not a savvy individual in that regard. If you think about and compress this down to almost the most ridiculous time frame that we have, everybody in that apartment was, as far as the children and Miss Culberson at least, asleep by midnight. Mr. Dinkins was in the Davenport Police Department by noon the next day. That's a 12-hour window. A 12-hour window for him to accomplish a lot of things that just doesn't make sense. Those 12 hours include waking up Breasia, who's a tattletale, who joins him voluntarily. And evidently, the theory is that some sedan, they can't identify that car as Mr. Dinkins, first of all, it's just a sedan, goes down to his RV, and these people get out of the car down to the RV. They can't put him in the RV. It's in the area of the RV. Henry rapes her, and then evidently goes back again to probably cover up the crime. Comes back and we know he's at the home at 3:30 a.m. At 3:30 a.m., he's in the house, and Breasia is seen by Miss Culberson outside the Impala. I think it bears noting that no one ever put Breasia inside that Impala. No one. Didn't even try. There wasn't even an effort to put her in that Impala. It was the assumption that she was in the Impala. At 3:30, then, they assume that these two take off. He drives her up to the area of Kunow Implement, 20, 30 minutes, kills her. Somehow takes the time to shoot her 3 times, and we'll talk about the shooting, somewhat cover it up, and get back to Jersey Meadows around 5:30-ish and pick up his son. And he and his son go back to Clinton. It's 7 o'clock. They're at the Walmart in Clinton. They take their time coming back. If you believe DL's version of the events, he's covering it up with bleach out there, and they're back in town by 8 o'clock. And 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, there's phone calls being made. He's supposedly moving about Clinton, but in this time also, he's discarding clothes. He's showering and scrubbing himself up, making sure all possible crime scenes are sprayed with bleach, and doing it 100% successfully. So not only has he got the mindset to be able to do all this, but he's doing it to an absolute T. There's absolutely nothing left behind. They want to talk a lot about bleach and how bleach destroys DNA, but they also have to get you to assume and understand that not only if their theory is right, that Mr. Dinkins not only did it, but he did it to the point that he destroyed any possibility of DNA at any crime location on any piece of evidence. Because what they forget to tell you, Your Honor, is that they brought in the FBI crime team, okay? They didn't bring in just local people with local resources. They brought in the FBI crime team, and they spent hours combing that RV, okay? And in that RV, they took everything that they thought there would be DNA on. They took anything they thought there would be blood on. They took anything they thought there'd be semen on. They vacuumed the little special vacuums that thought would get any trace evidence on. They took hair. For crying out loud, these people were dressed in Tyvek suits, rubber boots, hats. That's how seriously they took preservation of evidence. And what do we know they found in the RV? Nothing. They were asked to test for blood and semen because from jump, this case was thought to be Henry Dinkins raped this little girl. And that was their theory, and that's what they were going with. The very first moment that man went to the police station, that was their theory. Can't convince me otherwise, Your Honor, because they were testing for blood and semen on July 14th. Why was they only tested for that? Why wouldn't they want all DNA to see maybe who else had been in there? Blood and semen. Their choice at that point was to make a case against Henry Dinkins, not build a case based upon the evidence. You see, they'd already concluded that Henry Dinkins had done this. And now we're going to build the evidence around that conclusion and pick only the evidence that surrounds that conclusion. But nothing in that RV. Now, had she been raped in that RV, they would have found something. I would submit that to you, a hair, some sort of DNA, but they didn't test for DNA. And that's not his fault. It's their burden. It's their burden. And they had that evidence back within a month or so. And they had no blood, they had no semen, and they had no trace evidence. And they had a good year and a half to say, you know what, let's send that back to the FBI, or ask the FBI to test it, or send it on to the DCI. They can do DNA testing on any cuttings or swabs or fabric or whatever. But what was the answer we got when I asked that of Detective Pfeiffer? My supervisor said no. My supervisor said no. Not his fault. Their fault. Their burden. They say that she was assaulted in that RV. They need to prove she was assaulted in that RV. Not just say, well, there was cleaner bleach sitting there, so he must have cleaned it up. Okay, we now know we have a test for bleach. TCI, we heard Agent Stepanski. Okay, let's have Agent Stepanski test it for bleach. There's no elements breaking down anything in the RV. We have it in a controlled environment, for Christ's sake. Let's test that area for bleach. But then if it hadn't come back with the answer they wanted, they'd pivot off that and say, well, you know, there's bleach and laundry products, and we wouldn't have found it there anyway. But note, when they searched that vehicle on July 10, when they went into that vehicle, hours after this young girl had supposedly been sexually assaulted, hours after this man supposedly sprayed it all down with cleaner bleach and killed all the DNA and got rid of any evidence, no odor of bleach was detected. And when you're going to kill DNA, Your Honor, I would submit that when you're going to kill DNA, you don't give it just a couple squirts. You make sure it's dead. You make sure it's gone. And in that enclosed environment, that small enclosed environment, you're going to smell bleach. But then they introduce these albatross pieces of evidence meant to scare you, meant to prejudice you, like the machete, which has nothing to do with anything in this case. There's no evidence that machete was used in any crime. There was no sharp force trauma to Breasia Terrell, and Dr. Graham, Dr. Cruz both said that there could have been, maybe should have been, if that large knife was used to harm Breasia Terrell. And look at that evidence. Look at it closely. That machete is brand new. Not a nick on the blade. The hone, the edge of that blade is just like you bought it at the store. There's not so much as anything that would say that was used to cut a bush. It is brand new. But we have white fibers on there, and we tested it against some other fibers. They didn't match, but we'll forget about that. And, we have a baseball bat. I'm going to ask you rhetorically again, what does a baseball bat have to do with anything? It's in the evidence, and we found it in the trunk. And baseball bats can be scary in crime cases, but there's no evidence to support what the baseball bat has to do with anything. Well, it's a prejudicial piece of evidence and makes Henry look scary. And then the hatchet. Well, the hatchet, you look at that as well, brand new. Brand new, never been used. Never been used. Has nothing to do with anything in this case. You think back to the testimony of Danita Gardner. She was asked by the state about how Henry was with the children, and how he disciplined, if he ever disciplined Breasia. The answer was no. In fact, his discipline with DL was not very often, but when he did, he made him run. He wasn't the guy that got physical with the children. At the cookout, he brought stuff for the children, brought them candy, things like that. He was an affectionate guy. No markers that he was trying to groom Breasia for anything. They want you to believe that he was that night in the bedroom playing video games, and this idea popped in his head, well, I'm going to molest this girl who I think of as my daughter. And now the state wants you to say, well, because he didn't do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rationally during a time where I would submit to you things were irrational. Your child is missing. Your son's mother's other child is missing. You may not think exactly the way that you would think in rational circumstances. So they're going to put judgment on that. They're going to put judgment on that. They're going to judge him as a stepfather and say, well, that makes him a killer. That makes him a sexual abuser. Bottom line is, the state developed their theory way too early in this case. And that theory was Henry Dinkins killed this girl. Henry Dinkins molested this girl. So now let's go find the evidence to find it. And the problem is they couldn't find it. They had all the evidence to possibly put her in that Impala, but they didn't test for the DNA to put her in the Impala because the FBI was told she was in the Impala. And when it came back that we didn't test for DNA in the Impala, then the brass at the Davenport PD said, don't test for it. Why on earth was that not done? I'm going to have Mr. Waters also show a couple of photos right here. I'll have him state for me which they are. Which one is this, Joel?
It's 12-17.
Picture 12-17. This is a photo that from the rear passenger side of the Impala. What I want the court to see there is you'll see 1, 2, 3 water bottles. You'll see a can of Pringles. You'll see a cup, a black cup there. What do people do with water bottles and cups and Pringles? They eat the Pringles, they drink the water bottles, they sip out of the cup. What do people do when they drink out of water bottles, drink out of cups, and eat Pringles? They leave DNA behind. Those weren't seized or handled for DNA either, all of which could have put Breasia Terrell in that Impala. None of which would have proved she'd been sexually assaulted, but all could have put her in that Impala that night. But that was ignored. Again, shows the theory that they were looking through tunnel vision and had their decision made. He sexually assaulted her, and that's why she's dead. We just got to find her, and we'll build our case around that. Mr. Waters, show the other one. This is 12-24. And this is from the rear driver door. And what you see there again, another water bottle, another Diet Mountain Dew bottle. You even see what appears to be a kid's mask. Now, again, those were drank by someone. A mask was worn by someone. Those are some things we can get DNA off of, Your Honor. None of those prove sexual assault. You aren't going to find any blood or semen on those. I know that. You know that. But again, those are items where we commonly find DNA. They weren't tested because their mind had been made up that she was in that car. He had raped her. And they'd find blood. But again, they had the opportunity. They had the evidence for a year, year and a half, and they just chose not to because the bosses said, don't worry about it. When you think about, you can take those off. When you think about the state's argument, they talked about how Henry portrayed himself as a father figure at the beginning of the interview. And toward the end of the interview, the issues between he and Aisha kind of came out, that it was maybe a little antagonistic. I don't know how that can be considered proof that he killed or raped anybody. Any relationship between people, especially who aren't together anymore, is going to have that. You can be a father figure to someone and not get along with mom all the time. I mean, this court is very experienced in things like that. But she said that Henry tried to show the outward perception that Miss Langford and Miss Gardner had a sense of trust about him, and that he would never do anything to hurt the child. That's not a perception. That's a fact. Those kids wouldn't have been there had those two individuals thought that Henry would never do anything to hurt a child. But since the interview got tense later on, something changed. Somehow those perceptions must have changed, and that's just not true. That's just not true. The evening went well. July 9th was a good time for all those people, and there was no need for anyone to concern or worry. And even Aisha said it went well, and she was there later that night. The death of Breasia, we need to talk about that, because it was an execution. It was a terrible death. Okay, I don't think there's any doubt that she likely was shot right where she was found. And think about the person that pulled the trigger. I would submit to you that the person that pulled that trigger was very close to that 10-year-old girl. And he pulled that trigger 1, 2, 3 times on a 10-year-old child. That takes a special kind of person to do that. That's not him. So fold that kind of person into the theory that the government wants you to understand that, okay, we're playing video games. It made DL mad, at least to the point where he noticed it. He has this idea that now I'm going to molest this girl. And I did it, according to the state. And then I take her back home, according to the state. She gets out of the car, and she's a tattletale and all. And she waits. She waits outside the car, if you believe the state, right? She waits for Henry to supposedly go in and get a gun, which we heard no evidence of anyone ever seeing him with a gun, ever seeing him with ammunition. And I don't think the evidence came in that he was hiding something. Andrea Culberson said she just couldn't see him with anything. There's a difference. And then she waited for him to come back. Now, I think the government argued that he knew that she was going to tattletale on the fact that he had just molested her. So he went in and got this 6-shooter that no one knew anything about, never seen before, with no additional ammunition anywhere. And I submit to you, that's pretty telling, because where you see a gun, you see ammunition. The likelihood of someone having a 6-shooter with no additional ammunition anywhere is 0. Where you have a gun, you have ammunition. You saw that in Andrea Culberson's gun. She had 50 rounds right with her gun. You don't just carry around a cylinder full of Winchester 38 plus Ps. There would be 10, 12 bullets. Even if they were loose, there's always extra. So how did he know that Breasia was going to tell on him? You have to assume she said so. You would think she would be distraught. You think she'd be upset. But instead, she stands outside the car, according to Andrea Culberson. And if you believe the state's theory, she waited. And she got back in the car with Mr. Dinkins. And then he goes to Quick Shop, and he goes in and gives 7 glances out to his car at 3:30 in the morning. I'm not sure that's such a big deal. But if that's your evidence you can rely on to convict this man, that's a stretch, Your Honor. That's a big stretch. And he takes his keys with him at 3:30 in the morning. I would submit you should. And he filled up his tank with gas. Well, he needed a full tank of gas to go to Clinton. People fill their tanks all the time when they need gas. The fact that he's filling it up to go to Clinton is another speculation. That's not circumstantial evidence. That's speculation. The 7 nods out to the car, that's not circumstantial evidence. That's speculation. They're guessing on what he's doing. That's all they want to call it circumstantial, but it's all theory. It's all guesswork. It's all speculation. And this tattletale, who you would assume has just been through a very traumatic, terrible experience, according to the state, stays in the car. Doesn't tattletale to anybody else. There's people in that parking lot, people going in and out of Quick Shop. She has a good mama. She has a good grandma. I'm sure she was told about stuff like this. If she's in that car, no evidence she was bound, no evidence she was restrained. Look at the video of the car just sits dead still right there. Nothing going on. So evidently she rides along. They go up to Kunow Implement, and then he takes her down in the woods. This girl he's fond of, at least. And he walks her into the woods, and then essentially that from a very close range, this man has it in him to stick 3 .38 slugs in her head and chest and leave her there and then have the time or whatever to try to cover it up. This is all thought about by him. So he's already covered up the sexual assault. So now he's killed her. He's executed her. Now he's got to cover that up. I mean, this man is the best cover-up artist. Should be on TV. But now he's done that. Now he's done that. If you follow the state's theory. And then he decides to walk over and dump the gun in the water. Get rid of the gun. Now, they talk about time frames. You know, time frames, they can be fickle. You know, people drive different speeds, people stop along the way, whatever. The time frames prove very little without something to put with it. So they try to use Jared Brink, okay? And don't get tripped up by Jared Brink. Do not get tripped up by Jared Brink. I'll have Mr. Waters use the pointer and point to the first picture up in the upper right. This is the information of Jared Brink. In the first picture way up right, that was the pictures of the vehicles and the photos of Mr. Dinkins that were shown to Jared Brink. Now, I will direct you to his deposition testimony and his interview, Your Honor. Mr. Brink told officers that he could not pick Mr. Dinkins out of a 6-person lineup. He did say that one of those on the top, I believe it was the upper right-hand corner, maybe the one in the middle, could have been the driver of the car if he gained 50 more pounds. Okay? He also, in his deposition testimony, under oath, used the term Malibu that he pulled out. Not Impala, he says Malibu. Okay? Remember, he's a car guy. They kept saying he's a car guy. He says he pulled out a Malibu. He also says that there was a white ox cord, right? But he also said that car had a tan interior. That's a tan interior. I'm not sure it's a tan interior. The state, which buttresses my argument that they found only the evidence they want, do self-tower analysis on Mr. Brink's phone. Now, we know where Mr. Brink lives. We know where Mr. Brink goes to work. Of course, Mr. Brink's phone would hit off a tower on July 10th because that's the route he takes to work every day. Had we done Mr. Brink's cell phone tower analysis for 9 months, you're going to see that for 9 months. But again, let's just do it for July 10th because that puts him as the man who pulled out this man from the ditch. And it fits the timeline just perfectly for us. Okay, we start at that conclusion. Let's get cell phone records for one day, and bam, that fits our narrative. But if we were collecting evidence about the case and being fair, we would have thought, let's get some from the spring and the fall as well, because Jared Brink said very clearly that it was cold that day. He thought it was the fall, thought it was 40 or 50 degrees. So let's not be fair about it. Let's just get the evidence we need so we can pin it on this guy. That speaks volumes to the investigation that was done here. The other thing about the gun I think you need to think long and hard about is there was discussion about the gun and how guns in crimes like these many times are stolen. They're illegal. Serial numbers get ground off. This gun was traced back to the point of origin and has never once been reported stolen. That gun was legally purchased and legally owned by somebody. Legally purchased and legally owned by somebody. And there's no connection to that gun to Henry Dinkins. So Henry Dinkins, if he did shoot that person, did not steal a gun from anybody, and he sure as heck didn't buy it from anybody. There'd be a record of it. All we know is that gun came from Iowa City. But that particular firearm was never, ever reported stolen. There'd be a record of that. People have guns stolen. People report them stolen. I want to point the court out next to this soil sample testing that the state really relies on. And I want the court to look very closely at the exhibit on that. There's a couple of things about that that I think are important and very explanatory. Again, that is another piece of evidence that fits the theory. So let's point to those 3 areas of samples that were taken that are for inclusion, okay? Don't get tripped up by that word inclusion. It doesn't mean it's that it came from that area. It just means that it cannot be eliminated, okay? It's those word tricks that the FBI plays. Remember the testimony of the individual who did the soil samples. First of all, the 10 samples came from a very small area, the size of an automobile, okay? 7 of those were absolutely not a match. Those are excluded. So the size of an automobile, 7 don't match, 3 are supported for inclusion. That really doesn't tell us anything at all. This is, it could be the same soil. 3 out of 10, I would submit, you could probably find anywhere in the area. But look closely at that. We spent time talking about footprints that have nothing to do with anything. We spent time talking about Credit Island, nothing to do with anything. We spent time with DL, and DL is a troubled young man. But as it pertains to the state, you cannot pick and choose those parts of his story that are consistent and say, well, he's consistent on 1 and 2, therefore we have to say our investigation followed that. He was also consistent on other things that are not helpful to them. But he was wholly inconsistent on major facts. He come into court, he's 11 years old, and the state tries to say he's traumatized and this and that, yet they offer no scientific, no expert evidence to say that his testimony could be colored by that. They could have had a psychologist here. They could have had someone to testify that he has these memories recurring through post-traumatic stress or whatever he would have had. They chose not to. Not his fault. But he came in here and testified under oath that he saw his father shoot Breasia. We know that's not true. He saw Andrea Culberson go along and see his father shoot Breasia. We know that's not true. And all of a sudden we hear the story about pouring bleach in the ditch for the very first time 3 years later, after the number of times he's been interrogated and interviewed. That's very suspect. He's very antagonistic toward his father. He's being talked to by therapists and his mother. He's going to say whatever he needs to say to try to convict this guy. But we know the story about being there for the shooting is not credible because you heard Officer Piper say the circumstances in which he believes DL overheard it. It was when Officer Piper was telling Aisha the day they found out. So that testimony obviously was tainted. I also would submit, you heard the video from July 23rd yesterday, and DL was certain that when he talked about a bloody knife and said, I heard it down here. You guys down here told me about it. And the officer, Detective Hammis, was quick to just dismiss it. No, you didn't. And then she said, well, maybe he overheard people talking and stuff like that. I think that taints that testimony as well. And they drive him around for 3 hours. He takes him to Credit Island and said, that's my dad's footprint. And they assume it's his footprint and they start taking footwear impressions. His testimony was just so all over the place that it was not credible. He talks about a bloody machete where there's no blood on it. He talks about cleaner bleach. The first time we heard the term cleaner bleach was in here before we was using bleach. But now we hear the term cleaner bleach. The photographs you're going to see in the RV, what do they say? They say cleaner bleach. He was coached into saying that. He's preparing for trial. He saw a picture that said cleaner bleach. That makes his story more credible. He's going to nail his dad. I feel sad for that kid. I feel very sad for that child. But his testimony has been tainted. He said also that Breasia was alive twice at 5:30 a.m. That was on July 23rd. State says, he's consistent on that, and that drove their investigation. That fact they ignored. They ignored the fact that he said Breasia was alive at 5:30 a.m. There was light out. Detective Hammonds looked at her watch and said 5:38. They don't get to pick and choose what parts of his story they think are true and what part of the stories they think are untrue. They drove him to Clinton. And they pull into Walmart and, oh, this is where we were. They drove him to Credit Island. This is where we were. I mean, so much of this is almost confirmation bias, Your Honor. You got an 8-year-old kid, barely competent to even testify at that point in time, being guided by police, and again, being led down the way based upon a hunch. I think Detective Hammonds said yesterday, based upon a hunch, we took him to Credit Island down that way. And then, he told them what they wanted to hear. But Credit Island, it turns out, had nothing to do with anything. There were no 6 guys fishing. There was no fishing pool. But did that steer the investigation? Nope, it didn't. They ignore that. They ignore all that. But they find a couple of places where they can say we can hang our hat on DL's testimony, and we're going to hang our hat on that. The other stuff we're going to ignore because it doesn't fit the theory. It doesn't fit where we started and where we want to end up. He said on 61 and 30, we need to keep going straight, and they ignored that. Why did they ignore that? It didn't fit the narrative at that time. They come back, he's pointing at wooded areas saying, there. They ignore that. That is looking at a case through tunnel vision. We're going to have DL hopefully tell us what we want to hear. We have evidence. Well, we want him to tell us stuff that matches up to that evidence. That's exactly what they were doing. Mr. Dinkins is so savvy that he was able to cover up all his crimes. So savvy, so good. He is a psychopath with tendencies like no other to get away with this crime. You have to believe that. And that is unbelievable. Okay, so Henry has to know, Your Honor, that when you commit a crime like sex assault, assuming that he committed sex assault, which we have no evidence of, that you leave behind DNA and trace evidence. First of all, bleach does not destroy trace evidence. It destroys DNA, but it does not destroy hair, fibers, anything of that nature. Doesn't destroy any of that, which they found none of in that RV. They found no hair or fiber that connects Breasia Terrell to that RV. Zero. So bleach argument on that, out the window. If he's sexually assaulting her, there would be a hair that come off her. There would be fibers from her clothes. And this 4X white t-shirt comment that is somehow insidious on his part. Parents all over this country let their kids wear parents' t-shirts to bed. Doesn't mean that they're trying to cover up a crime. That's somehow premeditation. That's just ridiculous. He let her wear the shorts and the bra, though. If he was trying to cover up a crime, why would he let her wear the shorts and the bra that Aisha brought, but covered up with a 4X t-shirt? That defies any logic anywhere. But in any event, he's so good at covering up his crimes that he takes this bleach and he sprays it everywhere. Hits every item of DNA, kills it all. And then not only does he kill it all, he's savvy enough that no one can smell bleach except the woman who opened the trunk and was pregnant and had the heightened senses. That's the only person that said they smelled bleach. But makes it so no one could smell it. Makes it that no one felt or had the odor overcome them. So in a very short period of time. So he bleaches everything, somehow gets rid of the odor, gets rid of all the DNA, and gets away with it. He's that savvy. That's not savvy. That's next level generation crime stuff for which this court and this attorney has, I would say, never heard of. But when you don't find bleach, like on the remains, it wasn't the state's fault because it was exposed to the elements. It was exposed to the elements, and there was an element of chlorine in the clothing. Your Honor, chlorine is found everywhere. You heard Mr. Stepanski. That's why he would not say that there was anything there consistent with bleach. He was very careful about that. Okay, he was pressed on that issue because the state wanted him to go that extra step and say, well, could it have been bleach? And he wouldn't say that. They want to argue that now, but Stepanski wouldn't say that. That's the evidence in the record. And chlorine in Iowa, salt in the soil, farm chemicals in the soil, just basic soil. I mean, there's going to be chlorine everywhere, but bleach has to be bleach? No. I think that's a fool's argument meant to try to prejudice you. And look at that picture of those black shorts. Okay, that's sun damage. And what do you do if you pour bleach on? Just common sense. You get a gallon of bleach. You're pouring it over from 6 feet above. You're just dumping it. You're dumping it. You get rid of all this. It's going to bleach almost immediately. It's going to splatter. You can have splatter marks. You don't see any of that. And in fact, Stepanski looked at that set of shorts and says, you know what? It's not even worth testing for bleach because he didn't test it. Okay, but they had all this other stuff. That's what defies logic, is they had all this other stuff. They had the stuff from the RV. They had the stuff from the Impala. They had all these cuttings. They had all this fabric. They had the car itself. They could have cut the fabric out of the trunk. They could have cut the back seat, the front seat. Send it all off to Mr. Stepanski and say, find us bleach, please. But no, we aren't going to do that. We aren't going to do that. Instead, they kind of want to shift the burden over to Mr. Dinkins and say, well, he didn't explain to us what he did. He didn't tell us what he was doing. He didn't explain to us about the gold shoes versus the white shoes. He didn't explain to us about things like pointing and writing on a Google map. He didn't explain to us. He doesn't have to prove anything. They do. You can't forget, they had no DNA. And it wasn't for lack of looking on this man. Okay? They stripped him down naked. They swabbed his penis. They swabbed his hands. They went under his fingernails. And they found no DNA of Breasia Terrell. Oh, well, he must have bathed or showered then. Not his responsibility, theirs. And they didn't find any evidence that he did that. Well, he was driving around, he couldn't be found, his phone was off. That's why there's no DNA. Not his burden, their burden. Don't let them trick you into that. They had DNA that could have been tested possibly out of the back of the Impala to put her in that car. They chose not to do that. Why not? They had no semen anywhere, no bloodstains anywhere, no trace evidence anywhere. They just want you to believe that Henry Dinkins was acting irrationally, acting weird, and bought some bleach. And since he wasn't the real father of Breasia Terrell, and real fathers have designs on their stepdaughters, if you will, or children that are on their own, they must have raped and molested her because she wound up dead. Because that's what happens. Stepfathers rape and murder their stepdaughters. The evidence is not here, Your Honor. Are you firmly convinced? Are you fully satisfied? When you sit and think about this and go through all this evidence, will you hesitate to act? Reasonable doubt is all over this case. Serious doubt is all over this case. And there's only one verdict here. You have to find Mr. Dinkins not guilty. Thank you.
One moment. Ms. Cunningham or Ms. O'Donnell?
Ms. O'Donnell will be giving some comments on.
Thank you. Ms. O'Donnell, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have a preference where I stand or don't stand?
Wherever you would like to. I know that it might be easier for everyone to hear if you're closer to a microphone. We do have the microphone positioned over here if you'd rather stand.
You ready?
I am.
Okay. Speaking of ignoring evidence, what the defense is ignoring here is that Mr. Dinkins is the last person seen with Breasia Terrell when she is alive. And who made that observation? Who placed him with her is Andrea Culberson, the defendant's own girlfriend. She is the person who said, I looked out that window at 3:30 in the morning and I saw Breasia right next to that Chevy Impala. I saw her there. She was alive. And then the defendant leaves, car is gone, Breasia's gone. There was no one else in that parking lot. That is the last known sighting of Breasia. Andrea Culberson testified that when she saw Breasia, she actually felt relieved at that point in time because she at least knew, oh, she's with Henry. We know where she is. She's with Henry. However, after they left and as she testified, she couldn't even put into words what she was feeling because she was confused. She didn't know what was going on. She didn't know why he had taken Breasia out of their apartment at 3 o'clock in the morning and then again at 3:30 in the morning. And because of the nature of their relationship and who they were, she didn't ask. But she didn't call the police. She didn't go searching for Breasia because she knew that Breasia wasn't missing at that point. She knew where she was. She knew who she was with. And so when the police showed up at their apartment shortly before 9 a.m. in the morning, suddenly looking for Breasia, wondering where she is, wanting to search the apartment looking for her, you can see on that video how much Andrea is hesitating. She doesn't want them to come in and search for Breasia. She wants to make sure that Henry gave permission to come into the apartment because she is confused because she knows that Breasia left with Henry and that he's the last person to have had her. So why are the police here looking for her, searching for her? Why is Henry saying it's okay for them to come in and search her apartment, knowing full well that he's the one who had her last? I've been trying to figure out why the defense has not been trying to attack Andrea Culberson's credibility at all throughout the course of this trial. There was no impeaching her. There was no trying to question her on her timeline and on her events or any of those facts. That's because they can't. They can't do that. But who did they chose to go after? And that was DL. There was extensive questioning about his credibility and about what he saw or what he didn't see in his statements and his various statements. Why? When so much of what he said has been corroborated, not only by Andrea, but by video surveillance, by other types of evidence. Why are we attacking this child and not Andrea Culberson? And that's because if you look at the information that DL was providing, not only does he describe things that are corroborated, like I said, by other evidence, but he also places the defendant out at Kunal Implement on the morning of July 10th. He, based on his statements, corroborates that the defendant didn't search, made no efforts that morning to go look for Breasia, like he reported that he had been doing. DL, the morning of July 10th, when he's interviewed by police and as the court got to observe, is a carefree kid. He's unconcerned. His sister's lost, but it's kind of just not a big deal at that point in time. He is not appreciating at all the severity of that situation. He doesn't understand what is going on. And so when he is interviewed and he starts talking about going fishing with his dad that morning and the places that they went, or that his dad pulled out bleach and was wiping off this big knife, he doesn't understand the significance of the things that he's saying or why those things may be relevant or not relevant. He talks about his dad being stuck on a dirt road and that there were these guys, these 6 fishermen who had to push his dad out. His dad had gone fishing. His dad paid them $100. Now, again, from those statements, those are not things that DL actually saw. Those are things that his father had told him occurred. And now this is, again, on July 10th, well before we knew anything about a dirt road, well before we knew anything about this Impala being stuck, months before Jared Brink came forward to talk about pulling a Chevy Impala out of the ditch on 270th Avenue, mere feet from where Breasia's remains were found. DL has no idea what significance any of these things offer. But included in those statements, and when he does drive them around, he starts to describe more. Again, on July 10th, he recognizes Schmidt Road. He talks about this RV. He describes this fishing place as having a little hill. And he kept saying you had to go down there. He walked down there. He took bleach down there by the water. They do drive him to Credit Island, where he recognizes it. He has them park in the gravel. He shows them the path of travel that he watched his father take. He stayed in the car. And sure enough, there are footprints there. Again, he talks about this machete being cleaned off with bleach. They go to that RV, there's a machete there. And again, talking about those driving around in that Impala. And then you heard the testimony from Jim Peters, who has those cadaver dogs. Where did his dogs hit? Credit Island, the RV, that Impala, all places that the defendant went after we submit that he had killed Breasia Terrell. All places that DL said that he went the morning where he's supposedly out searching for Breasia. Those are not just coincidences. Again, the testimony from Jim Peters about what the cadaver dogs actually do is they hit on the smell of those molecules that attach, that scent that attaches to objects like shoes that a person could have been wearing at the time that they committed a crime. Shoes that were in that Impala, shoes that he wore walking around Credit Island, shoes that he wore when he was standing around his RV and then went into his RV, shoes that he later disposed of, and that the officers were never able to recover. So again, that odor of bleach, DL said that he smelled it. Even on July 10th, he could smell bleach, something that, again, Detective Tharp testified to, that when she first opened that trunk, she could smell bleach, which is consistent with somebody opening a bottle of bleach, cleaning it, using it, and then throwing that bottle of bleach back into a trunk. Not necessarily submitting that the defendant took bleach and wiped down everything inside of that trunk, but just that there was an open container of bleach at some point in time in that trunk, which would emit an odor of bleach that wouldn't necessarily last for days and days and days. Now, again, when we're talking about DL and the areas and things that he described, that area near Kunal Implement, now he testified that after they had gone to Walmart and purchased bleach on the morning of July 10th, they went to this dirt road where he observed his father walking with those bottles of bleach and dumping out bleach all over some bushes. Again, when you're looking at why are we attacking DL's credibility, what is the point of making him look like the person who's just making things up? Again, it's because he's placing the defendant there where Breasia's remains were found. Now, this whole statement about whether DL actually saw the defendant shooting Breasia, that wasn't something that he even testified to on direct. That was purposely brought up by the defense on cross-examination, again, to attempt to impeach DL. That wasn't something he actually testified to. And again, what was the purpose of bringing that up, if not to try to discredit absolutely everything that he provided? And while we don't know what DL did see, didn't see, what actually happened, what he may have heard while he was out at certain locations, it is worth noting that without missing a beat, when asked what color the gun was, he said silver. And when officers found that gun, they described it as a stainless steel gun. That's how they labeled it on the evidence records. And if DL was just going to try to make something up and just try to come up with some story, it is odd that he'd pick silver as the color and not black when most guns in this world are black. And even a child knows that. Again, when we're talking about what the state ignored in terms of the evidence here, what the defense is also ignoring is that Henry's DNA was not found in the Impala. His DNA was not found in the RV. When we say that Mr. Dinkins is savvy, you look at those actions and the things that he did on this particular evening, leaving his cell phone at home to charge when he has cell phone chargers in his vehicle, wiping down a machete with bleach, a machete that we submit was used to cut branches. That's it. Those are steps taken that show the level of thoroughness that he had when it came to covering his tracks that day. Taking the battery out of his phone after being forced to take his phone with him. Again, those are steps that he took to try to cover his tracks, to try to make him untraceable. Obviously, bleach, we've heard the testimony, it does kill DNA. But obviously this is a case as well where Breasia's body was not found for months, several months, almost 9 months, I believe, between when she went missing and when she was recovered. You heard the testimony from Mike Schmidt about what the environment can do to DNA. And it is worth noting that even in the clothing that Breasia presumably died in, they didn't even find her DNA on those clothes. Clothes that she probably bled in, that she had some level of decomposition in, and yet her DNA is not even found on those clothes. So to suggest that because there's just no DNA at all, that that's what the court needs to hang its head on, is simply not reasonable. When the court heard testimony from FBI Special Agent James McMillan, one of the things he described was when you have any missing person case, your goal is to start with that person, the person who's missing, to try to establish their last known whereabouts. And then you start with the people who are the most intimate or close to them, people who saw them last, and you try to establish a timeline for their last known whereabouts in an attempt to either exclude them as somebody who could potentially abduct them or include them. And that is exactly what this investigation did from the get-go. They were provided information that the last known person seen with Mr. Dinkins, with Breasia, was Mr. Dinkins. And from that information, the Davenport Police Department, the FBI, the DCI Crime Lab, all set out to try to establish the last known whereabouts of Mr. Dinkins, to try to exclude him or include him as a potential person who could have abducted Breasia. And they were never able to exclude him, ever. When you look at his behavior, the evening that she went missing, according to his own statements, at some point, he searched for her. He found out she was missing. He never woke up Andrea Culberson. He never woke up Detorius. He never made a single phone call. In fact, he wasn't even thinking about his phone in a time like this, when you have a missing child, which is just a crazy statement to make. Instead, he got in his car and he just left. He couldn't point to a single location that he drove to. He couldn't point to a single door that he knocked on. He made absolutely no effort to actually search for Breasia because he knew she was never missing. He knew exactly where she was. He didn't need to go look for her. He didn't need to wake up anybody else and alert them to the fact that Breasia was missing. In fact, he was trying to avoid having to alert anybody to the fact that Breasia was missing. He didn't count on the fact that Andrea Culberson woke up and knew he was gone. And in fact, according to Andrea's testimony, when he came back to the apartment at 3:30 in the morning, she heard him kind of quietly open the door and quietly try to step upstairs because he was trying to avoid causing any sort of attention or bringing attention to himself. He was trying to be quiet and discreet. Now, the defense wants to argue that there's no evidence of a sexual assault. And I would just note for the court, that the state's not required to prove that the defendant actually sexually assaulted Breasia Terrell. What we are required to prove is that when he removed her from this location, from this apartment, his intent was to either sexually assault her or to cause her serious bodily injury. And I submit to this court that there is really no reason why an adult male would take a child at 3 o'clock in the morning from this place where she's sleeping to another secluded area where she had never been, without some sort of ill intent, whether that is sexually abusing her, whether that's causing her harm. There is no reason to do that at 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, without some sort of nefarious plan for that child. And there was a decision made to harm her, to kill her. Breasia knew Henry. She could identify him. This is not some strange child. This is somebody that she knew intimately, and that he knew if she were to tell what he did to her, that she would be believed, because Breasia is a truth teller. And so a decision was made that he had to kill her. Now, we know that he came back to that apartment after he had taken Breasia down to that trailer. And I submit to the court, why would he need to come back to the apartment? What was the purpose of doing that? Why take that risk that she may be seen if it wasn't to get something that had to be so important to him, something so necessary for him to achieve his goal of killing Breasia? He came back for a gun. He went to that closet. We know that he has access to weapons. There was a knife under the mattress, a machete under the mattress in that apartment. In his own vehicle, he had an axe, he had a bat, he had an empty knife sheath, and then in the RV, he had another machete. We know he has access to weapons. It is not unfathomable to think that he also has access to other firearms. Now, Andrea Culberson stated that she did not ever look in his closet. She didn't know what was in there. But when he came to that apartment, he snuck up the stairs, he went to the closet, he dug something out, concealed it on his person, and then he left. Why? Why did he need to come back there if not to grab a weapon? He then took Breasia and he left. Now we know he had to fill up his tank with gas. That's where he went. He's on the video there where he's acting odd, keeps looking out to that car. And there was a lot of discussion during the defense clothing about why Breasia, this rule follower, this tattletale, why she wouldn't have tried to run, why she wouldn't have told somebody about what was happening at 3:30 in the morning when she was outside of that car. And again, it shouldn't be lost on this court that we are talking about a 10-year-old child, a 10-year-old who did trust Mr. Dinkins. This was her brother's father. This was somebody who, according to DL himself, she had been having fun over at this apartment. She enjoyed the snacks. They were playing games. She was having a great time. And then this person took her from her bed, took her to some trailer where we submit he then sexually assaulted her and hurt her. And then now is taking her around again to this apartment where she had never been, didn't know anybody else there, an area of Davenport she had never really spent any time in. And we're expected to believe that she should have just ran away if she was really that scared of him. Because apparently that's what we're going to do now, is blame Breasia for not getting herself out of that situation. And how frightened she must have been in that moment. when she's outside of that car. This man had already hurt her, and we don't know what types of conversations or what he may have said to her in those moments. And I submit he threatened to kill her brother. You move, you say anything, I'll kill DL. And this child, this rule follower, this protector of her brother would have stayed. She would not have ran off or done anything in those moments if she thought that that would somehow impact somebody else. And again, when she's driving to Quick Stop, or when he drives to Quick Stop, it's the middle of the night. She doesn't know where she is. We expect her just to get out and run. Okay, we're talking about what that fear that she must have been feeling and that experiencing in those moments. The defense wants to argue that because Mr. Dinkins didn't act the way we would expect him to act when his child is missing, that that's what the state's hanging their head on. That that's what we're saying here is he's guilty because he acted funny when she went missing. And what is worth noting here is that there are behaviors and there are certain actions that do go towards somebody's consciousness of guilt. And if you look at Mr. Dinkins' actions and the way he was reacting to what was happening in this situation, his behavior is so completely goes against any way that a parent would act if their child is missing. If you wake up at 3 a.m. or whatever time that because again, he wouldn't give a time, and noted that Breasia was missing, you wake people up. You call the police. You start banging on doors. You call her mother. You start looking for her. You panic. You panic. And instead, he's driving to Clinton, Iowa to buy bleach. He goes down to Credit Island with DL. He goes to his trailer with DL. We know at some point that he changed his clothes because he is seen on the Quick Shop video wearing one outfit. You heard testimony from Andrea Culberson that when he came back to the apartment to get DL, he had changed his clothes. And she noted that that was very odd because he hadn't changed them there. So that meant he would have had to have changed his clothes somewhere else. And then again, after you see him at Walmart wearing the same outfit he's seen when he meets with Officer Burkle outside of that apartment, he changes his shoes. Those are not actions. Those are not steps people take when your child is missing. You don't care what you're wearing. You don't care what your shoes look like. You are panicked. You are upset. You are freaking out. You don't have the wherewithal to go, you know what, I think I'm going to wear different shoes now. I should go change them. And it shouldn't be lost on the court that the shorts that he was wearing that you see in the Quick Shop video, the shoes that he had on, none of those items were ever found. The 2 bottles of bleach that were purchased from Clinton, never found. What we do know is that after the defendant left the apartment the morning of July 10th, after making contact with Officer Burkle, his phone records show that he was in the area of his sister's house. And we know, again, from phone records that his sister and his mom were home at that time. And it's awfully convenient that after there's a brief period of time where his sister and his mom are home, they leave. They leave and go up to Tama to go gambling, which is also a very odd reaction for finding out that Mr. Dinkins' daughter, according to him, is missing. But none of those items that he had were ever found again. Now, the defense wants the court to completely discount anything offered by Jared Brink. And again, that's because Jared Brink places the defendant on July 10th outside on that road of 270th Avenue, right where Breasia's remains were found. And again, if you're looking at all of the information that Jared Brink provided, if he is describing somebody else that is not Mr. Dinkins, then Mr. Dinkins must be the most unlucky man alive. Because what you heard from Jared Brink was that on this night, around 4:30 in the morning, a black man flags him down on Highway 61 because his car got stuck on this road on 270th Avenue. The man gets in his car. They drive back to this area where whoever this other person is also driving a maroon Chevy Impala. And they also happen to have light-colored tan interior seats and also happen to have a white aux cord that's plugged right in there. And the right tire of this vehicle is the tire that just so happens to be stuck on this ditch. Again, that right tire where that vehicle was seized on July 10th, you can see that there's visible dirt on the car. And that area of the car is where those soil samples were matched for that particular area of that particular road. Again, this man offers him $100, which again is the same night that we know the defendant paid $100 for gas. The same time period where the defendant reported paying $100 to some fishermen and told that story to DL. This man didn't have a cell phone, or he had no means of calling somebody for help. That's why he had to flag down somebody on the road. And again, wearing those shorts, the same shorts that he identified the defendant wearing the night that Breasia Terrell went missing, the night that he was the last known person to see her, on the one night that she has ever stayed over at his house. If we're talking about somebody else here, again, that's just not reasonable. It's not reasonable to think that all of those different factors and all of those descriptors, that we're talking about a different individual that isn't Mr. Dinkins. Defense counsel brought up the state's burden of proof in this case. As the court notes, the standard is not being totally convinced. It is firmly convinced. They also note the language, this hesitate to act, which is in the instruction that the Supreme Court does not prefer that we use. However, if we're going to be talking about this hesitating to act, the stopping to think, I would submit to the court that stopping to think and considering all the evidence is actually the job of the fact finder. That doesn't mean you're hesitating. That doesn't mean that there's some sort of pause on your part to have to look at all of the evidence here and looking at the totality of it to decide whether that you are fully and fairly convinced. That's in fact the court's job as a fact finder, is to deliberate and decide the evidence from the evidence there. One statement from the defendant that we heard testimony from, when those inmates at the Clinton County Jail who testified that they heard the defendant after seeing a news story about this story, about Breasia's disappearance. He turned to them and he said, they are never going to find her. And those people thought that was very odd. They thought that was weird. You heard the testimony from, I believe it was David Baker, about how he immediately took that to mean this guy knows way more about what's going on. He knows more than what he's talked about. And the court has seen what this area, Kunal Implement, looks like in July. It's heard testimony about the trees and the different brush in that area and how difficult it is to actually see anything during that time period. You could be standing mere feet from where her body was found and you cannot see her because they're never going to find her. That is what he reported to those individuals. One thing that defense and the state can agree on was that this was a horrific act committed by a horrific person. This was an execution. When he drove Breasia to this place she had never been, this wooded area with barely any lighting, the fear that she must have felt, not knowing where she was going, not knowing where she was going to be taken and what was going to happen to her. Then as he got her out of the car, pointed that gun at her, and she knew that she was going to die without ever seeing her brother, without ever seeing her mom ever again. Again, that statement, they are never going to find her. Your Honor, when you look at all of this evidence here, and you look at the state's burden of proof, this is not a situation where the state just focused in on one person and one person only, and you look at all those facts. The defendant's actions that night and what he did to this little girl, to Breasia, he needs to be held accountable for that. And the evidence clearly shows that he is guilty of both of these offenses beyond a reasonable doubt. And we would ask that you return a verdict of guilty for both counts. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take this matter under advisement and have a ruling as quickly as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and we are now officially on verdict watch. I wouldn't expect a verdict before, say, an hour. And I wouldn't be surprised if the judge had lunch. So, let's take a look over. Law and Crime doesn't have a poll. Okay, let's see. What else do we have over here? Let me take another look at the list of videos from the news station. Okay, here, we'll go to when they broke the news that they'd found her. Oops.
Halloween. See you in soon.
Let's see. There's always a lot of time before they actually come up to the podium. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Sikorsky, and I'm the police chief here in Davenport. And last Monday, the Davenport Police Department was contacted by the Clinton County Sheriff's Department in regarding to the discovery of human remains near 270th Avenue near DeWitt. An autopsy on the remains was conducted by the Division of Criminal Investigation, and we have received confirmation that the remains are those of Breasia Terrell. As you know, Breasia's been missing since July 10th from our city. This news is heartbreaking to both Breasia's family and our Davenport community. Our deepest sympathies and heartfelt prayers are with all of those who are affected by this tragic loss. As this case turns from a missing child to a homicide investigation, we know our community is anxious for information regarding the investigation and any charges that may be forthcoming. We also understand the desire to see the perpetrator of this crime brought to justice. However, in order to maintain the integrity of this investigation, one that's been going on for some 9 months now, nonstop, I'm not able to comment on any specific investigative details at this time. And I hope you all will respect that for the integrity of this investigation. This investigation continues to be a joint investigation by the Davenport Police Department, the Division of Criminal Investigation from the Iowa Department of Public Safety, and our federal partners at the FBI. I can assure our community that investigators are working diligently to bring justice on Breasia's behalf. Again, they have been nonstop for the last 9 months. I want to assure our community that when we are able to share details on this investigation, we will. As we told you last Monday in Clinton County with Sheriff Greenwald, that we would let you know just as soon as we could when we had information on this. We will continue to do that for our community's sake, for Breasia's sake, and Breasia's family. We have been in constant contact with Breasia's family. This is a very tragic and emotional time for them, and they need our community's support. We've been working with our partners from Family Resources to ensure they have the support services that they need during this time. And I'd like to let them speak a little bit about those services and what we have here in our community great services for as far as that's concerned. So if Nicole Cisney Durbin, the president of Family Resources, will talk to you just for a little bit here. Thanks, Nicole.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like the chief said, my name is Nicole Cisney Durbin. I'm the president and CEO of Family Resources. On behalf of Family Resources and our community, I want to express my sincere condolences to Breasia's family. We are so sorry this happened, and it was not your fault. The loss of Breasia will create a ripple effect of trauma throughout our entire community. From her mother, her siblings, her extended family members, to her neighbors, her classmates, teachers, school personnel, all of us in this room, our entire community will feel this tragic loss. We want our community to know that you do not have to deal with this loss alone. Even if you did not personally know Breasia or her family, you may still feel grief over her loss and need support. Like the chief said, we've seen this in the news for the last 10 months. Our community is grieving along with Breasia's family. But we're here for you. Family Resources offers free and confidential services to anyone who has been impacted by trauma or violent crime. We can provide one-on-one support, group support. We can offer debriefings for schools or your places of employment. We can help parents who want to talk to their children about this loss and just don't know how. We can tailor our services to meet your needs. We have a 24/7 toll-free crisis line that's available and staffed by trained advocates. That number is 866-921-3354. We are here for the community during this time, and we will work closely with our partner organizations to ensure our community needs are met. Thank you.
As you can see, every time that I've had the opportunity to speak about this over the last 9 months, it's always been more than just a Davenport chief or an officer up here talking to you. We've had tremendous support, collaboration throughout this whole ordeal, and all of which for one reason, and that's working for Breasia and her family and our community. Today we have DCI up here with us. We have the Clinton County Sheriff up here with us. We have members, we have our superintendent from the Davenport Community Schools. We have our school board president here and Family Resources here. Before we came down here to talk to all of you and to talk to our community, we sat upstairs at a table and just recognized, one, how different our jobs are, but that we all do it for the same reason and for the same cause, and that's for our community and our kids and our families. So I will entertain a couple of questions if anybody has any, but I do appreciate you all being here to deliver this message to our community and Breasia's family as well. Yes. Yep, any investigative details that I haven't already talked about right here. For the integrity of this investigation, I'm not going to comment on any of those as of yet. Excuse me? He's still incarcerated at this current time on unrelated charges.
You did mention that it was a homicide investigation that is confirmed from what you found.
Yep. So you know, this now turns, I guess, officially in our eyes into a homicide investigation. One of the things I'll tell you is we've been conducting this investigation over the last 9 months as if it was. But certainly, I can certainly share that that's what it's officially called now here in Davenport.
Can you talk a little bit about what your investigators are going through today? Where are they at? It's obvious that you've been deeply affected by this. Can you talk about that team and what they're going through?
Yeah, I think there'll be a time where we'll be able to share some of those things, maybe in a little more intimate setting. But I can tell you, you know, they're affected by this as well, deeply. You know, it's a 10-year-old girl. So, any other questions? Yes. Your question is, what is it like? It's a big step in the investigation. It's a big step for the family and for the community, and as well as the investigation. So while, you know, I don't think any of us wanted to be here and hear this and talk about it, I think it's going to help with closure. I think it certainly is going to help with the closure of investigation, the continuance of the investigation, and where that investigation goes. So you know, it's tragic, and again, I don't think anybody wants to hear this. None of us want to be up here, you know, talking to family members about this. You know, we've already met with family members and have had, you know, these discussions intimately with them. So this today doesn't come as a surprise at all to the family members, but it's a big step in this whole process of dealing with it.
Is there anything you or the family wants the community to do now?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for the community to help with this right now is compassion and prayers for Breasia's family, and patience when it comes to the investigation. I will tell you, as the police chief here, I couldn't be more happy with the effort and professionalism that's gone into this effort from July 10th until today. I'm extremely happy with the performance of our investigators, but also the assistance that we've had from outside of the Davenport Police Department as well. So patience with us, confidence in us, but also maybe equally, if not more important, I think prayers and open arms to the family. Nicole talked a little bit about it. This is going to affect a lot of people. You know, there's a reason that TJ Schneckloff is here, and the president of our Davenport Community School Board as well. This affects a lot of people, and they're equally as affected by it. I'm the one who is up here delivering the message, but you know, they're affected, and students, teachers, and you can imagine friends. The ripple effect goes a long ways in our community. So thank you for asking that. Yes. Well, I can tell you since last Monday, we've met with them and talked with them several times, if not daily. I know an investigator met personally with them last night. Yes. Yes.
Thanks. You, in August, there was a lot of searching in Clinton County, obviously a big place. Was this an area, going back now to Monday and Tuesday, was this an area that had been previously searched or in that area?
I think that's a question that we'll wait later on for investigative details to bring those kinds of things out. I think that's all part of the overall investigation of that our detectives are conducting.
Obviously, if somebody has any information that's sitting on it, now that we know it's her, this would be the time to go forward.
Yeah, absolutely. All of you do us a great service with getting this information out, and maybe you don't understand how important that is at times. And so anything that our community even thinks could be related to this, whether it's in Clinton County or right here in Davenport or somewhere in between, we ask you to please contact our agency to give that information. As little as you may think it may be inconsequential, I can assure you that we will look into those things. We've looked into literally hundreds of them over the last 9 months. And over the last week or week and a half since this information became evident in Clinton County, more information, has come about from just community members wanting to do the right thing. So I think it's a great point. We want our community to know we still need you. We still need your help. If you think you saw something or you heard something, please contact our investigators. One more question. Go ahead.
Can you explain a little bit more about what's next in the investigation timeline for possible charges? What's next for investigation?
Yeah, I don't have a timeline for possible charges. I will tell you that our investigators our Davenport investigators are working with agents from the DCI and our FBI partners and putting all the information that we've been gathering and putting together over the last 9 months and doing more work in the investigation to just give our prosecutors everything they need to move forward on this. So I don't have a timeline for you, but I can assure you when we do have information on charges that we will contact you and we'll meet again and discuss that.
Do you anticipate this being prosecuted in Devon or in Scott County?
That's not a question for me. I appreciate the question, but that has nothing to do with the Davenport Police Chief or the Davenport Police Department. I have great confidence in our investigators and the help that we've had on this from day one has been nothing short of amazing. And again, all of this was done for Breasia and Breasia's family in our community. So I thank you all for your role that you take so seriously in getting this information out because it does help. So thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes the press conference that we had the day that Breasia's remains were found. Let's go to the flagpole. And I saw a video. Let's see, where is it? Trying to find the tab. Oh, it must be further up. Yeah, it is. Somehow it slipped. Okay, we've got a video from Law and Crime. Buster Murdaugh breaks his silence about the murder accusations in the Stephen Smith's death. So let's look at that.
Any involvement in the death of his high school classmate, Stephen Smith. So what else did he say? Thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy. The only time the general public has heard from Buster Murdaugh was when he testified at the double murder trial of his father, Alec Murdaugh, earlier this year. Now, Murdaugh has granted an exclusive sit-down interview to Martha McCallum for a Fox Nation documentary, The Fall of the House of Murdaugh. Earlier this year, Buster Murdaugh issued a statement vehemently denying any involvement in Smith's death. This came after he felt podcasts and documentaries had cast him as a suspect in Smith's death, and after Smith's mother raised money to exhume her son's body so a second autopsy could be performed. For those not familiar with the case, Stephen Smith was an openly gay teenager whose body was found in the middle of a road in Hampton County in July of 2015. Smith's car was found a couple of miles away with the gas cap off. The first autopsy determined Smith died as a result of a hit and run, but the manner was listed as undetermined. Records related to the investigation showed the Murdaugh name came up several times throughout the course of the investigation as the small town rumor mill churned. Documentaries played recordings of state troopers interviewing people who claimed to have heard rumors about Stephen Smith and Buster Murdaugh. Now Murdaugh is answering questions about the allegations for the first time.
His sister said someone approached her and said that you and Stephen were romantically involved. His brother says that someone approached him and says that you were with a group of young men who beat him with a baseball bat. What do you say to that? To
Again,
both of those?
Absolutely baseless rumors. I unequivocally deny anything that you just read off of that piece of paper. I did not have any personal, intimate relations with Stephen, and that obviously cannot be proven because it is baseless. I never had anything to do with his murder, and I never had anything to do with him on a physical level of any regard.
No one has ever been charged in Stephen Smith's death, and the results of the second autopsy conducted after Smith's remains were exhumed earlier this year have not been released. However, the attorney representing Smith's mother told Law and Crime that a state grand jury is investigating his death. Martha McCallum asked Murdaugh where he was the night Stephen Smith died.
Where were you the night that Stephen Smith was killed?
The night Stephen was killed, I was at our Edisto Beach house.
With your family?
With my mom and my brother.
Two witnesses who can vouch for Buster Murdaugh's whereabouts that night, his mother Maggie and younger brother Paul, are dead. They were murdered on June 7th, 2021. His father, Alec Murdaugh, is serving 2 life sentences for the murders, but plans to appeal. So what has it been like for Buster Murdaugh? As some people have suggested, he murdered Stephen Smith.
What did you feel like when you heard that this thing was surfacing again?
Well, it's a lot like this, and you know, I don't want to be rude here, but have you ever been accused of murdering somebody?
No.
Well, let me tell you, this is very, 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 it's a terrible thing to place on somebody with absolutely no fact. I mean, it has harmed my reputation. I mean, people perceive me as a murderer.
This is the second time Buster Murdaugh has said his reputation has been harmed by what he calls lies. Whether he plans to take any legal action isn't clear, but he called the allegations that he was involved in Smith's death defamatory earlier this year. The Fall of the House of Murdaugh premieres on Fox Nation on August 31st. For Law and Crime, I'm Anjanette Levy.
Make any further motions since you have rested? Okay. Ms. Cunningham, you may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. May it please the court, counsel, Mr. Dinkins. Your Honor, as we discuss the facts of this case, I think initially where the state wants to start is the state wants to talk about the relationships that existed between the parties. Aisha Langford, who the court recognizes, is the mother of CS, who was 13 at the time of this
Oh,
incident.
sorry.
Sibling, of Breasia.
I thought that this was them going back live, my video of the stream. Let's see. I'm confused. Did the stream end?
That the
Okay, I see what happened. I think. Okay, I think I'm not sure Law and Crime ended the stream or not. Let me take a look on another tab. WQAD, which we've been watching because it has better volume, did end theirs. Let me take a quick look here. I thought for a second we had a verdict, but I think not. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Law and Crime did end their stream, so that's going to make it a little trickier to know when they're starting up again, because I can't listen for the volume, so that's going to be tricky. KCRG. Let me look. Hi, Not. I didn't see you come on. Let me take a look. I'm not sure if they cut the camera at the court, and that's why it ended. KCRG. Okay. Let me look. Not seeing it there. I see that there was a news story, probably for the morning news, saying closing arguments to begin, but not that they were actually streaming it. This is a bit of a puzzle. Let me take a quick look at this here. Not sure if they started the other trial. They were supposed to start that yesterday, but okay. Okay, let's that interview with Buster, I think that one was actually aired before. For some reason they reposted it. But I think let's go to the Henry Dinkins being interrogated. So
Harry, what's up, dog? You didn't see your phone? No, I was calling the office back. Yeah, I'm down there. Hello? Okay, thinking you so long you answer my phone call and text messages. Well, I didn't see your phone call. I just answered it just now, did I? Okay, you're at 3 Yes, sir. I'm right here right now.
Okay, I can tell you right now that the police are suddenly very concerned about him having the phone, so that because they're afraid of him deleting messages or doing a factory reset on the phone, and they want the data. So that's why when he heard the phone go off, that he came in like that real quick.
Alright, do you have any info for us? What type of info? Like what? Like what?
Tell them that, hey,
Yeah, he's in the interview room right now. And
hey, we're in an interview with them. We got it.
Okay.
Your phone's gonna be sitting right here, okay?
Okay.
Henry?
Hey, what's up?
I'm glad you're able to get it down.
I was gonna come down, man.
It just makes it easier. We just can make contact with you right away.
But I was right there with the officer when he called.
Yeah, but then you left.
Because she left and I met Aisha. Oh. And it made me mad because she was, basically blaming it all on me. But
First, let's just start with your
my name.
Yeah.
Henry Dinkins.
Henry.
Yes, sir.
And then can you spell your last name for me?
Dinkins.
I'm gonna quiet this so you don't have to. We don't have to get distracted here. There we go. Middle initial.
E.
Date of birth.
August 2nd, 72.
Good phone number for you.
I don't know the number part. It's out there, but I don't
Okay. And then the address is your address up there?
No. I live in my mobile.
And where's that?
I don't know the address. I just know it's right there by Nestle Parinas. Right there. Right there. That's that.
And what is it?
It's a mobile home.
Mobile home. And is it on Schmidt Road?
Yes.
And what does it look like?
It's all white. It's got King Highway on it.
King Highway?
Yeah.
And say if I were to go on Rockingham.
All you gotta do is go down, you will see them
on Schmidt, take a left on Schmidt Road.
Take the Schmidt Road, go down, and you will see like the back of the trailers. You will see them. And then
like the semi-trailers?
Semi-trailers, yeah. And then you pull into there and you will see it right there.
Okay. All white, and then it says what on it?
King's Highway.
And that's where you stay?
Yes.
Is there an address associated with
it? I don't know the address, you know what I mean? But there's an address on the building.
Okay.
But I don't know the address on the building. Okay. That's what the officer was asking me, and I told him I didn't know it.
Okay. And so you have agreement with that building?
Yes.
To have your mobile home there? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And where do you work at?
I don't work right now.
Okay.
I was working at Wilton Precision Steel, okay. But I was waiting until after the corona stuff was over with.
Okay. And you are currently dating?
I mean, she's like a close friend.
Okay.
But we close. You know what I'm saying?
How long you guys been friends for?
A few years.
Yes,
sir.
And what's her name?
Andrea Culberson.
And did you drive her car here, or?
I'm gonna leave that blank.
What do you mean? Well,
I mean,
I get it.
Yeah.
I kind of get where you're going at, but is her car parked out front?
No.
No. Where's her Impala at?
Her Impala's with my homie right now. So
where at?
They moving around in it.
Who's moving around in it?
My homies.
Who's that?
Lil Vince.
What's his real name?
Vince.
Well, okay. Vince what?
Harris.
And they're riding around in it
until I call them.
Okay. And anyone else with Vince looking for it?
No.
Do you have a phone number for Vince?
No, I don't.
Okay. Just so I can confirm
confirm with him that's what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but this is crazy, man.
Okay. So let's start out with yesterday.
Yesterday,
or did you have the kids prior to that? Well,
no, yesterday, Lil Dink wanted to come with me.
Okay. So let's backtrack here. Lil Dink is
Notorious.
Okay, and he is
My son.
Your son. And that's with
Aisha.
Aisha. And Notorious' last name is.
I don't know what last name she got.
Okay. How do you spell his first name?
Detorious.
And then you
it
have
should be Mosley. Yeah,
Notorious Mosley.
Yes.
And his mother is Aisha Langford. Okay. And then do you have any other biological?
No, I raised Breasia.
Since how old was she?
My baby.
Okay. And so you raised her with Aisha?
Yes.
How long were you and Aisha together for?
Like 2 years. But we stayed close friends.
But you guys stayed close friends. So how long? So you guys
We've
were
been
together
friends. We've been friends all the way up to now.
Okay. How long ago did you guys break up? Break it off?
It's like 6 years ago. I'm only guessing that. I'm not.
Yeah, approximate though.
Right.
So Notorious, Breasia are kind of what you consider your
My
kids.
kids,
Is
yeah,
that
they're my
fair to say?
kids. They're my kids.
Okay. And so did you pick them up yesterday, or when did you pick them up from Aisha, or how did that exchange go?
Man, I'm trying to stay cool right now. Me and Aisha, I had seen them, and they said they wanted to come and spend time with me.
What do you mean
yesterday?
Yeah, okay. And where at?
I don't even remember. But they wanted to spend time with me. And, you know me, I'm like, yeah, y'all can spend time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's just like crazy. This is crazy.
So what time did you see them yesterday?
I don't even remember.
Was it early in the morning, late in the evening?
It was probably around in the afternoon sometime.
And this was at Aisha's house.
I don't remember where we was talking, but I picked them up at Aisha's mom's house.
Picked them up from Aisha's mom's house at approximately what time?
I don't remember what time, sir.
Like evening, what time of day?
Well, I think it was around the evening time.
Evening time. So you picked them up from Aisha, and what car were you in when you picked them up?
I don't know. I think it was the Impala. I don't remember. It probably was the Grant. I don't know.
Okay. And then, so you pick them up, bring them back here, or bring them back up. Do you take them straight to your mobile home, or
no?
What you guys do? Just run me through your day.
We went to my
what you can
cousin's
remember.
house. We went down to my cousin's house, and they played with my little cousins, and they wanted to go.
What cousin's house was that?
At Vince.
Oh, Vince. Okay. And where does he live?
On Taylor.
Taylor and what?
Between 5th and 6th.
You know the exact address or no?
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I guess they wanted to go to the house, so we went to the house. They started playing the games at the house, and then they took their showers, and then they got into bed. You know, me and Andrew laid down. I got up. I left. Came back.
What time did you leave around?
I don't even remember, sir. I mean,
and what the sleeping arrangements? How is that? Like who sleeps where in the house? And
I mean, the kids were in Andrew's room.
Okay.
Me and Andrew was sitting out in the living room.
Okay.
We was in the living room, and I had left and came back. And then when I left, I think I went down to Little Ben's house, but nobody was there. And when I came back, you know, I did a little look around. I didn't see Bree. No, that wasn't that time. I don't remember. No, that's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. It wasn't even at that time. I don't ever look at the time. So, I mean, I'm really confused with the time. But I know when I went and looked for Bree,
So
I only seen Lil Dink in the bed.
Okay.
And I left. So I went like moving around and I
left the apartment?
Like
or?
the apartment, yeah, and went like out and about, you know, where she was living. And out there in I don't know the apartment buildings out there. I don't know.
But you're I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So just so I can get this straight, so you pick them up from Aisha's, you go to Vince's house,
Right. They
play with the kids. Then you head up to Andrea's house. Okay. Did you go to your trailer at all?
No.
Okay. And then so you guys go there. You said the kids shower and they get ready for bed, and they sleep in Andrea's room.
Right.
In the same bed together.
Yes.
And then you and Andrea in the room. And then at one point you leave in the night. How many hours do you think was between when you first got there and then you left the apartment?
Probably like about 3-4 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Around
Figure.
And so then you leave, but is everyone still in those same like kind of areas when you leave?
When I was there.
When you left?
Yeah, when I left, ain't nobody came out of no room.
Yeah, everyone was.
Everybody was still, you know, situated. Notorious was before I left. Notorious was still playing the game, and I went in there, and he said he was done playing the game, so I turned the TV off, and he went to sleep. And then, you know what I'm saying, I went in another room. Sat around for a while, bored. I'm saying, left, came back. I'm saying.
How long were you gone for?
I don't know, probably I assume 45 minutes to an hour, 30 minutes. I don't know, somewhere around there.
Okay, and then you come back, and then kind of what do you do when you get back? Nothing. Did you like just go to bed, or did
No,
you
I wasn't
stay in the living room?
I was in the living room. I wasn't even tired.
Yeah.
But I period like when I was there, you know, so I periodically checked them and make sure they was good in there, because we had the air conditioner on, so I had to unplug it because it gets too cold.
Okay.
So I pretty much, you know what I'm saying, like I said, when I realized that and it's kind of odd because I never known Bree to ever leave, ever. You know what I'm saying? Never, ever leave. It was just odd. You know what I mean? And when I realized it, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I went looking around. Then when I came back, Andrea was up. She like, what's wrong? I'm like, man, something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I was freaking out a little bit. So she like, I'm like, man, I'll talk to you in a minute. I'll talk to you in a minute. We gotta figure this shit out. And, you know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want her stressing. You know what I'm saying? So, and then when I came back, I grabbed Dink. You know, and I'm like, man, he like, Dad, where is Bree? I said, I don't know. He's like, and then we rolled around, and then I text his mom. When I text his mom, she was at work, and she was like, I'm like, hey, Bree's missing. She's like, well, stop playing with me. You know what I'm saying? Stop playing with me. I'm like, man, no, I'm not playing. I'm for real. And she was like, um, stop playing with me. I said, look, man, I'm not playing. So I gave Dink the phone. Dink told her, like, Mom, you know, we don't know where she at. So then he handed me the phone back, and I'm like, I got to talk to him. Like, man, your mom mad at me. He said, Dad, I don't understand why mom mad at you. You know, you haven't done nothing. I'm like, I mean, but I'm still responsible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, don't know what to say or do. You know. So then me and her met up, and she was like,
You and Aisha met up?
yeah,
Where at?
at Burger King.
Okay.
And Aisha was like really upset. And I said, you know what I'm saying? I understand how you coming. I feel what you're saying right now, but you know, you stressing out right now. It's not going to help us out right now. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
We have to figure this shit out, you know? So I was like, well, you're responsible, you know, and it made me feel so fucking bad because, you know, I am responsible, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
But I just, like I said, I was like lost. Didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say to her. I was lost for words. I couldn't even talk to her really. And she was yelling and screaming. And then she said, I'm gonna call somebody to come out there to Andrea's apartment. I said, okay. You know what I'm saying? So we went out there. When the dude approached, you know what I'm saying?
The dude as in
the officer.
Okay.
Man,
So did you call 911?
No, she did. I told her I was gonna go to the police station at first. She said, no, let's go to the apartment. You know what I'm saying? So I said, well, we can call at the apartment. You know what I'm saying? And Aisha was like, because first I'm thinking like she ain't really missing. You know what I mean? Something, you know what I'm saying? Maybe something, I don't know. But once it really set in that can't nobody find her, that's when it hit me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, she's missing. You know what I mean?
So did you call 911 or did
Aisha did.
Okay, you didn't call 911.
No, because
And Aisha called with her own phone?
I'm not for sure, so I don't know.
Did Aisha ever have your phone?
I called Aisha first because I was really.
But did Aisha ever have possession of your phone?
No.
Okay. So let's backtrack here a little bit. Do you remember at what point or approximately what point in the night you realized Bree was gone?
I don't remember what time it was.
Were you sitting around and then kind of like run me through again of when you noticed she was gone?
Like, you know, when I came back the second time, you know,
after being gone for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I did like a little check, you know, and you know, and she wasn't there.
She wasn't there. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So.
And you don't know what time you got back?
No, I don't.
Gotcha.
I don't remember. And I was like, I was scared you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wow, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? But I didn't think it was like this serious. You know what I'm saying? I really was like confused.
Okay. And so you get back, and then we
I
put a time frame in between at least. Like, are we talking like 10 to 11 at night? Or are we talking like
after hours? It was
like,
probably after hours. It was probably like closer. I don't remember the time. I'm not gonna.
12 to 2.
I didn't even. The reason why I don't remember the time is because I didn't have my phone.
Gotcha. Where was your phone at?
It was sitting right there on the table, and I mean.
What do you mean sitting right there on the table?
It was sitting right there. Well, not on the table. I think it was sitting on a ledge.
In the apartment.
In the apartment.
But you were in the apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, but when I left, I didn't have my phone.
When you left to
go down to Little Vince's.
Little Vince's, okay. But then you got back.
No, I got back.
Okay.
And then I left again. I left twice.
And where was where'd you leave for the second time, or what was that?
I
about?
think I went to the quick shop. Got a pack of cigarettes or something like that.
What do you remember? What quick shop?
Quick shop on 53rd.
Okay. And about what time would that have been?
I don't. Like I said, I don't.
When you got a pack of cigarettes there?
Yes.
So just so I have it straight, you went to Vince's, you come back. How long in between when you got?
I'm trying to put the time frame together. I could be off, but I know where I went.
Yeah, and that's what I'm just trying to.
I'll figure out. And then.
So you got back from Quick Shop with the cigarettes, and then what happened after that?
Nothing.
No, well, okay. So but then you got back.
Then like I said, I got back. I don't know what time it was, sir.
Okay, that's fine. We can move past that.
All I know is,
at one point or another, you noticed that Bree is not in the room. Okay. And then so, what do you do immediately after you notice Bree's not?
I go outside.
Go outside. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing I did.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I went outside.
Okay. And then, like, just around the area, or did you get in a car and drive somewhere?
I went around the area first.
Okay.
And then I started moving around, like trying to get close within the areas. You know what I mean? Trying to look to see if she was walking. You know what I'm saying, or whatever.
And for the sake of, I'm not looking to hand me off on a driving charge. If you went and drove and tried to find her in certain places,
I went in the area where out there. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to see
around the apartment complex.
No, like outside. You know what I'm saying? Like when I pulled in, I would have
like those businesses and stuff like that.
No, like the streets.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm
the
saying?
nearby streets.
I don't know what streets. I mean, I don't. Like the streets that would go back, the streets that would go forward. You know what I'm saying? It was like by Blockbusters.
Blockbuster. You mean
the video?
Family videos?
Family
Yeah.
video. You know, I call
Gotcha. Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? But,
Yep. And then how long were you looking for her approximately the first time?
What you mean the first time? I looked for a while. I've been looking for a period.
Yeah, no, but then you do come back to the apartment. You said earlier.
When I went looking for her, I did come back to get.
Yeah. So I'm asking just how long was that time frame of prior to picking up?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. But did you have your phone then when you were looking for her, or no?
No. Okay. I wasn't even thinking about the phone.
About the phone. I
wasn't even. The phone wasn't even a concern. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Finding her was the concern.
For sure.
So the phone really wasn't a concern.
So you come back, you grab Dink, and then is that when you and Andrea have the conversation about what's going on, or
No.
Or did you have the conversation prior to you leaving that long time?
I never really talked to Andrea, period, until basically I talked to Aisha. You know what I'm saying?
So Andrea had no idea until after you spoke with Aisha?
She didn't have no idea, period. Like, she didn't have no full understanding what was going on.
Did she know Breasia was gone?
Yeah, I guess she did. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't
Because
know?
I don't know if she went in the room.
Okay.
That's one thing I don't know if she went in the room. So
she knew you were upset or you were panicking about something, but she didn't know
She
what.
didn't know, but I know when I came back to get Dink was laying on the couch.
Okay.
Dink was in the bed at first.
Yep.
So evidently she knew then.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That Bree is not in the house.
Gotcha.
You know, I mean, we didn't talk about that,
Okay.
but I mean, it's like common sense type of thing.
Yeah, it's like, putting two and two together. Gotcha. So then you pick up Dink and you guys go looking again, right?
Right.
And sometime during that time you call Aisha, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you guys meet at Burger King?
Yes.
Okay.
No, McDonald's, not Burger King. McDonald's on Kimberly.
On Kimberly, like East Kimberly?
Eastern. Yeah, it wasn't no Burger King. It was McDonald's.
So you guys meet there in that parking lot, or did you guys go inside at all? Or?
No, because she was mad, and she was like furious. You know what I'm saying? She really didn't want to talk to me. But on the day she kept saying, "You're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible. You're responsible." You know what I'm saying? Why wasn't you watching? I'm like, "What you mean? She sleep? The fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? Who watches, you know what I'm saying? I periodically check, but
Any places you could, I mean, you probably already checked them, but any places in particular that she enjoys or goes to?
I ain't been around my kids in a while. So.
How long has it been?
Some months. Like other than you know, being down there with the river with them, you know what I'm saying, barbecuing for them. As for really having a bond like the way we used to have,
like spending the night,
like period, like our close bond period, like me spending time with them, being with them, around them all the time. That's been some time back. You know what I mean? So.
And how long do you think you were at Vince's place for?
He wasn't there.
No, I'm talking about when you took the kids there after picking them up from.
For a while.
Several hours, probably.
See, it was some hours. I know it was some hours.
Was it dark when you guys got home from Vince's?
No, it was
still a little late.
It was still a little light.
Okay.
Oh my God, this is giving me a headache.
Just gonna write some things down. And you said the kids like took a shower, did what they need to do to get ready for bed right when they got home? When they got to the apartment?
After they ate, played the game.
Okay. So it was a little bit, yeah. Okay. And this, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is this the first time that her and Detorius have spent the night up there?
Yes.
That's
why I'm really confused. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, Lil Dick used to stay with me all the time when I lived on 35th. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Can you grab my phone so I can see who that is?
I got it. Your mom?
Yeah, can I talk to him?
I will just leave it for a second.
I just wanted to tell him to come down here. You know what I mean?
Because I thought you went and picked them up, or they came with you, or something like that.
What you mean by that?
I was told that you went and got your mom, or your mom came with.
No, they was out of town.
Your mom's out of town?
They was closer towards Iowa City. They said they was turning around.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, I thought they would be there, but they wasn't there.
Gotcha. So, okay. First time that they spent the night, apartment 8, right? Was that it? Yeah. Have you spent the night there multiple times though prior to this?
Periodically.
Yeah.
And then, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, periodically, off and on.
Okay. Just so I make sure I have everything right. Kids go to bed. They sleep in the bedroom.
Yes, sir.
So you guys sleep on the air mattress out in the
Yes,
room?
yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't go to bed. You go back to Vince's.
I went down there, but they wasn't there.
But no one was there, so you didn't.
Well,
so
hold on. Let me rephrase that. Did nobody answer?
No one answered. Okay, gotcha.
I don't know if they was there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It's just no reply.
So did you go straight to Vince's and then straight back?
Yes, sure.
Okay. Like you didn't make any stops anywhere else or anything like that?
Not that I can recall.
And then then you went back, and then was it a certain amount of time before you went to the quick shop to get cigarettes, or
it wasn't right away?
Okay, there's some lull in between that.
I mean, probably. I mean, I'm assuming like I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and guess the time because I don't know. I don't want to put a frame on the time, and I really don't know the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
So,
and then did you go to quick shop in the Impala, or is it a different car that you?
Yes, I went
in the Impala. Okay. Got cigarettes, and then you went straight back. Okay.
That took about 30, 35.
Quick shop on 53rd. Is that the?
That's the one by West High School.
West, or by North High School, you mean?
North High School.
Head back, And then it's after that is when you noticed Breasia's wasn't there. Then you go outside, you check first around the apartment area.
And I did see her.
You didn't see her, then you check some of the nearby streets.
Didn't see her.
Didn't see her.
That's when I panicked. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, I knew Aisha was still asleep, so I really didn't want to call her until I knew that she got up.
Okay.
So when I called her, you know what I'm saying, she was up, but she was at work.
Where does she work at?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know it's a fast food place.
Okay.
And when I talked to her on the phone, she was like, quit playing with me. You know what I mean? Stop playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm not playing with you, man. I'm keeping this shit real. Because at first she thought it was a joke. And I told her, this is not a joke. You know what I'm saying? And that's when she said, well, there's only one person here at the job. So I said, all right, you got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off. You got to get off right now. So.
And you just left your phone in the apartment when
Yes,
you went
I
out
really
looking
wasn't.
for it?
I really wasn't thinking about the phone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh no, for sure.
That wasn't a priority. And I was getting ready to leave my phone when I grabbed a little Dink because you know what I'm saying. But that's when Andrew said, "Henry, take your phone." You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Oh," I'm like, "Where is it?" So, and then that's when I grabbed my phone.
Gotcha.
And
And
then
that's how you're able to
communicate then
with Aisha.
Right.
But you never called 911?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Because I really didn't. I really wasn't. You know what I'm saying? It was like I really wasn't for sure. I didn't dial. I should have dialed 911, but I really wasn't for sure. You know what I mean? So I didn't dial 911.
So then you met at Aisha at McDonald's, and then did you guys ride together? Well, not in the same car, but
we
followed each other
rode-
back
we
up
rode-
to the.
We rode up there to the apartment, and that's when Lil Dink came out and said, "Dad, the officer's outside." I said, "Okay, I'm coming outside." So I went outside, and that's when Aisha got kind of like a little frustrated, I'll say, and he was trying to tell us like, give me information. I'm like, who?
The
officer.
Gotcha.
He was like, give me information. You know what I'm saying? Aisha, she was so mad, she didn't even want to give him information. I'm like, all right, you got to get a man information. You have to. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying? She walked away. That's when I walked away because I was just as mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, is you fucking serious? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I call her.
Okay.
I'm like, you know what I'm saying? And it made me mad. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck, man? You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Yeah.
who doesn't give the fucking information? I don't have no picture of Bree. You know what I'm saying? I have just like one or two pictures, period, in my phone of Lil Dink. You know what I'm saying? I used to have a lot of pictures of him in other phones. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't have them in this phone.
Okay.
So,
So you took Taurus with you, and then you met Aisha at McDonald's.
Yes.
So you get back to the apartments. How does Dink come out of the apartment when he's supposed to be with you and Aisha at the McDonald's?
No, that's not what I said. I said, Lil Dink, when the officer, him and Aisha was sitting in the car, when the officer came, Lil Dink came up and said that, the police officer said it. That's when I came down.
Came down from?
Downstairs.
So you were in the apartment
when the officer got there.
Okay. So you arrived before the officer?
Huh?
So you arrived before the officer?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You and Taurus both arrived.
Matter of fact,
the way you made it sound for is that you walked up and.
No. Me and Aisha made it there. Aisha got the number off the building and had them come.
What number off the building?
Because they got numbers on the.
Oh, like the address number.
The address, yeah. They got the numbers on the building.
Okay.
And like I said, I didn't even know the number. You know what I'm saying? I still don't know the number.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's when Lil Dink came up and said that a police officer. I'm like, okay, I'm coming down. And that's when I came down, and I got to talking to him, and he was telling me what something that happened with him before. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay. He's like, don't panic. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to keep my composure. But Aisha already to the limit. And it ended up becoming a scream match out there, even with the officer, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do if you're not giving me the fucking information? I'm like, bro, man, I'm like, if I knew what you needed to know on pictures and all that, I'll give them to you.
Yeah.
I don't have that. You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing I can do about that. But she made me mad when she didn't want to give him that. You know what I'm saying? Because he needs that. That's how you get the, you know what I'm saying, the looking for that person.
Okay.
So.
And then so you leave the apartment while the officers are there, and then where do you
No,
go?
Aisha left first.
Okay. Aisha leaves, and then
I left.
Okay. And where'd you go after you?
I was just so mad. I was just rolling around.
Okay.
I was still looking, you know what I'm saying, but I was just riding, you know, just looking around, you know what I'm saying, like.
Do you remember what parts specifically, like some places that you checked or names of businesses? Did you make it downtown here at all?
I came all the way. I went through the whole Quad City there, man.
Did you go back to your mobile home at all?
Yes, me and Lil Dink went down there.
You this morning?
Yeah. And then once we was looking, you know what I'm saying, we got to looking, you know what I'm saying, and I was like, I needed to grab. What was it that I grabbed up out of there? I think it was a couple of dollars, whatever it was that I needed. Some money.
So
because I was starting.
Was that before or after you saw Aisha?
I saw Aisha. I don't remember, man. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I mean, shit. It was. I seen Aisha. Me and Dink went down and then we seen Aisha.
Okay.
Because I was starting to get low on gas, and I needed to grab a few dollars so I can have. That's why I got it in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? That's so I can continue to like just ride. You know what I mean? And just I was like I said, I was gonna ride until I couldn't ride no more. You know what I mean? So.
And then so Aisha makes contact with you over the phone, and you're down.
I made contact with Aisha.
Yeah, you called her after.
Then
was there a reason why you weren't answering your phone or text messages or anything?
No, because
everyone was trying to get a hold of you.
No, not at this time. Not at this time. My phone be acting up sometimes.
Okay.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what the fuck it is about this phone, but sometimes I gotta text people first in order to call them, and I don't understand that. You know what I'm saying? But anybody, you know, when I go through it and see it, you know what I'm saying? Because when I was moving around, I really my mind really wasn't on the phone. You know what I'm saying? My mind was on Aisha phone calls. You know what I'm saying? Maybe, you know what I'm saying, she found her or something, but anybody else phone call I really wasn't concerned about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wasn't worrying about no other phone call but Aisha. But at first, Aisha said she tried to call me a couple times. You know what I'm saying? It didn't ring. You know what I mean? But once I looked at the phone and I called her back, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And once I got to talking to Aisha.
And so when you said you'd meet us at the station, where'd you go after that?
To my sisters.
To your sisters?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
Out by the cemetery.
Like on Eastern? Or?
Oh yeah, out by the cemetery.
Do you know the address?
No, I don't.
What's your sister's name?
Nita. What my sister got to do with this?
Well, just
she wasn't.
So I know the address, so I can look it up. You know what I
mean? McQuay.
McQuay.
Yes.
Can you spell that for me?
McQuay.
Nita is just Nita.
Nita.
So then you went there, but you said they were out of town. You didn't make any contact there.
No.
And then where'd you go after that?
Here.
Here. Okay.
Here.
Oh, and then.
Well, they told me to give them. When I talked to the officer, I said, well, I want to at least have my mom and my sister come down with me. And she said, okay, well, just be down here by. I think it was a female. She said, come down by. Can you be down there by 12? I said, yeah, I can make it down there by 12.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So when I left from there, when I left from my sister's house, I came straight here.
Okay. And then, so how is your car not here? You know what I mean?
I came straight here.
I get that, but then But the car that you were driving was the Impala, and the Impala's not here.
I didn't say I was driving the Impala.
Well, you came in the Impala.
I never said I was driving the Impala.
So you left the apartments in the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point did you not have the Impala anymore?
What do that got to do with the Impala? I mean,
Because you left there in a vehicle, and that's.
I mean, I'm not trying to make it harder on you.
Yeah, I get it.
But I mean, literally, as for the situation with the driving aspect, you know,
I'm not looking for the driving. I'm looking for the car.
I'm keeping that solo within it.
No, that's fine. I'm more concerned about the car.
I mean, if you want to check the car, you can check the car.
Yeah, we would like to do that.
Yes,
Probably,
you can,
yeah.
without a problem.
Where is the car currently?
It's reachable.
Reachable as in?
I can get it to you guys at any time. That's basically what I'm saying.
And also to backtrack.
I mean, one thing about me, I mean, like I said, if I had any issues, I would never came down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna, pull, what I'm saying, no extra, but when it come down to the, you know how I feel about the driving situation.
And I know that, but I'm not worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out
what I'm saying is
your back trail of when you left the police asked you to stay there and you left, and all of a sudden there's this car you left in, but now we don't know where the car is. You understand?
If you want to search the car, I can bring the car to search for you.
And I'm just trying to also backtrack, like where. I mean, you don't have to say you're driving the car.
That's my mom. I know they probably downstairs.
It says restricted.
Swipe it.
Oh.
Hi, how are you? This is Angela from the warranty department. The reason I'm calling.
Yeah, you can clear that out.
Bunch of junk there. But it also helps just make me understand your route that you took. Because you had the car and then you didn't. I just want to know where that transition took place.
It's reachable, bro. I just say it like that.
But you don't want to talk about how you eventually switched vehicles or.
Never switched. I mean, that was like, I ain't switching no vehicles.
Okay.
Why would I switch a vehicle?
But then, so someone else was with you in the car?
But why would I switch vehicles? Where do you get to switch vehicles at?
Because, so the Impala, you left the apartment, okay? And then now you're here at the station, but the Impala's not here.
It's around. I'll say it that way. It's around.
Okay.
It's around.
Around the block somewhere.
It's around.
Okay. That helps me better understand.
Yeah, I mean, as for the driving, and
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about Breasia, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But it's the point that, you know what I'm saying, me.
I know you don't want to get in trouble for something that's when you're trying to find Breasia. I get that 100%. And so, but you can't think of, I mean, you've checked a lot of areas, and you haven't been around that much.
But see, like, I think Bree and Dink said that they cousin TT or somebody live in that area somewhere around there. I don't remember.
TT?
No, their cousin or TT or somebody. I know that they said somebody lived around the area. I am not for sure who it was. You know what I'm saying? They don't live in the building complex, but around somewhere. I don't even know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who it was.
Gotcha. All right. Hang tight. I'll talk to my other guys, see what they found out. If they found out anything else, or
what you mean about anything else, bro?
like if they found like some video of her somewhere else, or you know what I mean?
Right.
So. Sorry, a little bit. Some of them are still printing. Of course, naturally, we'd have a problem with the printer at a time like this. So, side here. So we'll start near it. And so this is the apartment complex, right? 2744. It's one of the ones up here. I believe it's that one.
Terrible thing, yeah.
So I don't know if you want to trace kind of like with the pen and trace where you went.
Bro, I don't know exactly where I went. That's why I'm not.
Did you stop at any places?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you talk to anyone when you're out
No,
looking?
I was just looking. You know what I'm saying? Just looking. I've been through the whole area, almost all of this area, almost.
So what ones have you not been to?
I haven't went over there by Castlewood. I haven't went over there. I haven't went over Western E Mines over there.
Well, no. So this is 53rd.
Oh no, okay.
This is a
I
complex.
thought this was the whole.
No.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
So you went
I
through
don't
all
drove-
these streets.
I don't
and-
drove all through here, all around through there. I mean, I don't hit Brady, Harrison's fucking. I mean, I just the farthest I went is all the way down. Just like
all the way down where?
Like all the way downtown. Just like what I'm saying. When you circle one area, what I'm saying. You gotta just continue to go through every area.
Mm-hmm.
I've been everywhere, man. I'm not. I mean, I can't even. I'm not going to say where and what streets.
Okay.
I just know I've been all through here.
And did you stop at any? Did you go inside while you're looking? Did you go stop anywhere and talk to anyone, ask them if they've seen someone? Do you remember any places that you did that with?
No, I didn't do that.
You didn't do that?
I
Okay.
just moved around.
Okay. So you were strictly in your car the entire time?
Okay, I'm going to call bull on that. I've been out on missing person searches, and you stop and you ask everybody that you see, have you seen a little girl? You don't just drive around. You want to get other people having their eyes open too, and the fact that he isn't asking anybody, hey, have you seen a little girl? And if you do, blah 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 blah, give me a call, kind of thing. It's very telling that this kind of feels like the West when what's his name drives around the block so that he can say that he went on and searched for the boys. So that's just not how you search for a missing kid. You stop and you ask, and you'd let people know at gas stations and stuff.
Okay. In the Impala, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got back the second time, when you saw Dink on the couch, did Andrea then say anything? Did Andrea ask anything or say anything to you?
The only thing she asked me is like, "What's going on?"
Okay.
That's all she said.
And then what did you tell her?
I didn't tell her nothing. I was just like, man, right now I'm frustrated. I'm looking. I should have said something to her, but I assumed that she knew some little Dink being on the couch.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like, right now, man, I don't even want to talk right now. You know what I'm saying? I really don't want to talk at all. That's basically what I kept telling her.
Telling her, yeah. Gotcha. So there's no
like, I mean, I'm not gonna draw no map because I really don't know where I was going. I was just moving around, just going around. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Not no spot in particular. You know what I'm saying? I didn't go in no stores because when I was moving around after I talked to Aisha and her mom said they was gonna move around too. You know what I'm saying? So I assumed that if all of us was moving around, you know what I'm saying, like even Andrea was moving around on feet, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I mean, was no sense in me staying close to them. It's just like traveling, you know what I'm saying? The more grounds you can pick up, you know what
And
I
then
mean?
I'm sorry, who else was moving around looking?
And Andrea?
Andrea drove around looking?
No, walking around.
Walking around.
Like
walking around the apartment complex or walking
walking
further?
around complexes and then further. I don't know where all she walked to. She
Okay.
just told me she was walking around looking.
Gotcha.
Aisha mom was looking. Aisha auntie was looking. Aisha was looking. Aisha uncle. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
So,
and so was there any texts going around like about the situation, or was it just the phone calls?
I think there was like one or two texts.
When did you text?
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And so would you be fine if we downloaded the phone to have the call logs and the text?
For what reason?
To corroborate everything here about the call logs and the text. It helps everyone out.
Download my phone.
To get the call logs to show that those calls were made at those certain times.
I can show you my phone. I can just show you my phone.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? You want to see? I can just show you my phone. I mean, I can just open up my phone and let you go on my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
What's the passcode to your phone?
Just give me my phone and I'll open it up for you.
Okay. Will you open up right in front of me?
Right, yeah, I'll open it right here. Cool.
And so if you want to just take while I go grab your phone, if you want to just take a closer look, and if there's anything that's sticking out, be sure to mark it. Okay.
I mean, what is there to stick out? But
like for sure, places that you went for sure. think of any or mark any? No.
No, I ain't marking none, but I'm just looking at the whole thing.
Okay.
Oh, my fucking stomach. Why are you looking at me to do my password?
Well, that's what I asked.
No, I said I will open it for you.
Yeah,
but
I'm
not going to give you my password.
Okay.
I will open it for you so you can look in my phone, but I'm not going to give you my password.
Okay. And then you're just gonna lock it.
Yes, but after you finish looking.
Yeah.
I will let you look in there. I have no problem with you looking.
Okay.
That's something I don't have no problem.
Okay.
And what the fuck is it? My mind ain't not even on my phone.
You recently got this phone too, though, right? Yeah.
No, I had this phone for a minute, but
I thought, well, just a new phone number?
yeah, no, this number.
Because you said you didn't know it. That's why I was.
I don't know my number. All I know is 72726.
Right.
See. Why you still watching? I don't want to open it, then, bro.
You know? Okay.
Not if you staring into me while I'm trying to get my number.
What I'm doing is I'm making sure that you're not going in and deleting anything. That's what my concern.
Why would I delete something?
You never know with guys. Trust me.
No.
It happens. It happens.
I mean, as soon as I open it, I'll give it to you.
Sounds good.
So you can look at it.
Yep. Yeah.
No. Let me try one more time. You only get so many tries.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, cool.
Now, what do you want to look at?
So,
I can show you anything and everything.
was there? That's from a couple days ago. Yeah.
No, that was from when I
Well,
got.
Wednesday,
That's from when I got my kids to
So
the
you've had-
conversation when they went to bed. Where was it? I think it's good night, mom. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, good night, love you, Bree. That's when she was.
Well, good night, mom.
You know what I'm saying? That's
What is good night, mom? Though I don't.
That's good night, mom. That's the way she said good night, mom. Too.
Who says?
Bree. They didn't have no phone, so they was using my phone or they used the Android phone to use whatever.
But the phone number was to Lil Dink?
No, that's Aisha's phone, but it's my son, so I don't put her name in my phone.
That's the way you contact.
I contact him.
Okay,
You know,
that makes sense.
I don't contact her.
I got you.
Okay, let me see. So, let's see.
But there wasn't anything about this stuff besides the.
No.
Well, go click on
who?
On Lil Dink again and go down to the most recent thing.
Where are you?
Okay, and then.
Yeah, remember when I told you she kept trying to call me and my phone was acting up?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, here, I can show you phones. Now let me get to the numbers.
The call log.
So let me see. Okay, I'll get this motherfucker.
Then that would be the call log.
That would.
Gotcha.
See,
Okay. All right.
I mean, I like I said, I have no problem showing you my phone.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
But I guess where's the issue of like you just want to dictate of what we see or?
No, I don't. No, I just like, you know what I'm saying? I looked at it like, I don't have no problem opening my phone for you. You know what I'm saying? I really don't.
Okay.
I don't have nothing to hide in my phone from you.
Okay.
Nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nothing at all. So that's the reason why I said I will open it for you.
Gotcha.
I just don't want nobody all in my phone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it don't matter, but I just don't like people.
Well, it does. I mean, it does matter.
No, you missed what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I say it don't matter. When I say that, I'm saying like, you know what I'm saying? If you right here in my presence, you can do what the heck you want with my phone. basically. You know what I'm
Gotcha.
saying?
Yeah.
I want to know what you're doing with my phone.
Okay.
That's all.
Gotcha.
I mean, it ain't nothing that I'm hiding in my phone or anything like that. That is not. I would like, if you like, okay, let's connect it to something. Okay, I want to see what you're doing with my phone. That's all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Nothing-
I mean,
nothing personal.
to be able to download, we would need the passcode, but
Like I said,
which just helps speed up any suspicion we would have of you.
But
You
I
know
don't
what I mean?
understand how I got suspicious with my own kids, man. These are my kids.
No,
You
I
know what I'm
got you.
saying? I mean,
I'm just saying it would clear any suspicion, right?
Listen, I mean, I know you know your job. You know what I'm saying? And I know what you have to do. I know what you have to do. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no issues with that period. But these are my kids, bro.
Mm-hmm.
These are my kids. You know what I'm saying? These are mine.
Yeah.
I'm really like confused. Like, I wish I would have been staying in my same state of mind where I was saying no all the time.
What do you mean by that?
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Aisha, basically I blocked her where she couldn't even call me.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's
And
like, that's
why
saying
is
no.
that? And why is
Because we ever had bad communication sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because of the person who she was talking to. You know what I'm saying? And it just caused a look on. But now she's not talking to that person no more. So it opened up our communication again. You know what I mean? So I mean, I just
anyone you can think of that would try to take Breasia?
Why? For what reason?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You know better than I would, right?
I really
That's why
would.
I'm
The only
asking.
person who would know better than me would be Aisha.
Yeah, but you can't think of anyone that would take her.
I can't see no reason why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Bree's a good kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She's a good kid. You know what I'm saying? She's definitely a good kid.
Okay.
Definitely a good kid.
Then before.
Okay, this guy is an RSO, convicted at age 17, and he doesn't have any idea why somebody would take a little girl. Really? Excuse me. Let's get real.
Or did you might have mentioned, I might have missed it. When you went to Vince's after y'all already went home from Vince's and you went back and you didn't get an answer at the door, what was the reason that you went back there?
So that's where I'll be kicking it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like just to, drink a beer. You know what I'm saying? Sit out, drink a beer, hang out a little bit, talk to, the yin yang, you know what I'm saying? That's as far as I go.
Okay.
For me.
So did you call ahead of time?
No, I don't know. Sometimes I call, but 99% of the time he don't answer his phone.
Okay.
So I don't call. Okay. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just go.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't call him. I just go.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, my babies are good. You know what I'm saying? My son too. You know what I'm saying? They listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? All my kids listen to me. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have no problem with my kids. You know what I'm saying? At all. You know what I'm saying?
No behavioral issues, something like that.
The mom do. I don't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Like they're defiant
with mom,
yeah,
but not with me.
Gotcha.
Why? Probably because I'm more lenient.
Okay.
And I tend to give them what they want.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you want, the only way you can get something out of me if you're acting good.
Mm-hmm.
Good grades, respectful, doing the things you have to do. That's when you get stuff from me. Other than that, you ain't getting nothing from me. You know what I'm saying? And my kids know that.
Mm-hmm.
So this is crazy, man.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, I'm more hurt for Aisha because, you know what I'm saying, that, she had him. You know what I mean? And my baby mama, you know what I'm saying, like I said, I know she feels some type of way behind it. You know what I'm saying? But like I told her, you know what I'm saying, she like, Henry, you should have more of a watch. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never have to watch my kids like that. You know what I'm saying? Never.
Mm-hmm.
Even when I used to keep her in Bree.
Yeah.
I mean, Bree ending. You know what I'm saying? I never had to. Because my kids, you know what I'm saying, we communicate. You know what I'm saying? So I really.
You're breathing kind of heavy. Is it you just
I smoke a lot.
Smoke a lot.
And then I'm,
Gotcha.
you know what I'm saying, thinking about my baby. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's rough, bro. It's rough. Even though she ain't my biological, but she's still my baby. You know what I'm saying? It's just rough.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I kind
Okay.
of like, you know
Well,
what I'm saying? Think about it. You know what I'm saying? But I try to not.
okay. Let's get one thing straight. He got involved with Aisha when Breasia was 2 years old, and they were together as a couple for 2 years. And then Aisha found out that he was a lot older than he led her to believe, and that he was an RSO, and she broke up with him. And at that point, she found out that she was expecting DL. And so he's not, it's not like she's his daughter. I mean, because they were only together for 2 years, and that was 8 years ago. And, no, not like a daughter. Sorry. Try again.
What do you think?
And then I got asthma too, so.
Yeah. What do you think happened?
Big bro, I don't even know. I mean, I'm not gonna even try to even put a thumb on it, a finger on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say something that I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because our communication was good all day.
With Bree?
With both.
With both as in?
Dink and Bree.
Yeah.
Both my kids been A1 all day.
Okay.
A1 all day, bro.
And then?
All day, A1. And then I'm kind of like stopped up, congested a little bit too. So
yeah, gotcha.
This is like.
Well, I can assure you, there's a bunch of people right now with the department going out there. We're trying to do what we
I
can.
hope, pray to God that they find my baby. You know what I mean? Because we need her home.
Definitely.
Need her home.
Yep. And
this is, and I know, like I said, I know I blames me because I should have more watch on. You know what I mean? I know my baby mama. You know what I'm saying? She is like furious at me. Like I never seen her this mad at me ever.
Yeah.
But she got reasons.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's like if I would have had custody of my kids and I leave them over there and something happened, whether they bust a nose or get a scar or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Do you concerned about that? You know what I mean? So
yeah, definitely.
I'm not mad at Aisha. I'm just kind of salty that she won't really communicate with me.
And
you know what I'm saying? And that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Because her mom do. Even right now, you know what I'm saying? I was talking to Donita on the phone.
Yeah.
And me and Donita 100, her mom. You know what I'm saying? And Donita loves me. You know what I'm saying? And the whole family do. You know what I'm saying? So, but I know what Aisha's going through, and it's just gonna take for her to.
And some things that could help with that, right? Of her not being so mad at you.
She is.
Hear me out here for a sec. To help ease some of that, or lessen it, or for us to be able to go input more to her, is that your cooperation goes a long way with us, and it also is not going to make her so mad at you, right? So like if she finds out that the whole passcode on the phone, it is what it is, whatever, she might question that.
Okay, do we want to go over the opening statements or the closing statements? I guess it would be a little interesting to see what the opening statements were, because that's what they intend to prove. And did they do that or did they not? Let me take a look here. Let's do a quick refresh. Make sure that there isn't any pending live. And there isn't. So, let's see. It'll take me just a minute to pull up. Oh, let's see here. That's going to be trickier. Let me go to the WQAD because the first day of the trial, we were in jury deliberations for Austin Ford. So, so that will make it trickier to find because it's not going to be right at the beginning. Okay, that'll save us some time. Let's see. Okay. We've got the date pulled up. Now we just need to. Okay.
And, thank you. No. Are you good? I can start with that. Good morning, everyone. We're here in the matter of State of Iowa versus Henry Dinkins, case number FECR 415636. Mr. Dinkins is present, and he is represented by his attorneys Chad Freese and Joel Waters. The state of Iowa today is represented by Kelly Cunningham, and I understand Assistant County Attorney Liz O'Donnell will be also representing the state. Before we start today, I would like to start with a couple of admonishments for both sides in this case. I'm asking both sides to advise their witnesses that they shall not be viewing any of the live streaming of this proceedings, and they shall not view that until they are released by the court as a witness in this case. Further, I understand that this is an open courtroom, and although it is a bench trial, I expect the same decorum in the courtroom as I would in any trial that I preside over, and I will ask for that respect of the court. Additionally, I would advise everyone that is viewing this trial within the courtroom, they're also admonished that they should not have any contact with any witnesses during the course of the trial or reach out to them in any way during the course of the trial. This trial is going to be conducted as cleanly as possible, so everyone has a fair trial in this matter. The court would first like to address outstanding rulings on motions made by both parties in this case. We had motions on Monday. A majority of the motions were already ruled on at that time. I would like to address those rulings that are outstanding. I'd like to first address the state's motion to introduce other crimes, wrongdoings or acts of evidence pursuant to Iowa Rule of Evidence 5.404B. That was filed on July 22nd of this year. I'm going to deny that state's motion. The court finds the prejudicial effect and undue prejudice to Mr. Dinkins is too great and is not outweighed by the probative value of this evidence. But I will advise the state, if the state determines that this evidence should be presented as a result of how the case proceeds, the state may renew their motion. I will next address the defendant's motion that was filed on July 25th of this year. That was precluding the state from offering any evidence of the defendant's purchase of bleach. I'm going to deny that motion filed by the defense. The court finds that this evidence is relevant to the facts of the case and may be confirmed by testimony of witnesses presented by the state. And the defense will have the opportunity to challenge the evidence through cross-examination. Next, the court addresses the defendant's motion to suppress that was filed on the same date, that being July 25th of this year. That motion is also denied. The court finds that this interview was not a custodial interrogation. Although the defendant's phone was removed from the room, it is clear from the video that he could have access to the phone. Even during the course of the interview, his phone rang and the officer allowed him to view who was calling, and the defendant actually stated he did not need to answer that phone call. And as far as any control of his keys, that was not done until just moments before he requested an attorney. The fact is, the defendant voluntarily came to the police station. He was not summoned down. Next, the purpose of the interview was just simply to gather information about a child that had disappeared and his efforts to locate her and his activities during that time frame. And the defendant was never confronted of any evidence of his guilt during the course of that interview. And at no time did the officer indicate he was not able to leave. He was even allowed to use the restroom and was knocking on the door and was able to exit the room. Clearly, the officer was only trying to gather information. And once the defendant requested to speak with an attorney, the interview was completed and no further questioning. Next, this court will address the state's motion in limine that was filed on July 28th of this year. We'll address paragraph 5, 5A, Roman numeral 1, that was previously granted at the previous hearing. Roman numeral 2, that motion will be also granted.
I'm glad we're going over the beginning here, because I remember now that the first day we came in when the girlfriend, Andrea, was on the witness stand, I believe. And so we didn't see opening statements or get this procedural history of the case. So it's interesting to hear this now. So, okay, back we go.
The court does not find the relevance of this information. And if the defense may request the court to reconsider that upon how the case proceeds. Roman numeral 3, granted. Court again does not find the relevance of this information to the case, and there's no evidence that the defendant knew of this information prior to the incident in question. Paragraph 4, that motion is also granted. There's no relevance whatsoever to this case concerning that information or facts. Paragraph 5 and 6 is also granted. There's no support as to how this information is needed to address any credibility issues of that witness. And all the information or facts occurred after the events alleged in this matter. And also in relation to all of those paragraphs, the court finds that there's no probative value in this, and it is only outweighed by the confusing of the issues in this case, possible wasting of time and undue delay. And paragraph C is also granted. Again, this information clearly would only confuse the issues during the course of this trial. The defendant only became aware of this information following his arrest as to the information that has been provided to this court at this time. And again, any probative value of this is outweighed by that confusion. The defense, of course, may renew these, may address the court and request that this information or facts be presented during the course of the trial based on the evidence presented at trial. I would ask each counsel, do you believe that all motions have been addressed at this time?
The state does believe all motions have been addressed, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
At this time, Ms. Cunningham, I'd ask that you read the trial information then.
In the Iowa District Court for Scott County, State of Iowa, plaintiff versus Henry E. Dinkins, defendant. Criminal number FECR 415636, the trial information. Comes now Michael J. Walton, as County Attorney of Scott County, State of Iowa, and in the name and by the authority of the State of Iowa, accuses Henry E. Dinkins of the following crimes. Count 1, murder in the first degree. The said Henry E. Dinkins, on or about the 10th day of July 2020, in the County of Scott and State of Iowa, did commit murder in the first degree, in violation of Section 707.2 of the Code of Iowa, by willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, kill B.T., as defined in Section 707.2, subparagraph 1A of the Code of Iowa, or did kill B.T. while participating in a forcible felony, to wit, kidnapping in the first degree, in violation of Section 707.2, subparagraph 1B of the Code of Iowa. Count 2, kidnapping in the first degree. The said Henry E. Dinkins, on or about the 10th day of July 2020, in the County of Scott and State of Iowa, did confine or remove B.T. without authority or consent or by deception, with the intent to inflict serious injury or subject her to sexual abuse, and in so doing caused her death in violation of Section 710.2 of the Code of Iowa. A true information, Michael J. Walton, County Attorney. To these charges, the defendant has entered pleas of not guilty.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. You may proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, Ms. O'Donnell is now able to join us, so I would just ask her to come to the council table if she would.
She may.
May it please the court. Counsel, Mr. Dinkins. Your Honor, the facts that you're going to hear about involve individuals who were involved in some type of family relationship. And initially what I'm going to do is I'm going to identify the various parties, describe the relationship that existed amongst the various parties, and from there then I'll walk through the facts of this particular case. Breasia Terrell, during the period of July of 2020, was a 10-year-old girl. Her mother is Aisha Langford. Breasia had an older brother with the initials of CS, who was 13 during this period of time, and she had a younger brother by the name of DL, who was 8 years of age. Henry Dinkins is the biological father of DL. He is not the biological father of Breasia Terrell, and he is not the biological father of the older boy, CS, who was 13 at the time. Aisha Langford is going to get on the stand and she's going to testify that she met Henry Dinkins when she was around 18 or 19 years of age. And by virtue of the relationship that they had, she became pregnant, and that's when she had conceived DL. As far as describing the relationship that she had with Henry Dinkins over the course of DL's life, she will testify that he was not a father who was actively engaged in the child's life. He was not an individual who would spend a lot of time with his son. He was not an individual that his son would go visit on a regular occasion. In fact, he was not an individual who was actively providing regular support to the family. At any rate, with that being said, that takes us to the time frame of June of 2020. Now, during the summer of 2020, Aisha Langford will testify that, in fact, there was opportunities to spend time at an activity where Henry Dinkins was located at. There were cookouts that were taking place. That would have happened during June of 2020. She and the children were participants in that cookout that Mr. Dinkins was responsible for putting on. And then during that period of time, Aisha Langford had the opportunity to meet a young woman by the name of Andrea Culberson. Andrea Culberson was a woman who was the girlfriend of Henry Dinkins, and she will testify that she had been involved in a 6-year relationship with Henry Dinkins. Now, Andrea Culberson, she lived over at the Jersey Meadow Apartments. The address is 2744 Jersey Meadow Apartments, number 8. And that was an apartment that she was sharing with Henry Dinkins. With the backdrop of what had occurred in June of 2020, Aisha Langford will testify that around July 8th, she was traveling in her car with her son, DL, and happened to see the defendant travel past them and pull into a quick shop. DL expressed an interest in wanting to spend some time with his father. That prompted Aisha Langford to pull into the quick shop, engage Mr. Dinkins in a conversation, and indicate to him that he needed to spend some time with his son. By virtue of that conversation, Mr. Dinkins indicated that he would take the child, for a few days and spend some time with him. And so arrangements had been made for him to call, to come pick up DL, and the date that that particular event played out was actually on July 9th of 2020. Now, Aisha was actively employed. She worked at the Checkers located on East Locust. And just for purposes of perspective, because this will become important later on in testimony, if you think of the area where Sudlow Junior High is located at, there on Locust Street, and just about a half block down the street to the east, that's the Checkers that Aisha Langford worked at. She actually was working on the morning and afternoon of July 9th when Henry Dinkins had responded to her mother, Danita Gardner's residence to pick up Detorius. And relative to the plans that existed, the plans very simply were for Henry Dinkins to take his son and only his son. Aisha Langford will testify that while during her relationship, when she became pregnant with DL and Breasia was about 2 years of age, he was not a father figure to Breasia. Breasia had a different father. And so then when Henry Dinkins responded to Danita Gardner's residence somewhere around 11 o'clock that morning to pick up Detorius, the circumstances changed. Aisha will testify that Detorius is very close to his sister Breasia. And quite honestly, they are attached at the hip to one another. Detorius expressed an interest for his sister Breasia, and I should say DL, excuse me, expressed an interest for his sister Breasia to come along. Ms. Gardner took the position that that was an issue that would need to be discussed with the children's mother once she got home. Breasia was very much interested in being able to go with her brother because it was going to be a fun outing. And actually the 13-year-old boy, CS, expressed an interest in being able to go along as well. Henry Dinkins indicated that Breasia was welcome to come along, but he indicated that the 13-year-old boy, CS, could not come along, and the reason that he offered up for that was there was not enough room in his car for the 3 children. The day that he picked Detorius up and Breasia came along, he was operating a black Camaro, and that black Camaro had seating both for front seat passengers and back seat passengers. At any rate, Mr. Dinkins left the Gardner residence with DL and with Breasia, and then through testimony or statements provided by Mr. Dinkins and even information provided by DL, who was later interviewed through the Davenport Police Department, they both described going over to a residence that was a friend of Mr. Dinkins. This individual was identified as Vincent Howard, who lived on Taylor Street. They went over. There was time spent there at the Howard residence. Both of the children spent the afternoon playing video games. Mr. Dinkins left the residence for a period of time, came back, and then after they finished spending time there at the Howard residence, Mr. Dinkins took the 2 children over to 2744 on East 53rd Street to the apartment that he shared with Andrea Culberson. Now, at this point in time, I want to discuss the location of that apartment complex so that the court understands where it's located. On 53rd, we have Costco. The Jersey Meadow apartment complex is actually that apartment complex which is directly to the west of Costco. So it would be on the north side of the street. When Henry got back to the apartment complex, they all went inside. I think it's important to describe the layout of the apartment because that will be something that will become the topic of discussion later on. Apartment number 8 actually was a second level apartment. Now, this particular complex is not the type of apartment complex where you have, you know, a common entryway and a common hallway that individuals would use to access apartments on a first floor or apartments on a second floor. In this particular apartment complex, each apartment has its own individual dedicated door for entry into the apartment. So that if you live in a second-story apartment, when you walk in that front door, you have a staircase inside the apartment that you take up to that second floor. Apartment number 8, if you enter that door, and on the right side of what would be that exterior wall would be the staircase. When you get to the top of the staircase, and then if you look over to the left, it's an open area that would consist of the living room, the kitchen, and dining room combination. There was only one bedroom in apartment number 8. And so the front door, if it's, you know, to the one wall of the apartment, when you go up the stairs, the door into that bedroom actually is just set off. just a little bit further to the left, and you go into that bedroom. In order to utilize the restroom in that apartment, that requires an individual to walk into that bedroom because the bathroom is only accessible through the bedroom. And that becomes another critical point that I'll talk about later in my opening statement. After Mr. Dinkins and the children got back to the apartment, it was a normal evening. Andrea Culberson, Mr. Dinkins' girlfriend, she works for AT&T, and she actually works out of her home. She was working till sometime around 7:30 that evening. While she was working, Breasia was very, very interested in the type of work that she was doing, and Ms. Culberson was showing her how she performed her responsibilities for AT&T. Detorius was playing video games in the living room. Andrea Culberson's desk where she works is set up in the bedroom. So Breasia was in the bedroom, and at some point in time, Breasia was playing video games as well, but within the bedroom. Now, one of the things that Andrea Culberson will speak to, and that DL may speak to, is the fact that Henry Dinkins was spending time in the bedroom with Breasia while she played video games. Andrea Culberson will testify that the three of them, herself, Mr. Dinkins, and Breasia were in the bedroom and they were playing a game together. And that's essentially how the evening was playing out. Now, when Aisha Langford got off of work from Checkers late that afternoon, she had been notified by her mother that Henry Dinkins had taken Breasia. And so therefore, there would be the need to pack up clothes for the children. Aisha went back to the residence. She packed up a bag of clothing for Breasia, and she packed up clothing for Detorius, which would have included pajamas for both of the children. And I make that point for a reason, because that will become the subject of conversation as I proceed through my opening statement. Aisha responds to the apartment complex. This was not a complex that she was familiar with. She'd never been to the Culberson apartment before. At any rate, when she responded to the complex, she called to notify the parties that she was out in the parking lot, and Breasia came down to gather the clothing. Mom had the family pet with them, the dog. Breasia was really excited about it. In fact, Breasia wanted to take the dog with her up to the apartment. Mom had to call her back and say, no, the family pet's going home. But at any rate, you know, it was one of those of give the clothes, love you, have a wonderful time. And then Aisha left with Breasia going back inside the apartment complex, or I should say apartment number 8, with the clothing. After Aisha left the Jersey Meadow apartment, she took a right-hand turn on 53rd, so she's traveling west. The weather that night is also an issue that becomes very important to talk about, because as she was traveling north and got to the area of North High, there was a significant thunderstorm that broke out. And it was raining so hard that her windshield wipers would not keep up. So she had to pull over into a driveway and wait until the rain subsided before she went back to her apartment. And I believe she was staying with Anita Gardner. The family was in transition and then they were moving back. She got back to the apartment, was very tired, having worked all day, took a bath, and very simply, she fell asleep on the couch, and she was out for the evening. At some point, unbeknownst to her, the children, DL and Breasia, neither of which had cell phones that they could take with them to the Culberson apartment. She had received a telephone call from Henry Dinkins' phone that was unanswered. And then the caller became very apparent, because then there was a text message that came through from Breasia saying, "Good night, Mommy, I love you." All right. So that was somewhere around 10, 11 o'clock in the evening. As far as how the evening played out at the Culberson apartment, leading up to bedtime, each of the children took baths in the bedroom separately. They were fed some dinner, and then Detorius and Breasia were to sleep in the bedroom on the bed. Miss Culberson had a blow-up mattress that was out in the living room on the floor where she and Mr. Dinkins were to sleep. Breasia was the first one to go to bed. And from the living room, you could actually look through the door of the bedroom and you could see the bed. Because if you're standing at the doorway of the bedroom, very simply, you look forward and the bed is straight ahead of you. And then the headboard of the bed actually is right underneath a big window. That window actually looks out into the parking lot of the apartment complex, and that will become very important for later discussions that I'm going to have in my opening statement. So Breasia goes to bed first. Andrea Culberson lays down to go to sleep. Detorius, she can hear Mr. Dinkins say to him that he has so much time to play the video game and that he's going down to bed. And then Detorius was in the bedroom asleep. When Miss Culberson went to sleep, the last that she knew of Mr. Dinkins and his whereabouts was that he was there in the living room on the couch. Miss Culberson is a very heavy sleeper, and she'll testify to that. At 3 a.m. in the morning, she woke up because she needed to use the bathroom. When she woke up, she discovered that Mr. Dinkins was not there in the living room. That seemed odd to her. She got up, went into the bedroom. She noticed DL sleeping at the foot of the bed, but where little Breasia had fallen asleep on the right-hand side and toward the top of the bed, there were simply the covers that had been folded over, and there was no child there. There was a sense of alarm. She went to the bathroom to use the bathroom, but she decided to get her glasses and put her glasses on to make sure that Breasia wasn't there. And Breasia was not there. Mr. Dinkins wasn't there, and Breasia wasn't there. Ms. Culberson will testify that she had a very uneasy feeling about that. So then she stayed up in the living room, sitting in the dark. Now at 3:30 a.m. in the morning, and this is a time specific, because she had looked at a clock that was on her desk that said it was 3:30 in the morning, she heard Mr. Dinkins very quietly open the door and very quietly come up the stairs into the apartment. And she wanted to know where he was at and where Breasia was at. Mr. Dinkins wasn't really responding to questions other than just to say something very circumspect. He went into the bedroom, flipped on a light, and then went to his closet. Now, if we talk about the bedroom itself, when you're standing there in the doorway, on the left-hand side, that's where you would access the bathroom. And then again, there is a closet on that side. That was Miss Culberson's closet where she kept her personal belongings. On the right side of the bed, there was a closet where Mr. Dinkins kept his things. She will testify that Mr. Dinkins went to that closet. He was rummaging around through things. She's wanting to know where Breasia is at. He's rummaging through things. She happens to pull back the curtain to the window and looks out, and little Breasia is standing by a maroon Chevy Impala on the passenger side of the vehicle. Now, there are going to be three vehicles that the court's going to be hearing about. The maroon Chevy Impala, which was a vehicle that was used by Mr. Dinkins and Ms. Culberson. And then the black Camaro. The maroon Chevy Impala had characteristics that become very important relative to investigations that was conducted by the Davenport Police Department. There were dark tinted windows on the Impala. And then on the trunk, on the right-hand side, there was a white sticker. On the front of the vehicle, in the area of the windshield, there was a front sticker. And so those characteristics were the characteristics used by law enforcement to identify that maroon Chevy Impala when steps were taken to identify locations that Henry Dinkins had traveled during the early morning hours of June 10th, and we're talking after midnight, and up to the period of noon when he presented himself to the Davenport Police Department. The black Camaro is also very distinctive in the sense that it has the face of a lion on both the driver's side of the vehicle and the passenger side of the vehicle, with king and queen noted in the area of where that lion's face is at. And then there's, that same type of design on the front hood of the Camaro. Those two vehicles remained parked and were available for use there at the address of 2744 East 53rd Street. Now, Mr. Dinkins also had a motorhome. This motorhome was located in an industrial area, actually in a fenced-in lot. And that lot belonged to a gentleman who owned Devon's, DEVON''S, self-storage. That mobile home, or RV if you will, just to give the court a perspective, I want the court to think about River Drive in the area where Credit Island is. And as you go along River Drive, heading west out of town, as you get past the Ball Diamond, you will get to an area that's very industrial. For purposes of perspective, if the court will picture where the Purina plant is located at, on Rockingham. Schmidt Road is a north-south street. It lies on the west side of the Purina plant. And just to help a little bit more, if you're traveling on 2nd Street, heading west, it turns into Rockingham. You will pass the Purina plant, and then if you were to take that first north-south road, actually turn south going down to River Drive, that's Schmidt Road. Now, if you head out onto River Drive off of Schmidt Road, the distance from Schmidt Road to the entryway of Credit Island is about 400 meters. If you run track, you run a lap around the track, it's about 400 meters. So it's very, very close. So that is going to be another vehicle and the location that we're going to be discussing. We're going back to that point in time that I was talking about where Andrea Culberson looks out the window so that the court understands where the maroon Chevy Impala comes into play. Breasia Terrell is standing along the passenger side of that maroon Chevy Impala. This raises another topic of discussion that will be discussed throughout the trial. After the children took their baths, they were not given their pajamas to wear. They were given large white t-shirts that belonged to Mr. Dinkins. And I don't remember, I think the large was like maybe, or the size was maybe like a 4XL. So rather than that child going into bed into what would have been her pajamas, she had on a little pair of black shorts. We would later determine that she had on, one of those little sports bras that little girls wear, as they're developing, and this large white t-shirt. Andrea Culberson looks out. She knows there's no doubt it's Breasia because she had very distinctive braids and the child was standing there. She couldn't see the child's face because the child wasn't facing her. Going back to Mr. Dinkins, as he's digging around in that closet, he collects something from the closet. She's not able to see what it is that he collects because it's secreted in his clothes. And then he leaves the apartment. Now, another important variable that will be discussed is this. Mr. Dinkins' cell phone was located by Andrea in the apartment at 3 o'clock. Because when she noticed that he was gone, she noticed that Breasia was gone, she went to call him, the phone wasn't being answered, and then she discovered his cell phone, and it was plugged in and being charged up. When he left at 3:30, he did not take that cell phone. That becomes very important because cell phones are devices that can be utilized to gather location information for where that phone is at, and whoever is in possession of that phone, then that will identify the location of that individual. So that cell phone was still back there at the apartment. Mr. Dinkins leaves. Andrea is very unsettled. Notorious at some point is waking up and he's crying. I should say EL, I'm sorry. She brings the child into the living room to lay down. And then shortly after sunrise, with this being July and sunrise is at about 5:30 in the morning, in terms of what law enforcement has been able to put together by way of a timeline, somewhere around 5:45 as an estimate, Mr. Dinkins returns to the apartment. He comes up. He's very, very frazzled. Ms. Culberson wants to know what's going on. He said, there's issues. I'll talk with you about it later. Where's Breasia? There's no Breasia. Mr. Dinkins then gathers up DL and goes to leave with a bag of the child's clothes. He goes to leave without his cell phone. Ms. Culberson tells him he needs to take his cell phone. At that point, he takes it, and then he leaves the apartment complex. Ms. Culberson then realizes that there's another bag of the children's clothing left behind, and she calls him to come back. He returns, and then she goes down to the maroon Chevy Impala. Breasia is not in the car. Notorious is in the car, Mr. Dinkins is in the car, but Breasia is not in the car. So then she goes back up to the apartment. I'm going to describe this as an area that became critical to the investigation, because anywhere that Mr. Dinkins was located, law enforcement, in terms of their investigation to try and locate this child, did major canvassing. That canvassing consisted of knocking on all of the doors there at the apartment complex, checking apartments there, if residents weren't home, to come back and check, to search garages there, to search the dumpsters, there we go, and just to search an entire area behind the apartment complex, because that's still a dedicated field area where there's a huge tree line and there's a creek And the canvas went all along that area toward more like 74. It extended out to Eastern, to the west, and then from 53rd, it extended to the south quite a ways to see if there was any indication anybody had seen that child anywhere had she wandered off. Discussions were had with Aisha and Danita about whether or not Breasia was the type of child who would wander off. Breasia is a child who has a hearing issue. She is a child who has a sight issue. She is a child that never wanders off. And Aisha will testify that little Breasia was a rule follower. And if somebody broke the rules, she was somebody who would tell on her brothers. The apartment complex was not a complex that she was familiar with. She'd never been there. She didn't have friends who lived there, and so she would have no need to wander off. Plus, the child was described as a very, very heavy sleeper, much like her mother and the two boys. Nothing's happened, all right? So now, we know that that's what the landscape looks in that area. By virtue of canvassing, law enforcement was also looking for any locations where there was video surveillance. Video surveillance was located at the Quick Start on 53rd. So that will lie between Jersey and Eastern. It's on the north side of the street. Between 5:50 and going up to the 6 o'clock hour, that maroon Chevy Impala travels west past the Quick Start. That maroon Chevy Impala is then identified from video surveillance at a residence on Judson Court, which actually the video surveillance camera was focused out on Eastern. So the rear of that residence faced Eastern. So the maroon Chevy Impala is traveling north on Eastern between 5:50 and 6 o'clock. Then that maroon Chevy Impala is seen traveling south on Jersey Ridge, and then the connection between those two streets would be Veterans Memorial Parkway. That's how you would access it. So it's seen traveling south. It correlates with what Ms. Culberson says of Henry Dinkins returning to pick up that second bag of clothes. And then that vehicle then is seen from a residence over there in the area of Jersey Ridge, traveling back north. At this point, I'm going to focus on the narrative relative to Detorius, or DL. So DL will testify that he and his father lived somewhere out of town and they drove for a while. And then his father went to a Walmart store. DL noticed that his father had taken the battery out of the cell phone. And so when his father went into the Walmart, the child put the battery back into the phone so he could play a video game. That becomes a very critical moment in time, because when law enforcement became immersed in their investigation and was trying to ascertain the locations that Mr. Dinkins had traveled to, there was that ping in the area of Comanche, Clinton, and it was hitting on a cell phone tower that would be in the vicinity of the Walmart in Clinton. We're still telling the narrative relative to Detorius. When his father then comes out of Walmart, the child takes the battery out of the phone so he wouldn't get in trouble. They travel to different places. And then the child, once he was interviewed, during the afternoon of June 10th. He was interviewed by Detective Hammis. Then the child left the Davenport Police Department with Detective Evan Obert, Detective Maureen Hammis, and Aisha Langford, his mother, who had been interviewed that afternoon. And then they started to travel to see if the child could identify locations. He had been with his father when they came back to Davenport. Now, to assist in that process, the following events occurred. Aisha Langford was not scheduled to work in the morning at Checkers. However, before 8 a.m., her boss called her and indicated that somebody wasn't able to come to work. Could she come on down and work the morning shift? And so she did. So she got down there around 8 o'clock, may have clocked in about 8:04. Aisha Langford had received some type of text, and the telephone records will tell us the sequence of events, from Henry Dinkins' cell phone. She will testify that she tried getting a hold of him. It wasn't happening, so she very simply sent a text, call me, I'm not going to, keep trying to make contact. At 8:08 a.m., there is now location information available for that phone. And that phone is hitting on cell phone towers down in the area of River Drive. So, if you go out Brady toward Clinton, you're traveling north on Highway 61. When you take the exit to go into Clinton, that's Highway 30. If you come back to Davenport, you're traveling south on 61. And then, of course, you have the ability to catch I-80 heading west. That will allow you to access Highway 280 that runs along the western border of Davenport, driving toward Rock Island. And then you can access River Drive from that area. During this time frame, there was construction there on River Drive. So then the cell phone, in terms of where it was hitting in the area of Concord and up to Rockingham. So Concord essentially would be, it winds a bit, but, technically we'll call it a north-south street. And then it would access Rockingham, which would be our east-west street. Henry Dinkins, cell phone towers up. He makes the telephone call to Aisha. He tells her he has just woken up and Breasia is gone from the apartment. Aisha becomes very upset. This makes no sense. She wants to know if he has reported this to the police department, and he said that he was heading there at that time. Aisha Langford believed he was heading to the police department, and then by virtue of that cell phone activity, that then formed the basis for canvassing that was done down in that area to search for Breasia and also to look for locations where there was video surveillance that would tell the story. So I'm going to take that, I'm going to set that aside, and I'll come back to that. Aisha is hysterical. She's at work, she's crying. She will testify that her employer told her, go ahead and leave work. And then so she left Checkers to head down to the Davenport Police Department. When she pulled onto Locust Street, she headed west to go downtown. As she's heading west on Locust Street, she sees Henry Dinkins in that maroon Chevy Impala driving at an extremely high rate of speed, heading east. And she can see that Detorius is in the car. She does a U-turn. She's coming up behind him as close as she can get. She's honking on that horn to get his attention, to get him to pull over. Henry Dinkins then turns left or heads north on Eastern. And she will testify that she was right up on that bumper. Henry Dinkins then pulls in to the McDonald's. And for purposes of perspective, think of the high V there on East Kimberly Road. And that sits at the back of the lot. McDonald's is there toward the front of Kimberly Road. They pull in there. She wants to know what the heck is going on. She tells Notorious, come on, you're not gonna lose this child. You've already lost one of my children. And she grabs his things and wants to know what Henry is doing in this area because he's supposed to be reporting her child missing. Mr. Dinkins tells her that he doesn't know the address for the apartment where he lives, and so he has to travel out to Jersey Meadow Apartments to get that address so that then he has that to report to the police. She follows him to that apartment complex. So I'm going to change direction relative to the events. When Aisha Langford was at work, she called the Davenport Police Department. Well, actually, she called 911 first. She spoke with the dispatcher who directed her to the general number at the Davenport Police Department. So she calls that general number and she speaks with communication specialist Mona Borelli. She's telling Mona what's going on. She said Mr. Dinkins should be there right now. Mona Borelli indicates that he is not there. She said his car has got to be out there. It's got to be either, a maroon Chevy Impala or this black Camaro. Ms. Borelli indicates it's not out there. And that's what had prompted her to leave work and head down to the police department. That call comes in at 8:29. Communication specialist Borelli will testify that this isn't the typical call that they get where mom and dad can't find the child and the police go out and they're hiding in a closet or in the bed or somewhere. This one didn't feel right, and she was very concerned because she felt that there was going to be a very bad outcome. She spoke with Sergeant Mayhew, who was the station supervisor. Officer Burkle was dispatched out to the Jersey Meadow Apartments. Henry is there at the apartment complex. Aisha is there at the apartment complex. And the state will introduce segments of Officer Burkle's body-worn camera. His initial contact is with Aisha. And he's trying to collect just, biographical information, age, physical descriptors, date of birth, that type of thing. And she is reporting to him what has happened. Then in the background, you see Henry Dinkins wander up, and Officer Burkle says, hey, look, do you mind if I go into the apartment to check? Because oftentimes, the child is hiding somewhere where the parent, doesn't realize where they're at. I just had this situation last week with my own child, and we typically follow to find the child. Mr. Dinkins wants to say he already searched the apartment and the child isn't there. Officer Burkle says, I'd still like to check. So then Mr. Dinkins indicates it's not his apartment, and that essentially Officer Burkle is going to have to get the permission of Andrea Culberson. Aisha becomes very upset because she is not buying into what Henry Dinkins is saying, and she takes Notorious and she leaves. She goes back to her house and she's looking for some type of card that had Breasia's picture on it that had been taken at school. So while she's doing that, Officer Burkle knocks on apartment number 8. Andrea Culberson comes down. He indicates that, he'd like to come in and check, but oftentimes children are hiding in places. Andrea Culberson looks out. She sees Henry Dinkins standing a little bit down the sidewalk. She says, is it okay with him? And then Henry Dinkins leaves. Andrea Culberson allows Officer Burkle to go in there and look for Breasia. She's not there. Officer Culberson, Officer Burkle starts to check the area, and there's nothing that's indicating Breasia's anywhere in the area. He calls his supervisor, Sergeant Willie. We have other patrol officers who come out. They start checking the area. this situation is not feeling right. And so then the Detective Bureau is contacted, and then we have massive resources that are coming out. And there is a huge canvass that's conducted along that area with nothing showing up for Breasia. Now, let's go back down to River Drive. With the cell phone hitting off the tower when that conversation occurred between Aisha and Henry at 8:08, there was video surveillance showing his maroon Chevy Impala traveling past the Hy-Vee. There was video surveillance from Purina. There was what I'm going to call captured feed. Devon's self-storage is a motion-activated video system. There was the vehicle captured by virtue of movement being triggered, and then in that same area, there is Jack's brake and alignment. There was video feed that showed Mr. Dinkins' vehicle traveling on Schmidt Road toward the area of River Drive. And then, based on information provided by Detorius, when Detective Hammes, Detective Obert, and Aisha left the station, Detorius had been talking about going to the RV with his father, where his dad had this knife that he'd gone down to the river, and he walked down into the river, and he'd been wiping off with a cloth, and they went back to the RV. There was an image of Mr. Dinkins with Detorius standing there at the door of the RV. And so there was video feed that captured all of that movement that the child had identified. All right. So now Credit Island is going to be the subject of investigation, as will be the RV. So I'm just going to stop right there, and now I'm going to jump over to the Clinton area and discuss that. By virtue of the child DL putting the battery into the phone, and with that ping, there was a canvass done along Highway 30. And actually, there was a canvass done along Highway 61. The maroon Chevy Impala is captured on DOT video surveillance cameras at mile marker 124 heading north toward Clinton around 6:11 in the morning. Then on Highway 30, as you travel east into Clinton, that vehicle is captured on video feed at what would be Posh Farms, P-A-A-S-C-H. That vehicle then is captured at First State Central Bank, which is adjacent to the Walmart on the west side of the business. And then video surveillance from Walmart captures Mr. Dinkins pulling into the parking lot. He goes up to the store. It's not 7 o'clock a.m. It's locked. He comes back to the vehicle, but then he goes back. He enters at, say, 7 a.m. And then video surveillance footage inside the store shows him buying 2 bottles of Clorox, not the gallon-sized bottles, but more of the narrow bottles. The court's going to be hearing testimony from various forensic analysts and individuals from the DCI laboratory, our criminals. And one of the things that the court will hear about is that Clorox is a product that will destroy DNA. Those 2 bottles of Clorox are being purchased, and then by virtue of that canvas, we have a time frame from First State Central Bank where Mr. Dinkins is leaving, a time frame for when he passes Posh Farms, and then actually in the area of Highway 61 and 30, there's a DeWitt Travel Center, there's a time frame captured there. Law enforcement will testify that they did a time calculation traveling from mile marker 124 to the Walmart, going the speed limit. They're going to tell you what that time frame would be. The trip out was longer than that, but the trip back had even 5 more minutes that was added to that. Let's take that, let's set that aside. Now we're going to talk about the discovery of Breasia's remains. 6 months later, on March 22nd of 2021, 3 gentlemen, friends, decided to go fishing on the evening of March 22nd. There's a pond located just further north of the Highway 30 exit into Clinton. So if you travel 5 miles further north, you exit onto what would be 212th Street. This is a rural area. Kunow Implement is a farm implement business that sits right there on 212th Street. And 212th then turns into 210th. So the business actually faces, the front of the business faces north, basically on 212, 210. It's on a pie-shaped piece of property. So on the west side of that property, which would run along Highway 61, and what we would think of as the old Highway 61, is 218. On the east side of the property, and that would be that north-south road, that's 270th Avenue. So you've got 212th, 218th, and 217th, and basically it V's down where 218th and 270th meet. To the south of Kunow Implement, there is a heavily wooded area. And within the backside of that property, there is a pond. You can access that pond from 270th. There is basically just a dirt road that's got a very steep incline because Kunow Implement sets up much higher. The pond is further down. That roadway, you will give testimony, is very steep, and for a car to pull down in there would be very difficult, probably get stuck. When the 3 gentlemen went to go fishing, they were walking down that steep incline, having parked their pickup trucks up on the road. And because we're talking about March 22nd, there's no vegetation. One of the gentlemen looks over to what would be his right as he's walking down, looks to the north essentially, and he sees a human skull. He points it out to his 2 friends. They go over and check, and sure enough, it is a human skull, and there are skeletal remains. One of the things that the gentleman noticed is that there is black hair consistent with a black individual. Because Breasia Terrell and her having been missing was so highly publicized, the gentleman will testify that at some point they made the connection. Is this Breasia Terrell's remains? The Clinton County Sheriff's Department was contacted. They come out, the scene is cordoned off, and then essentially the notifications go to the Davenport Police Department. Throughout the entirety of this investigation, you had Davenport Police involved, you had the FBI involved, you had the Iowa DCI involved, we had multiple agencies from like Clinton Police Department, Clinton County Sheriff's Department, and just citizens in the community who would come out and donate time, just helping to do canvases in areas. And then so that area then was processed the next morning with a Dr. Heather Garvin. She's an anthropologist associated with the State Medical Examiner's Office. And because we were dealing with skeletal remains, she was brought in. There was the local medical examiner. Those remains were recovered, sent to the State Medical Examiner's Office. One of the things that the court will hear testimony about is that one of the little legs still had mummified tissue on it. And so then there was the process of trying to develop DNA through that mummified tissue. However, they ended up using bone marrow. They could identify that body as being a female child of Aisha Langford because there was no DNA for Breasia, but because a child takes half of their mother's DNA, half of their father's DNA, they could say this was a female child of Breasia. And then Breasia, because of her dental visits, they were then able to get her dental records, and then with the collection of teeth, put that all together, and there was that definitive identification that was made of Breasia. So the court's going to be hearing about that and everything associated with that recovery. And then on April 3rd, during the recovery of the body, this is what was discovered, and during the examination of little Breasia's body by the anthropologist in the state medical examiner's office. She had been shot through the jaw. The bullet had traveled to the area of her C3. C4. She had been shot in her back scapula. 2 projectiles were recovered in the dirt with the remains. And then within her hair, there was a projectile that was found within her hair. And then the clothing that was recovered at the scene was little black shorts, her little sports bra, and the large white t-shirt. And in addition, Aisha Langford will tell you that she was asked by law enforcement to try and give them any information about clothing the child had been wearing. So she had to go back and try and reconstruct what she had been wearing. She thought that there was a possibility that it was a pink flip-flop, but then there was a little white slide that had turquoise on it, and that was found there, which was identified as belonging to Breasia. All right. Then on April 3rd, the Big River Rescue and Recovery Team came out to the scene, and then the dive team went into the pond looking for a gun, and there was actually a revolver that was found. So with the revolver, obviously there's not going to be any casings because there was an attempt to try and find casings in the area. There wasn't any. With the finding of the revolver, and the projectiles obviously leaving the gun, the empty casings were there. There was still some live ammunition there. There was attempts to try and identify who had purchased that gun. Unfortunately, the records associated with that were in Cedar Rapids, and when there was that big flood, in the area of the courthouse and all of that, all of the records were destroyed. Those projectiles were then sent to the DCI laboratory to do comparisons with the gun itself. One of the projectiles was pretty mangled up, and because these had been out in the elements for quite a while, the criminalist who evaluated that looked at the characteristics of the revolver and what characteristics would be transferred to a bullet by virtue of the manufacturing process and how the barrel itself will have unique markings. He could say that what characteristics that were there were similar to this gun, and then the criminals put together a list of every type of gun that would produce those types of similar characteristics. The gun recovered was on that list. There was DNA processing done of her little clothing. One of the issues that law enforcement was dealing with the little body and clothing being out there subject to the elements, the sun, the wind, the rain, the snow, obviously over time, that will destroy DNA. And so that process was attempted as well. And then from the FBI, here's what you're going to hear from the FBI. There were search warrants, a massive amount of search warrants issued. And in instances like with the Chevy Impala or different vehicles, multiple search warrants issued. The vehicles were photographed and they were searched. Of note, in the Chevy Impala, there was an axe, there was a baseball bat, but then there was an empty sleeve for like a knife or a machete, but no machete there. When they were recovering the remains of Breasia Terrell, there was a bunch of tree branches and stuff on top of the skeletal remains. Some of those branches, there were natural breaks, with the wind, and there would be the splintering of the branch if it comes off of a tree. Other branches had a clean slice through it. So that was of interest to law enforcement. Notorious had described when he and his father went down to Credit Island, his father had walked off into an area toward like what would be the pond, and his father had a knife that he was wiping off. Law enforcement went down to that area, and there were foot impressions in the dirt where you could see what would have been the pattern on the sole of the shoes worn. That was photographed and that was collected, and then as those footprints moved forward to the body of water, then basically it became just, depressions in the ground where it was more muddy. And so those photographs and those casts were taken because one of the things that Aisha Langford talked about is when she had contact with Henry Dinkins at the apartment, she noticed that he was wearing a pair of gold shoes that had mud on them. He had a do-rag on, and it was just kind of askew. And he had on a white t-shirt, and it was a little dirty, not something that was markedly dirty, but she noticed that it was dirty. Henry Dinkins came down to the Davenport Police Department at noon and was interviewed by Detective Owen. When he came down, he had on a white t-shirt and the shorts that he was wearing at the apartment complex. But those gold shoes, he was not wearing those. He had on a different pair of tennis shoes. And then the other thing that the state will throw into the equation that the court will hear about, during Henry Dinkins' interview, he was asked about why he was leaving the apartment in the middle of the night in his travels. He had talked about going to the quick shop over on 53rd, that would be near the old Menards, where the old Menards was at, to buy cigarettes. That video surveillance feed was collected. He was wearing those gold shoes, but then he had on something distinctly different. What I'm going to call the Life Beaters white t-shirt versus one that has sleeves, and then a different pair of shorts, that had different pattern. Search warrants were obtained for 2744 East 53rd, and the defendant's sister's house, Nina McQuay, and then another individual by the name of Jemison Johnson, and that was based on communications that Henry Dinkins had with those individuals that morning of July 10th, looking for the tennis shoes, looking for what the clothes that he'd been wearing in the quick shop, and those were never ever recovered or found. And so therefore, there could be no comparison between the images that were collected and the dental casts that were taken out on Credit Island. There was a gentleman by the name of Jim Peters then who came in from the Ames area to assist. He works with canines, and these canines are trained to detect on the odor of a deceased body. VOC, and he'll define that, volatile organic compounds. And basically, it deals with molecules. He went down to Credit Island and ran his two canines in that area. The two canines went to an area and alerted where Henry Dinkins was described by his son DL as having gone. He'll talk about how a body doesn't necessarily have to be there, but say, for example, if there's tissue or blood or something like that, those are molecules that go out and they float in the air. Then he was taken to the area of Devon Self-Storage, where the RV had originally been parked, but it now had been seized, as had the Impala and the Camaro, and those were in storage facilities that law enforcement had. The dogs actually alerted to a little camper that was parked in the area of the RV, and there had been a southwest wind, so with molecules, they were alerted to some moist dirt underneath that camper. And he will describe how molecules will attach to anything that's moist. Then they went out to the area where the Camaro was at. The dogs did not alert there. They went to the area of the RV. The dogs alerted on the RV toward the front. And then they went to the area where the Impala was at, and the dogs alerted on the Impala. And then they went out to the area along Veterans Memorial Drive in the area of Easter. And he'll describe how a vehicle, with the seams, odors will seep out of that and they can float. And the dogs alerted to the scent of Henry Dinkins because when he went out there, he had been given or law enforcement had collected a clothing item of Henry Dinkins, and there had been swabs taken to collect his scent, his odor, that had been shown to the dogs, and the dogs actually went out and alerted in an area that the vehicle was known to travel past. So the court will be hearing about that as well. The other matter that I would share in my opening, in addition to the canvass up at 2744 East 53rd, the major canvass that was done out on East River Drive, you'll hear about some other canvasses that happened when the public would call in and they would think that they would have information. It didn't prove to be fruitful. When it had been determined that Henry Dinkins had been traveling along Highway 30, there was a major canvass that was done in that area. And soil samples were collected from that area. Soil samples were also collected from Credit Island, and here's why. With the Impala, when it was being searched and examined, and actually the gas tank was removed because they wanted to determine how much gas was in the gas tank. Henry Dinkins had fueled up at that quick shop, so they wanted to see how much gas was left. There were chunks of mud and grass up underneath the car. And then when Breasia's little remains were found over there in the area of Kunal Implement, there were soil samples collected along that area. All of that was sent off to the FBI. 3 soil samples in the area of 270th Avenue were found inclusive of 3 of the 4 soil samples that were taken out from underneath Henry Dinkins' car. And then the final topic of conversation is a gentleman by the name of Jared Brink. With the discovery of her remains, the news story started to go out. Jared Brink had gone over that evening to his friend Joseph Adams' house. Joseph Adams indicated that they had found remains over there in the area of Kunal Implement. And Jared had mentioned to his friend, do you remember how I told you last year sometime that there had been a black gentleman that had run out onto Highway 61 when I was going into work and had needed me to pull him out because he had gotten stuck? For purposes of perspective, Jared Brink lives in a rural area just further north of 212th Street. He works at Linwood Mining in Buffalo. So he travels into Davenport and travels that area of the highway at 4:30 a.m. in the morning. That's when he had an encounter with a black gentleman. He was directed over to the area of 270th. There was a maroon Chevy Impala that the right side of the vehicle, the wheels were stuck off onto the shoulder, and that gentleman couldn't get the vehicle out. He was up there at the car. There was no one in the car. He pulled the vehicle out. The gentleman wanted to pay him money and was very, very thankful he wouldn't take the money. But then, of course, when Mr. Adams tells him about this, Mr. Adams' wife has a picture of the maroon Chevy Impala due to press releases that the Davenport Police Department had been putting out. She showed him a copy of that photograph. Jared Brink says that that's the vehicle I pulled out. He then contacted law enforcement. He had contact with the Deputy Cundiff with the Clinton County Sheriff's Department, Lieutenant. Lieutenant Cundiff reached out to the Davenport Police Department, and then Mr. Brink was interviewed. Mr. Brink could provide physical descriptors that were consistent with Henry Dinkins. He was not able to, he said he would not be able to pick him out of a photo lineup. He wasn't sure of the time frame, but then he provided his cell phone. And that cell phone then was processed for location information. And that cell phone placed Mr. Brink in that area on July 10th at the time frame of 4:30. So that essentially is what the court is going to be hearing. What the state's going to do, Your Honor, we're going to try and, in an ideal world, I would put on a linear chronology of what happened, but we're dealing with a lot of people that we have to fly in and out. And so things are going to get jumbled around. But just for purposes of perspective, this afternoon, we will have Borelli, who will be testifying. That was our communication specialist. Our civilian crime scene technician, Jill Foster, She's going to come in. She did the processing out there on Credit Island. And then we have another civilian crime scene, Alicia Fritz, who will be coming in. She's going to be talking about photographs that she took of the brush when Breasia's remains were recovered, but she's getting ready to have a baby and she'll be induced on Monday. And then we're going to have Officer Chris Mayer get on the stand. He actually was out in the area of Breasia's remains, and he helped to take measurements of where, like, we would find the skull and where we would locate various skeletal remains and clothing. So it's going to be all over the place there, Your Honor. We'll do our best, but there will be points in time where we have to put people on, and it's not a nice linear chronology. And that's all from the state.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mr. Freese, is the defense going to present an opening statement?
Your Honor, the defense is going to reserve its right to make an opening statement to the close of the governor's evidence.
All right, thank you very much. That'll conclude the proceedings this morning. Ms. Cunningham.
Your Honor, one of the things that I had asked, because of we've got time concerns that we have to get witnesses on this afternoon. They're flying in and they're flying out. What I would like to do is if we could take advantage of the next hour, put Sergeant Piper on the stand to testify, because then we can get maps introduced of the area so that we have that perspective as we move through individuals' testimony.
I am fine. I'm good with that, but we will take a 15-minute recess at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. I found an article which let me check really quick and make sure that there's nothing coming. Okay, no signs of an impending live stream from either WQAD or Law and Crimes Trial. So I'll go over to this article, which I found, let's get the right one. Let's see. It says it's dated May 5th, 2021, and it's labeled or titled Sex Offender Charged with Murder in Death of Iowa Girl 10. A registered sex offender kidnapped and shot to death a 10-year-old girl, the son of his half-sister, while the two kids were staying overnight with his sister, staying with him last summer, a prosecutor said Wednesday. Authorities announced that Henry Dinkins is charged with first-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping in the death of Breasia Terrell, a Davenport girl who disappeared last July, prompting an extensive search and investigation. An autopsy confirmed that human remains discovered by a fisherman in March in a rural area north of Davenport were Breasia. Oops, let's see, I scrolled too far. Dinkins, a 48-year-old, had been in and out of prison throughout his adulthood, had long been the only person that investigators had identified as a person of interest in the case. Breasia was last seen in the early hours of July 10th at a Davenport apartment complex, where she was staying the night with her half-brother and father, Dinkins. Scroll a little more. A criminal complaint released Wednesday alleges that Dinkins removed Breasia from the apartment without consent or authority or by deception to secretly confine and inflict serious injury on her. As a result of the kidnapping, Breasia was murdered, the complaint said. It added that Dinkins shot her with a firearm, causing her death. Scott County Attorney Michael Walton released few additional details during the brief news conference Wednesday, saying only that the case was developing through an intensive 9-month investigation involving numerous agencies. He said that he had to withhold investigative details while his office prosecutes Dinkins. While announcing charges is a significant step in the case, it's important to understand that bringing forth charges is not the end of the legal process, but just the beginning, he said. Detectives with Davenport Police Department led the investigation and received assistance from the FBI, which announced a $10,000 reward for information in the case in December on what would have been Breasia's 11th birthday. Oh, she's a December baby, like me. Okay, let's scroll a little further. Investigators had asked anyone with information about Dinkins' whereabouts on July 9th/10th to come forward, publicizing photos of a maroon Chevy Impala and other vehicles associated with him. Davenport Police Captain Brent Biggs said Breasia's mothers had been supportive and cooperative with investigators throughout the case. We cannot imagine the grief and pain she must experience, he said. Biggs also credited several detectives who worked long hours on the case, saying that it had been hard on their personal lives. They routinely must look at the worst of humanity and carry on. Dinkins was convicted of third-degree sexual abuse in 1990 when he was 17 for victimizing a female child, according to the Iowa Sex Offenders Registry. Let's scroll a little more. He was arrested days after Breasia's disappearances on charges that he violated sex offender registry requirements by failing to tell authorities that he had been living in the apartment with his girlfriend for weeks. Authorities said he also violated the terms of his parole by having contact with minors. He has been jailed in Clinton County while awaiting trial on those charges. Dinkins was convicted in 2014 of a sex offender registry violation and has long criminal history that includes multiple offenses for driving while intoxicated and drug possession. A 2009 murder charge against him was dismissed after authorities said he appeared to be a witness rather than a participant in the crime. Dinkins served with an arrest warrant on the new charges Wednesday and did not yet have an attorney in the case. A public defender assigned to represent him on other charges didn't immediately return a phone call. Okay, so now we have this other murder back in 2009, which he's implicated in but not charged. Now, we had a case at the apartments a few years ago where there was one of our tenants, her brother moved in with her, and he and some of his half-brothers thought that somebody else was involved in the death of a relative of theirs. And so they went and killed this person they thought responsible. Well, it was a car accident and nobody was involved. And so the tenant who was on the contract was implicated in the crime, but they used her as a witness so that they could get the three brothers instead who were more culpable. She was along at the time. And so it sounds to me like, Dinkins was involved in this 2009 murder, but they decided that they needed his testimony to convict other people in the case. And so I think it's extremely significant that they say that he was suspected in this other case, but then they decided he was a witness because that's kind of code for he got a deal so that they could secure conviction on other people. So the judge started deliberating right after closing arguments, but being that it was normally lunch hour, I would anticipate that he immediately did the lunch break and then commenced deliberation about an hour and 45 minutes ago. So I think we're coming up on the two hour mark here soon. And so I would think any time after 2 hours is probably, time when we can start expecting a verdict. So, yes, hello and welcome, Felicity Holmes. Good to have you here joining us. We're just kind of going over some of the material on the case. When the case started, we were actually on verdict watch for Austin Ford, and so we were just kind of filling in time there and kind of got engrossed in the case, and so we missed the beginning of the first day, so we've been kind of reviewing that. Oh, you're from Australia. We've got Jojo and Matt who sometimes join us from Australia. I think they're over by Sydney, if I remember correctly. So my body kind of operates it's more on New Zealand time, not quite Australia. I'm not that much of a night owl. But I am a terrible night owl. Sometimes I am on Australia time. So so let's see, what are these other articles that I have? Okay, that's an article we already went through. Let's see if there's anything on this one. Oh, another thing that I saw, which it's behind a paywall, so I can't read it, but there's an article which details the fact that Dinkins was viewing violent pornography in the days before Breasia disappeared. And so that kind of shows you what his mindset was, that he was viewing that kind of material. So let's see if there's an article here. I haven't had a chance to look at it. Let me see if there's supposed to be mentioning, it's supposed to be from a relation. Oh, this is Aisha's relative, not Dinkins' relative. Let me take a little bit of a scroll down to see. Okay. Let's back up a little. I'll skip the first couple of paragraphs. This is from Aisha's aunt, Lakeisha Langford. They like those exotic sounding names. Okay. Okay, early reports indicated Breasia was at home with her cousin, who was reported to be Dinkins' son. An earlier version of the story said that the aunt believed Breasia had been home with her brother, but in a subsequent conversation, Lakeisha could not confirm this, as she is and was not in the Davenport area at the time Breasia went missing and cannot be sure of the circumstances. Okay, let's see. Cannot go into the child's identity. Breasia's aunt said, in hopes that Dinkins remains in custody and cooperates with the investigation, indicating that she did not believe that he had been forthcoming so far regarding anything he might know about Breasia's disappearance. Lakeisha said that she has a daughter of her own, and Dinkins had repeatedly asked in the past to take care of her. I said no, Lakeisha said. I know when someone is a molester. Lakeisha said she could only speak for herself about her impressions of Dinkins, and said she could not share any further details about the circumstances of Breasia's reported visit to his home Thursday night. I really want Breasia to come home, the little girl's aunt said. Okay, is this Breasia's aunt or Lakeisha or Aisha's aunt? Crime Line Online is attempting to confirm information we received about possible additional charges filed against Dinkins on Tuesday. One, online jail records accessed by Crime Online do not yet reflect this information, and attempts to reach the Davenport Police and Scott County Jail have been unsuccessful. We'll have more information. Okay, so nothing much there. So, your chat froze. Hi, welcome back. We are still waiting. And I downloaded WQAD app on my phone and turned on notifications, and I'm sure that they will send a notification when there's a verdict reached. And I keep refreshing the oops. Let's see, what is this? Oh, that's something else. Okay, I keep refreshing the tabs to make sure that there isn't any signs of an incipient verdict. So, I think at this point, let's go back to the opening of the case, because we missed up until Andrea was on the stand, and so that's new. And it's been so long, it doesn't hurt to hear how it all started. So with that, we'll continue, and I'll continue to monitor things.
Detectives.
Okay. What division within the Detective Bureau were you assigned to supervise?
In 2017 to 2022, I was the supervisor of the Special Victims Unit.
Okay. Were you working in that capacity in July of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, I mean, obviously you know why we are here, to talk about Breasia Terrell and the report that had come up about her missing. What date was the child initially reported as missing?
July 10th of 2020.
Were you significantly involved in that investigation?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Before we talk about the investigation itself, let's just talk about what would be a typical experience for officers of the Davenport Police Department. Is it unusual for the police department to get calls from parents or caretakers that they can't find a child?
No, it is not.
Okay, and just give us a perspective of what that looks like for law enforcement who responds to those types of calls.
A majority of the calls that we receive for missing persons, they have a variety of details and different situations. They could be ranging anywhere from a small child who may fall asleep in a closet or make a tent or a fort or something like that within the residence and fall asleep. Children have some, natural inquisitive senses of adventure. Sometimes children wander off into tree houses in their own yard or adjacent yards, play with friends, wander off and, don't check in with their caregivers. Up to teenagers. Sometimes teenagers wander off or they hang out with friends, maybe where they're, not invited to or welcomed by other parental figures. And we sometimes are able to find them fairly quickly when you find out who the friend circle is. But again, that's with slightly older people that have the benefit of language and communication. And then the last normal part of missing persons encompass some of the elderly or individuals with dementia and things of that nature.
And when those types of calls come in, as a general rule, does the Davenport Police Department, are they successful in being able to find the children or the teenagers or maybe even an elderly person that, has some type of mental infirmities?
Yes, we are.
All right. Now, with respect to Breasia Terrell, when she was reported missing on July 10th of 2020, was there something distinctly different about this particular report as the day developed?
Yes, there was.
And explain.
I was contacted in the mid-morning hours of July 10th in 2020 by Sergeant Willie, who was the patrol street supervisor. He had been requested to respond to that location where Breasia Terrell was being reported as missing. When he contacted me, he informed me that this didn't seem like a typical missing kid that wandered off or anything that we would, be able to resolve anytime soon without additional resources. And he was seeking assistance from investigative assets to help with that call.
Okay. Who was the initial officer that was responded to a complaint of Breasia missing?
That was Patrol Officer Burkle.
All right. And what location had Officer Burkle responded to?
He responded to 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8.
Okay. Who resided there at 2744 East 53rd Street, apartment 8?
Andrea Culberson.
And then was Andrea Culberson involved in a relationship with anyone at that time?
She was the significant other to Henry Dinkins.
Is Henry Dinkins present in court today?
He is.
Could you please point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Gentleman, black button-up shirts in between his two lawyers.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Dinkins.
The record shall so reflect.
All right. With Officer Burkle being the first patrol officer out there, was he the individual that had reached out to his supervisory staff?
Yes.
All right. And then the next connect was between Sergeant Willie and yourself?
Yes.
All right. With you receiving that request by Sergeant Willie, describe then what resources were pulled together and the approach that was taken by the department.
I initially gathered up a few of the detectives that were in the office with me at that particular moment and had them respond to the apartment location with me to begin an initial assessment of any other needs and assets that we would need up there. On that arrival, I was briefed by Officer Burkle and Sergeant Willie as to some of the additional details, which at that time I learned this young girl had originally gone missing from this apartment in the overnight hours. At this point in time, we've had several hours go by, and there had been little to no canvassing done in that particular apartment complex. And there's, well over 100 plus units on that particular property. And it was time to organize some canvassing and some door knocking activities. This apartment complex had, units that were not occupied and garages and things of that nature that were unsecured. So we devised an organized plan to at least start combing that property and start seeking out some canvassing for the surrounding areas with video and things of that nature.
What is the name of the apartment complex?
Jersey Meadows.
Where is the Jersey Meadow apartment complex located here in town? And if you could, associate it with businesses or properties that we would be familiar with.
Sure. That particular area is on 53rd Street, which is in the far northeast section of the city of Davenport. And if you are familiar with the area there, we have a large Costco store, and it is immediately on the west side of the fence line to Costco's. It's across the street from Portillo's hot dog place. And most notably, Elmore Avenue is a main thoroughfare for commercial shopping and things of that nature. And it's just a few blocks to the west of that intersection.
What directions does 53rd run?
53rd runs east and west through the city of Davenport.
How many dedicated lanes of traffic are there for east and west traffic on 53rd Street?
Under normal conditions, there's 2 east and 2 west and a turn lane.
All right. And then let's talk about the streets surrounding 53rd Street that would be main thoroughfares running north and south. So Jersey Meadows apartment, which side of the street is it located on?
It's on the north side.
All right. And then if we were to travel west on 53rd, what would be the major thoroughfare that you would run into that would run north and south?
Your next north-south street would be Jersey Ridge Road.
Okay. And then from there, if you were to continue traveling west through the intersection of 53rd and Jersey Ridge, what would be your next major street?
It would be Eastern Avenue.
Okay, now let's talk, and then from Eastern Avenue, if you were to continue traveling west, what would then be the next major thoroughfare?
The next major thoroughfare north and south west of Eastern Avenue would take you to Brady Street, Welcome Way, which are north-south street names for Highway 61 as it travels through the city of Davenport.
Okay, now let's talk about what major north-south streets there are if you move from the apartment complex going east. So if you come out of that apartment complex and you're driving east, you pass Costco, what's going to be your next major north-south street?
Elmore Avenue would be the next main street.
Okay, where the apartment complex is located, how would you characterize the neighborhood as a whole?
It's very commercialized in that particular area. That apartment complex was one of the original footprints in that area as it was being developed. Further to the north of that apartment complex, there has begun some residential projects up there for normal residential housing.
Okay, and when you talk about the original footprint, that whole area of Davenport, what was it before they built the apartment complex?
It was farm fields.
Okay, is there still farm fields located behind the apartment complex?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and would that be to the north of the apartment complex?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant Pfeiffer, just a topic that I want to talk about, it's just, stepping outside our discussion. Is there any Walmart located in this immediate vicinity?
Yes, there is.
Where is the Walmart located relative to the Jersey Meadow apartments?
So if you were to come out onto 53rd Street and go east, like you had just described, that very next main thoroughfare is Elmore Avenue. And if you were to make a left northbound turn onto Elmore Avenue, you would be within just a few blocks of the nearest Walmart.
So if an individual was interested in purchasing Clorox are there a number of businesses even beyond the Walmart where you could easily purchase Clorox if you lived there at the apartment complex?
Yes, there are. There are grocery stores and things of that nature.
All right, now, let's talk about the layout of the Jersey Meadow apartment complex. How's it structured?
When you originally pull into the apartment complex from 53rd Street, the road, there's two lanes. There's basically an inbound and an outbound to keep traffic running smooth within the complex. On your right-hand side is typically the inbound, and it goes to the north. There are multiple buildings on the right-hand side as you go in, which would be the east. In the center, there are garages every so many feet with a couple of cross-throughs. With respects to where the buildings are on each side of these lanes, some of the buildings are situated in an east-west fashion, and then there are buildings that are along the outer perimeters, and they're built longwise in a north-south fashion. So you have buildings basically going this way on the outer perimeter, and then there's some that are perpendicular towards the center of the road.
The garages that you described, do they essentially run in the center between that entry drive and that drive that you would take to exit the apartment complex?
Yes, they separate, for the most part, the in and outbound lanes.
Okay. Now, the apartments themselves, how many levels are there to any given structure where there's an apartment?
The structures are all identical in appearance of construction, and it is a two-story style, just a main floor, and then there's an upper floor.
Okay. If you lived in an upper level apartment, do you have to use a dedicated entryway and a common hallway to access your apartment, or is this complex different?
There are no common areas in this apartment complex. If you are on a second floor, the best way I can describe it is when you're looking at the buildings, you may not necessarily know if you're going into an upper or lower unit because the doors all appear the same. As soon as you open the door to an upper level unit, you're immediately faced with a stairwell. So the stairwells are encompassed within the actual dwelling.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, are you familiar with the layout of apartment number 8?
Yes.
All right. What I'd like to do, let's just draw a simple diagram so that we've got a perspective of that, and we'll just set that at the outset so that everybody understands the layout. Your Honor, may I approach and put up the whiteboard?
You may. This is not my skill set.
That's okay. Basic diagrams are easy to understand. Now, Sergeant Pfeiffer, what I'd like for you to do is to just draw a basic layout of the apartment itself. And as you draw this diagram, place Costco in the diagram and the relationship of the building where apartment number 8 is and how that entry door would be situated relative to the Costco parking lot.
We're going to call the top of this board north. And this being south would be 53rd Street. We have our in lanes, we have our outbound lanes in and out of the complex. We have these garages I'm trying to explain to you here in the center. And then we have apartment buildings in this sort of fashion. This is not I would say, an accurate amount. But if we call this 2744, there is a parking lot in front, which would be to the west. This being 2744, apartment 8 is over here. So the east window on the second floor of this building would be roughly here, overlooking this parking lot. The main entry door to number 8 is over here. And when you open this door, there are steps that come up into the apartment. And within this apartment up here, you come up the steps on the right-hand side, and that is the right-hand side of the unit. And as you come up into the living area, you have this area that's just left of the stairs. You have a bedroom area that is contained here on the west side. There's a closet on each side, the bed pretty much in the middle, and the only bathroom to the unit is also contained within that bedroom area.
Okay.
I apologize, Judge, you can see that side. So this stairwell, the bedrooms and the bed is situated mostly in the middle of this room. There's a closet on each side, and then you have the bathroom is contained within that bedroom. In this common area, you have your living rooms associated with this area. At the top of the stairs, there's the kitchen sink and cabinets, and then a small little dinette area. It's a very small unit.
All right, now go ahead and give us the rest of our directions. So we've got north to the top on our diagram, south is where on our diagram?
South you have down here.
Okay.
And then you have west. We have east over here. And this is where your Costco, you have a fence that runs very close to this property line near these buildings.
And that would be on the east side of the apartment
Yeah,
complex?
east side of this entire complex, yeah. But notably where we have number 8, there's a fence. There's some little bit of tree line there, and then Costco is right here on this far east side.
Okay, for purposes of our written record, if you're looking at the diagram, is west to your left or to your right?
West is still up.
And then east, is it to your right then?
Yeah.
All right. All right, now I want to go back. You'd indicated that when you go into the bedroom, there is a window. You described it as an east window. Is it actually an east-facing window or a west?
It faces the west.
It faces the west. Gotcha. All right. And then if you look out that window, what room would you be standing in?
You'd be in the bedroom.
Okay. And so then in looking out that window, are you going to be able to see cars that are parked out there in the parking lot?
Yes, you have a line of sight into this parking area.
Okay. And is it a clear line of sight?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and take your seat. All right. Now, when you had responded out there, did you have any information about Breasia, you know, as far as information relative to the development of the child, whether or not she had any handicaps, whether or not she had a history of wandering off?
So some of my initial inquiries on my arrival were any sort of disabilities, habits or routines of running away. And what the summary provided to me included that she was half deaf and half blind. To what degrees of that, I'm not sure, and it wasn't able to be articulated to me in any different terms than just that. With respects to running off, I was told by Aisha Langford, the mother of Breasia, that she does not run off. She would not leave an area unfamiliar. It wasn't something that she did even when she was at home in familiar territory. It was not something that she had ever done.
And had you made inquiries about whether or not this was an area that the child had been to or was familiar with?
Yes.
And what information did you have about that?
That she had never spent any time there. They didn't have family there. There was no relation.
Okay, let's identify the involved parties then. Breasia Terrell. Who is Breasia Terrell's mother?
Aisha Langford.
Okay. What relationship does Aisha Langford have to Henry Dinkins?
They have children in common.
How many children?
One boy.
Okay. And then what are the initials of that child?
DL.
Okay. How many children altogether does Aisha Langford have?
She had 3 at that time.
Okay. What are the initials for the oldest child, and is that child a girl or a boy?
CS, and he's a boy.
How old was CS at the time?
I believe 11 or 12.
Okay, all right, and then we'll figure that one out. And then how old was Breasia at the time?
10.
And then how old was her youngest brother?
8.
Okay, and what were the initials of her youngest brother?
DL.
Okay, is that the child that you'd indicated Henry Dinkins was the father of?
Yes.
All right, so to be clear, is Henry Dinkins the biological father of Breasia or the older child CS?
No.
Okay. What happened at the apartment complex? With the Detective Bureau responding out there, we've got patrol out there. Describe the developments.
Once an organized canvass was established, I had reached out to the upper command staff of the police department to express the needs for additional resources to expedite some of the organized canvass efforts. This coming now into the end of the afternoon and approaching the weekend, it was important to me to make sure we had resources secured, and the upper command of the police department began reaching out to surrounding agencies and looking for support because this incident was clearly not like anything else that we had encountered, and it appeared very significant based off the age and the lack of details surrounding any of it.
Okay, as the day progressed, given your experience as an officer and a detective, how are you feeling?
Objection, how are you feeling is vague and ambiguous.
Okay, did you have,
Sustained.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, did you have concerns about there being a successful outcome to this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. At the apartment complex then, was contact initiated with residents living at the various apartments?
Yes.
If residents weren't home, was there any follow-up?
Yes.
Did any residents have any information to provide that would assist in the investigation?
No.
Beyond just making contact with the residents of the various apartments, did you do any massive searches of buildings there at the complex?
Yes. We obtained access to any apartments that were currently not leased. The management allowed a search of those units, as well as the garage units that were able to be opened. And then we reached out to the tenants to open up garages that we couldn't access.
Was Breasia located anywhere within the complex?
No.
Were there dumpsters out there at the complex?
Yes.
And were dumpsters checked?
Yes.
And why would you check dumpsters?
Children can play in dumpsters, and after 2 decades of being in this line of work, sometimes bad things happen to children. They end up in dumpsters.
Okay. When you were going through, or law enforcement was going through dumpsters, was there anything that you noted in the dumpsters that even prompted a further line of inquiry?
No.
Okay, all right. And then outside the apartment complex, was there a major canvass done of that area?
Yes.
All right. Sergeant Pfeiffer, have you created a diagram of areas that's going to be the topic of discussion throughout the course of the trial?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 38. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 38?
It is a map covering Scott County and Clinton County.
You mentioned Clinton County. Did the investigation proceed outside of Scott County at some point in time?
Yes, it did.
And then relative to Clinton County, does this map include areas in Clinton County that will become relevant to testimony offered throughout the course of the trial?
Yes, it does.
Now, this particular map Is it going to include locations that were identified throughout the course of the investigation where the defendant had been located traveling through?
Yes, it does.
Will there be different areas that will become points of interest that witnesses will be testifying to?
Yes, there are.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 38.
At this point, I think it lacks foundation. The questions were, will witnesses be testifying to? And will witnesses be testifying to these locations and where they were? Until those witnesses testify to that, I think it lacks foundation.
Your Honor, I'll go ahead and lay some additional foundation. Detective or Sergeant Pfeiffer, were you involved in every aspect of this investigation?
No.
Okay. Were you involved at various locations where there were investigations conducted here in Scott County around the apartment complex?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved in investigation activities that played out down in the area of Credit Island and River Drive?
Yes.
Were you involved in aspects of the investigation that played out in Clinton County?
Yes, I was.
Were you actually also involved in aspects of the investigation where the child's remains were later found?
Yes, I was.
So relative to all of the locations that are depicted on this diagram, are these locations that you are familiar with and you understand the relevance of these locations to the investigation?
Yes, I do.
All right. And then will it help the courts to understand various locations that will be discussed throughout this trial and provide a map of that?
I believe it will.
Your Honor, again, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 38.
I would object if it's going to be offered to show evidence of where my client is purportedly traveled through this witness who has not shown foundation for that aspect of the exhibit yet.
Your Honor, the state would indicate that the witness is not going to be testifying to locations that Mr. Dinkins had traveled to. He's just going to basically explain the details of the map so that the court has a perspective of locations that are relevant to this investigation. As other details become important about where the Chevy Impala was identified as having traveled to, those details will only be testified to by the witness who was personally involved in that and is aware of that.
Anything further, Mr. Freeze?
As long as it's limited to sites where he has investigated and is not going to vouch for travel patterns, travel times, or locations where my client traveled. With that caveat, I have no objection.
The exhibit will be admitted.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Pfeiffer, I'd like you to come down to the diagram and then help us understand what is depicted here on this particular exhibit. All right, now at the bottom of the diagram, do you identify what counties are involved?
Yes, this is Scott in Clinton County.
Okay. As we look at the diagram as a whole, how would you describe what you have on that diagram?
The lower section of this map is Scott County and the municipalities contained within it. Over here on the left are Davenport, that north, smaller areas of Riverdale, Clare, to our southwest Buffalo. In this general area, as we traverse north, the city of Eldridge, Long Grove, Princeton, and McCausland and Donahue are smaller incorporated areas within Scott County. The upper section towards the top of the map, as you can see this squiggly line here going from left to right is the Clinton-Scott County border to our north. And as you go further north into Clinton County, the next municipal city is DeWitt, and then off to the east there is Comanche in the city of Clinton.
All right. That being said, do you have a directional legend on this exhibit?
Yes, it's noted here, kind of at the lower right side, north being to the top of this map, south to the bottom, east to the right, and west is the left side of this.
All right. Have you in some way designated what areas the map constitute the various municipalities that you've described?
The municipalities are identified by their actual name, and it's printed on the map.
Okay. Now, do you have an area on this exhibit entitled Legend?
Yes.
Okay. Are there a number of descriptors underneath the legend that will be utilized to describe just different information on this map that will become important?
Yes.
All right, take us through the legend. What's the first entry under our legend?
The first item listed is a blue dot with some resemblance of a signal emission, signifying a cell phone event. Then the second is a yellow circle with a black ring around it, and it is for known locations. And when the additional witnesses testify to the congressional, they can expand on what those are, particularity. There's a section of points of interest where known residences of the people involved in this case are identified with a orange circle with a shadowed house in the center of it. And then there's a purple option that notes an employer location. The three dots together will be for further testimony on routes of Mr. Dinkins. There is another kind of a yellow or orangish red line with a circle in it that denotes sections of road that were under construction at the time that this event was happening. The next two lines are a series of dots and dashes and dots that are identifying construction zones within the map that are occurring at the time of this event. The next area is the paint boxes with paint shading, and those indicate areas that were canvassed by law enforcement efforts by a variety of different methods. Some are walked, canvassed on foot, done by multiple drones. There were state aircraft, Med-Force helicopters. There were many different mechanisms and strategies used depending on the terrain and the availability of those assets. The next thing notated in the legend is two gray lines with dots in it, and it's a county border indicator, which is only listed in this one particular area, the upper third of the map. And then the slightly beige shade area just signifies these incorporated areas, small towns or whatever they end up being within the two counties.
All right, so if you see a lightly shaded beige area, is there going to be the name of the city or municipality that's involved? All right, now let's talk about the lower portion of the diagram on the right side. Help us understand the distinction between what we see there versus the map that comprises a good portion of the diagram. What is that area going to focus on?
So this area here is more of a blown up version, which encompasses the area where Breasia Terrell was last seen alive.
That being what address?
2744 East 53rd Street, which you can see the apartment complex and some of those other adjacent things I had explained in the earlier testimony.
And then if we go to the top of the diagram, to what would be the left side, describe what that area is so that we have a perspective of that.
So this area in the upper left-hand corner of this map is a blown out zoomed version of this particular area, which is just north of the city of DeWitt within Clinton County. It's a slightly wooded area where the Kunal Implement place is. That's a commercialized business that deals with the sales and service of farm implement equipment, major agricultural type things. And this area comes into concern. This is the location where the remains of Breasia Terrell's body were found.
Okay, let's just focus on that if we could. Now, if you are heading out of Davenport, what street would you be traveling on?
61.
Okay, but in town, what's the name of the street?
Brady Street
Is Brady a one-way or a two-way street?
is a one-way divided street,
Going what direction?
north.
And if we're coming into town, then do you come into town on Brady?
It switches to Welcome Way once you come to 65th Street.
Okay, and then does Welcome Way then become our one-way going south?
It does.
All right, so if you head north on Brady Street out of town, you're going to be traveling on what highway?
61.
And then when you get to the area where you would, well, let me back off. Where is Clinton located relative to Scott County?
Clinton County itself is our direct neighbor to our north of our county line.
Okay, and on our map, is it going to lie to the east side of Scott County or the west side of Scott County?
Well, the county of Clinton is going to be directly on our north side. The city of Clinton will be off to the east.
All right, thank you. And then, so when you go up Highway 61 heading north, what exit would you take to travel east into Clinton?
We take the Highway 30.
All right, can you show us where Highway 30 is so that we've got a perspective of that?
Highway 30 is right here.
And then is it also labeled 30 so that we know that that's Highway 30?
Yes, so you see one identifier here, the traditional highway signal with a 30 in it.
Okay, if you were to continue traveling north past that exit onto Highway 30, how much further would you have to travel to the area of Kunow Implement where Breasia Terrell's remains were located?
From Highway 30 to the Kunow, that is 5 miles.
All right, and then what is the designation for the exit point there? What's the street number?
It's 270th Avenue would be the turnoff from Highway 61 to the Kunow.
Well, I'm not talking about the north-south streets. I want to know the east street at the top to the north. And just let me ask you this. Are you familiar with 212th?
Okay, you're here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, gotcha.
So, yes, 210th Street and 212th Street. So when you're coming up Highway 61, the initial street is 210th and turns into 212th. They transition around the curve.
Okay, and then, is that the east-west street?
Yes. It is.
Okay, is that all a rural area?
Yes.
All right, and then is there a north-south street that runs on the west side of the property where Kunow is located?
So 218th Street runs mostly north. This particular geographic area has a curve in it. So
Right, absolutely.
With the too many semantics of this being a hard north, some of these streets are at a bit of a bias.
Okay, and then on the east side of the property, when we talk essentially about what we're going to call a north-south street, what would be that street?
270th Avenue runs right on the east side of the Kunow.
All right, now, do you have Interstate 80 depicted on this diagram so that we understand its location?
Yes, Interstate 80 is the orange line running here just at the northern portion of the city of Davenport, at north limits.
For purposes of our written record, Interstate 80 runs what directions?
East and west.
And then is there a north-south highway that can be utilized to travel along the westernmost border of Davenport?
Yes, Highway 280, Interstate 280 connects Interstate 80 north and south to the state of Illinois, or River Drive, multiple exits on the west side of the city of Davenport.
If you take Interstate 280, will that allow you access to the area of River Drive?
Yes.
And then for purposes of our written record again, what's located on our southernmost border?
In this area of the Mississippi River.
Okay, does the Mississippi River run along the southernmost border of Scott County?
Yes, it does.
All right, and then finally, is there a highway, a north-south highway that somebody can use to travel along what would be an eastern boundary line between Davenport and Bettendorf?
Interstate 74 would be that main interstate thoroughfare on the east side of Davenport, just into the western side of the city of Bettendorf. It's identified on this particular map as a orange line from the Mississippi River as far north as Interstate.
Now, I want to talk about the legend. There's entries to identify locations where there was construction. Why is that relevant?
It's relevant in this particular case because on 53rd Street between Eastern Avenue and Highway 61, Grady Street, conversely, the eastbound portion of 53rd Street was demolished and under construction at the time this incident occurred.
So would that potentially impact somebody's direction of travel?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is there another area where there was construction that should be noted that would potentially impact somebody's direction of travel?
Most notably down in the southwest part of the city of Davenport. If you're coming in River Drive, there was a major bridge replacement that took place. So as you're taking River Drive, you're going to take that to Bluegrass, for instance, out of the west side of our city. There was significant detours that bridge was being replaced at that time, so you would have to take alternate routes around that in some fashion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take your seat. Sergeant Piper, are there other maps that have been generated that will help to understand the layout of various locations?
Yes, there are.
All right. Did you generate aerial maps of the area around Kunal Implement?
Yes, I did.
Okay. $41. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 41?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 41?
That is the location of the Kunal implement situated just north of the city of DeWitt.
Okay. And does this map give us a perspective of the layout of Kunal Implement to the area where Breasia's remains were found?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce this exhibit into the record.
If I could just see it briefly.
Absolutely. And then Sergeant Piper, for purposes of perspective, when was this particular map made as far as time of year?
The best we can come up with this one, this was not a drone image that we had made. And on the GIS site that we use, there's a version with leaves on and leaves off. And this is just the leaves off. So the exact time of year, I do not know on that particular one.
Does this particular image comport with what the site would have looked like in March of 2021 when Breasia's remains were recovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit 41.
No objection.
Okay. All right.
The exhibit will be admitted.
Sergeant Piper, come on down, and I'd like for you then to walk us through this. Let me get this turned over if I could. All right. Now, do you have a directional indicator on this map?
There is one in the lower right-hand corner of this document. There's a notation of north. So in this particular map, the way it is situated, north is up here at your top, south is at the bottom, east is on the right, and west is over here on the left.
Okay. As you look at the map, do we see Highway 61 depicted?
Yes. Again, Highway 61 is a bit of a curvature right here, but the northbound lanes would be on the right side. Southbound lanes would be these here on the left. You can actually see two vehicles pointing south.
Is the northbound and southbound lanes of traffic divided by some type of median there along Highway 61?
Yes, there's a grassy median that separates those.
Now, on US Highway 61, if you're heading north, does it show you the exit that you would take to the area of Kunal Implement?
There's no major signage for it. There's a turnoff. This is a very rural area. But this area you see here with 212th Street is where you would make a right-hand turn to arrive at the Kunal location.
And if you turn, make a right-hand turn, what direction are you traveling?
You're starting to go back to the east.
You had mentioned 212th and 210th Street as having a relationship with one another. Is that shown there on the map?
Yes, it's more clear here. You see where 212th Street is the name of the street when you actually turn off. And as you, if you were to continue further east, you would transition into 210th Street without any significant changes of the road.
Okay. Is this whole area to the north, to the east, to the west, and even to the south, is that all rural area?
Yes, this is all farmland.
All right. Now then, show us where 218th is on the map so that we understand its relationship to Now Implement.
218th Street is for lack of a better term, it's kind of the frontage road, if you will, to access this Now area and travel back into, it would take you back down into the way if you were to continue.
Sure. And which side of the property is it located relative to Now Implement?
It is more towards the west side.
All right. And then on the east side of the property, the north-south street, can you show us what that street is?
So here you have again, a gravel road depicted by 270th Avenue on this map. And that is the east boundary running north and south.
Does this exhibit depict the area where Breasia Terrell's remains were found?
Yes, it does.
Explain.
So in the lower portion of this Now Implement property, what you see here on this map represents what I saw there that day when she was found. And you can see this darkened area in the center here, in between 270th Avenue and 218th Street. There's somewhat of a pond area there with water in it. There's a heavily wooded line around this area that follows the line of the gravel roads. And it's this particular view, again, is the meet off version of this aerial view. But you can see there's a small gravel driveway here. It'll be hard to see unless you're close to it. But this is an access road that drops in elevation significantly. It's steep, and it comes down into this area. So this area down here along the pond area is much lower than what is up here at grade level where the road is. It was explained to me by the folks that work here. This is storm runner water runoff, for this particular area to sort of rainfall.
Given the steep grade to that access road, what would you have concerns about driving just a passenger car down into that area?
Yes.
Why?
It's steep, and there are, it's pretty abrupt, I guess, driveway apron, if you will, coming from the gravel down into there. I would be nervous about it straight reading.
Sure. And where were Breasia's remains found?
So the best way to describe it with this particular view is you're coming down this access road here, just a little up, and it would be kind of north of this little gravel roadway. Provided was found under some trees there.
Okay. Do you want us to go ahead and take a break?
Yes, Ms. Cunningham, I believe this is a good time to break for lunch.
Yes.
We will reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you.
Aerial overview photo from a drone taken from the day the pond was searched.
All right. Your Honor, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 42.
No objection.
Exhibit 42 is admitted.
Okay. All right. Now, Sergeant Piper, you have a laser pointer to use at this point. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's walk through this particular exhibit. As we look at State's Exhibit 42, on the diagram, where is 270th Avenue?
By way of the red pointer, 270th Avenue is on the right side
Okay.
of this document.
And so therefore, north on this diagram where would be located where?
North is essentially the top edge of the map. South would be at the bottom, west would be on your left, and east would be on the right side, again, aligning with 270th Avenue.
If we looked to the west side of that property line, can we see any part of 218th Street?
If you can see the lower left-hand corner of this map, 218th Street is just visible there in the corner.
And what time of year was this particular image captured?
This was taken in late March of 2021.
All right. As we look at the image, can you show us where that access point is to the area of the pond that we've been talking about?
So in relation to the last exhibit, you see this gravel area here in the upper right-hand corner of this map. This is the access road coming down to the level near the pond off of 270th Avenue on the north east section of this particular area.
In the same vicinity, just to the south, it looks like there's another access road. Can you help us understand the difference between that versus the steep incline we've been discussing on the first access road?
So you're referring to where the pointer is now?
Correct.
So that is a significantly steeper pathway, I would call it, that goes down there. I'm unclear what it was, put there for or what caused it. It is not suitable for passenger vehicle travel.
All right. Where was Breasia remains found?
So by way of this pointer, where the red dot is at this time, in the northeast corner of this area, you can see where there's a black automobile tire right here, and her body was found just a little to the east of this area here where the tire is.
Okay. And when her body was found, where was that tire located in relation to the skeletal remains?
It was directly, I wouldn't say without seeing the exact pictures, but very, very close to where her legs were. If you see like a little bit of a bare area just adjacent to this tire, that is where some of the clearing of the trees had to be done by us a few days prior to the day this photo was taken in order to recover her remains.
All right, just to reset our perspective, what date was her skeletal remains discovered?
March 22nd.
And then what date then did the processing of this scene occur?
So for recovering her remains, we did that the following morning on March 23rd, excuse me, with the microphone noise. The scene was secured on the 22nd, and which time I met with state police DCI agents, and we devised an operational plan to perform the recovery of the remains. It was a very unique situation, something very out of the ordinary for what we normally do.
Okay, and then we'll talk about that later on in testimony that you'll offer when we get to that stage of the trial. But there's one other topic that I want to discuss here. When we look at 270th Avenue, is that a paved roadway?
It is a gravel top road.
All right. Focusing on the shoulder there along 270th and what would be the west side, how would you describe the shoulder just off that traveled portion of 270th Avenue?
I would not describe it as really being a shoulder in a traditional sense of what we see a road. It's a fairly precipitous drop off from the gravel, and then you have that decline down into where this vegetation is. So there really is just the roadbed and then the drop off.
Okay, and with that description, then if an individual were to get their tires off of that roadway, would it be fairly easy to get stuck off of that?
Yes.
Okay, is this what it looked like during the recovery of March 23rd of 2021?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 43?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 43?
It is the area where the remains of Breasia Terrell's body was recovered.
How does this particular exhibit differ from the previous two exhibits that we've looked at?
It is taken in late July of this year. The vegetation and the natural growth of leaves and things of such that you would have would closely replicate the environment of the night she would have been placed there.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to introduce State's Exhibit number 43.
I would object as it's untimely. It's remote and stale, 3 years post date of the child's abduction. Does not fairly accurately depict the scene as if it would have been in July of 2020.
Your Honor, and the state disagrees. This is taken during the month of July when Breasia would have come up missing. And so this particular photograph relative just to the geography of the area, it shows what this area would look like with everything in full bloom, the trees and all of the vegetation around there.
Then it lacks foundation as to what has not done or not been done at that location for the last 3 years.
I'll go ahead and lay some additional foundation.
Thank you.
Sergeant Piper, you were out there in March of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
If you were to describe the growth of the trees, how mature were the trees during this time?
They are mature trees all around that area.
Okay. And then did you actually travel back to this area in July of this year to collect a photograph so that we could see what it would look like when all of the vegetation was in full bloom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Is there any difference between the height and maturity of the trees as it exists in July of 2023 versus what you saw in July of 2021?
Nothing from my observations was different.
Okay. And then having been there, when we talk about just the vegetation at ground level, did you notice anything different about the vegetation at ground level as compared to what you would have noted in March of 2021, other than that things weren't full blown?
There were no other changes other than the overgrowth of vegetation.
Okay. Have there been any clearing of any of these areas as of this year?
No.
Okay. So was it still the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to introduce this particular exhibit.
If I could go to the witness briefly.
You may.
Detective, how many times between March of 2021 and July of 2023 have you been out to that location?
3.
And did you talk to anyone who was the owner of that location during any of those times?
No.
Did you talk to anyone who may have done any work such as tree clearing, brush clearing, or any work at all to that location?
No, I did not.
And you're telling us today that that tree cover, that brush cover looks exactly the same as it did 2.5 years ago?
I said it closely replicates it.
And it differs in what way then?
Due to the amount of precipitation in particular parts of the season from that year to this year, I think there would be obvious differences that we couldn't explain here today based off of environmental issues.
Okay, that means nothing to me. You need to be more specific, please.
I think it is common understanding that a given amount of precipitation and sunlight in a given year of seasons, having lived in this part of the country, I think it's common for people here to understand that if you don't have a lot of rain, you're going to have less grubbage and greenery on the ground. So there could be some differences that we're not aware of because we did not see this area in July of 2020.
So do you expect to see less today or more today based upon the precipitation or lack thereof?
I'm not able to comment on whether I think there would be more. The purpose of this was to show the amount of growth that would have likely been present or something similar to.
So, given the environmental conditions and the precipitation or lack thereof, and the growth of the trees and brush and what have you, things change over a period of years. You agree with that?
I do.
So you can't say for certain that that is a true and accurate way that place looked in July of 2020.
And I phrased it as a close replica.
Okay. I renew my objection, same basis.
Your Honor, the state would assert that this doesn't go to the admissibility of the evidence, it goes to the weight of the evidence. So the court can certainly take into consideration that there has been 2 years past and then give it the appropriate weight the court believes it deserves.
I will overrule the objection. I do find this more of a demonstrative type of exhibit.
Okay, all right. All right, Sergeant Pfeiffer, if you could then. Looking at State's Exhibit 43, and for purposes of orientation, again, what would represent, actually, let me turn this around. As we look at this particular diagram, north is where?
In this particular orientation, north would again be at the top of the map, south would be at the bottom, west would be on your left side, and east would be over here on the right.
Okay, and then show us what would represent 270th Avenue.
270th Avenue would again be over here on the east side, the right side.
All right, and then can you show us that steep access road that we've been talking about going down into the pond?
So the access road in this particular view would be here where the pointer is, and you can still see a rough kind of a circle drive around this area down by the pond.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that I'm showing counsel State's Exhibit 98. May I approach?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 98 for purposes of identification. Did you have I guess, have a drone sent out to that area so that it would provide a perspective of what vegetation would look like if you were traveling on 270th Avenue, either traveling north or traveling south?
Yes, I did.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit number 98?
Yes, it is.
And then just for purposes of our record, what areas specifically then would those those drone images reflect?
So in the two video clips in exhibit, is that me? I'm sorry. On 270th, there is a short video traveling north up into this area to give some perspective of what this looks like with full-grown vegetation at this particular time of year. And then again, another view traveling from approximately this area of the pointer coming to the south and just showing a perspective at a low height that would be pretty similar to walking through there and both replicate what we have seen with drone footage the days that aerial searches were being done in that area in 2020.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to introduce State's Exhibit number 98.
No objection.
Exhibit 98 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, may the state play those two video clips?
You may.
Okay. Sergeant Pfeiffer, look back on our menu. Well, goodness, we'll go back to the menu here in a moment. Well, and this will tell us, okay, what's the perspective here?
So the perspective in this view is facing north, just south of the access drive that goes down to the pond area.
And then with your pointer, show us where that access drive is at.
That would be right here on the left side of the screen.
I'm going to go to our second video clip. And what is the perspective of our second video clip?
It will be similar to the last one. It'll just be coming from the north, traveling south. The access driveway is up here on the right where the pointer is.
Your Honor, this time the state is requesting that we be allowed to have Sergeant Pfeiffer step off the stand and then continue his direct examination. We have two witnesses who have flown in that we have got to get on the stand today because they are scheduled.
Okay, Aowen is weighing in here. I was asking over in the chat for the trial on the handicapped disabled girl who was in the car and died of heat exposure after being there for 5 hours. And the mod there says that the judge is going to be issuing his decision at a later date, not today. So, gee, I wish they had told us that. I've got my thing. I'll keep checking Twitter and so forth to see if there's any updates on it, and if they do, I'll hop on. And it's rather anticlimactic after all of this because we've been waiting. We want to know now. That's what Aowen is saying now. She's going, now. See, she's now. So, okay, well, I wish we had our verdict, but apparently we don't. So I will keep everybody posted. Friday, there is the Corey Richens scheduling conference where they might set a date for her trial. Not that I necessarily expect it to stick to that date. And we haven't heard if they're going for the death penalty or not. I suspect they won't. They hardly ever do these days. And next week, there's the preliminary hearing for Jared Lysick on the 1st. So that's what is coming up in the immediate future. So as soon as I hear anything on Dinky's verdict here, I will let you all know. And so I'll bid you good night, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. Good night, Indiana. Good night, Not. Good night, everyone who's watching still. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Yeah, me too.